Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Iran says it's formulated a response to ceasefire proposals, but it's unknown if reopening the Strait of Hormuz will be part of the truce. It follows an expletive post from President Trump over the weekend, giving Iran until Tuesday to make a deal. And Netanyahu praises the US military after they rescue a downed fighter jet pilot in Iran using Israeli intelligence. Now, Iran's vice president has called President Trump's actions a symbol of madness and ignorance after an airstrike on a Tehran university overnight. It follows Trump's expletive threats on Truth Social over the weekend regarding the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Earlier today, he told reporters he may end the war to please the US public. Iran says it has formulated its response to ceasefire proposals, but it's unclear whether it will reopen the Strait of Hormuz as part of that truce. Here's Iran's foreign ministry spokesman.
Negotiation in no way involves an ultimatum, a crime, or a threat to commit war crimes. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the Iranian nation have very, very bitter experience of negotiating with America, and we did not gain these experiences lightly to simply ignore them. A few days ago, through intermediaries, proposals were put forward, which became known as the 15-point American plan, conveyed via Pakistan and some other friendly countries. At that time, we also announced that such proposals are both excessively demanding and unreasonable and illogical.
I'm now joined by Omar Ashur, Professor of Security and Military Studies. Omar, great to have you on the show. Thank you for your time with me. President Trump declared Tuesday was Power Plant and Bridge Day on Truth Social, warning Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz or face strikes on critical civilian infrastructure. On day 38 of the Iran war, what do you make of the US president's threats?
So this is probably the fourth ultimatum. It is not disciplined, coercive diplomacy as we know it. It is sort of escalation by fragile public ultimatums that sometimes don't hold. So we're looking more and more at a coercion by infrastructure targeting or threatening to escalate via further infrastructure targeting. It may frighten, it may disrupt, but by itself, it does not amount to a theory of victory in any way. We're looking at more strategic infrastructure. We saw earlier the attack on the bridge. On the bridge, it's not exactly a violation of the laws of war, in my opinion. It's the bridges are dual use. It can be an attempt to cut ground lines of communication and movement, disruption of movement and supply chains and so on, military supply chains. But also if it escalated into desalinations, university, for example, then we're talking a bit into very dangerous, legally dangerous territories that can amount to war crimes.
And Trump has just told reporters he would continue the war to seize Iran's oil if it was up to him, but claims public opinion is steering him towards a ceasefire. How should we interpret this mix of personal ambition and public pressure in shaping US policy?
So we're very, very far from this idea of seizing Iran's oil. I mean, at no point the U.S. was able to seize, as in the word implies, seize Iraqi oil, despite 177,000 strong invasion force. 177, to put things in perspective, Trump is attempting claiming to seize Iran's oil, change the regime, destroy any projects of nuclear or WMD's presence, cut the ties with the proxies between quotations terrorist groups, and open the Strait of Hormuz with tens 1/10 of the force that invaded Iraq. So out of now the maximum force put together, we're talking about 17,000. The invasion of Iraq was done by 177,000. So he's attempting maximum with limited resources. That's not a strategy. That's strategic chaos. So he can give ultimatums. He had multiple operational successes in terms of Siyad, Diyad, the suppression of enemy's air defenses, the destruction of enemy's air defenses, degradation of the medium range and short range missile stocks of the Iranian regime, and all of this. But it's very far from seizing the country or seizing its oil. Very, very far.
And it's really interesting because we talk about troop numbers, US troop numbers in the region. There's about 50,000 that the US has right now in the Middle East. You talk about Iraq, and as you say, there were about 200,000, so far more US troops during that time. Do you think Donald Trump will send more military assets to try and shore up Iran's oil? Or do you think that that's something that we can't see play out because of how different Iran's landscape is?
It is very different. The 50,000, those are distributed mainly to shore up the bases in the entire Middle East. The 17,000, those are the two MUs, two Marine Expeditionary Units, the 31st and the 111th. And also the 1st Combat Brigade of the 82nd Airborne Division, and a few battalions from the JSOC community, from the Special Forces community. So put together, they will probably reach. And then there is the declaration by the Pentagon that it is thinking of sending an additional 10,000. So that's all put together is about 17,000. So these are extras above the 50 that exist here, who are not the 50 that exist here are not an invasion force. So yeah, we are still far away from the force that invaded Iraq. And also we're looking more and more at decapitation strikes from above, mainly done by the Israelis. Now, as you know, the one of the targets was the head of the military intelligence today. And at this point, I think it's going away. So decapitation and de-escalation are two very different strategies. De-escalation to prepare for negotiations. So if you decapitate and target controversial, shall we say, targets like civilian targets, that's one escalatory strategy. If you're attempting to negotiate, then you better have a head to negotiate with. And if you decapitate, you kill the heads. And now, who are you going to negotiate with? So there is a bit of confliction, not just in terms of matching the ends with the means, but also with what type of strategy is the United States approaching at the moment.
Yeah, that's really interesting because lots of people have said that the decapitation of Iranian heads is making it difficult for negotiations to play out, and even the back-channel negotiations. But overnight, US-Israeli strikes on Iran killed 34 people. That includes 6 children, according to reports. The IRGC also confirmed the death of the intelligence chief, as we've just been talking about. How will this impact Iran's military operations, and how have officials responded to this latest escalation of strikes by the US and Iran?
So first, to have this capability to be able to target plus 40 of the top military and political leaders of the country, that's new. That's by itself an evolution in terms of the intelligence, the surveillance, the detection destruction cycle. So once you detect, first the challenge of detection is being done very quickly, and then the destruction of the target is being done very quickly as well after the detection. So all this is new. Will it have a strategic effect? It doesn't seem so. So Khadami's death is a real blow to the intelligence fusions of the IRGC, to the internal security. But it is not a regime killer. Iran's command structure was built to survive decapitation. And I'm not talking about today or yesterday or a few weeks ago. It was built for years. They knew that they are going to. I mean, this escalated after Qasem Soleimani's targeting in 2020, but it was even built before that as a command structure built to survive decapitation. Much better than to prevent penetration, because they were penetrated deeply. So it's another operational success. If you looked at it, it's a series of operational successes, primarily in two areas of decapitation and of suppression and of degradation. So a series of operational successes there, but then without a clear strategic victory and without achieving any of the declared aims, whether it's regime change, whether it's destroying the relationship with the proxies, whether it's countering WMDs, whether it's opening the Strait of Hormuz, still very far away from any strategic aim declared at one point or another.
Omar Ashur, I just wanted to say thank you so much for your thoughts on the show. Good to have your analysis.
Thank you.
Let's continue this conversation with Republican strategist and former Nevada Republican chairwoman, Amy Tarkanian. Amy, always good to have you on the show. Open the effing Strait of Hormuz, you crazy, another swear word, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. President Donald J. Trump. What do you make of this social media post from the US president, which has caused so much outrage?
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure. Yes, so this definitely was a post on social media filled with frustration, with anger, and quite honestly, it sounds like we're maybe at our last straw. Is it very statesmanlike? No, it's not. But this is also something that he does historically, where he does put maximum pressure, whether if it's here domestic or international, on an individual or on an event or on a series of events. So then that way he can start negotiating. And he does this very publicly, and he does this, like, as I mentioned, in a number of areas, if not most areas, on how he manages his deals. So it's not really a surprise. The verbiage obviously was quite crass, but I think we're at a point now where he's feeling maximum pressure here at home because we're coming up to our midterm elections. And not only that, but of course, internationally, we would like to have a war end quickly. No one wants a war, but if you're going to go into war, you want it finished quickly.
Yes, Amy, and as many people have said, and what you've just said to me is it seems to be pure frustration coming from President Trump. But today was quite interesting because he was speaking to reporters and they asked him, what would you tell Americans who are opposed to the war? And he replied, they are foolish. Would you agree with that sentiment from the president?
Well, yes and no. Are we foolish to want our women and men in uniform to go in as quick as possible and to come home unscathed? You know, absolutely. That's the main goal. But do we also want the Iranian people to live free and have a democracy like they once did 47 years ago? Absolutely. But do we want to make sure that the end game, there is a strategy, the outcome is going to be the most smooth as possible? That's where the concern is. We don't want to get ourselves into a situation like Iraq, like Afghanistan, where now we're sticking around not for days at a time, but for decades at a time. And that's where most of the concern is coming from.
And Trump has extended his deadline for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz by 24 hours, setting that new deadline for Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And when it comes to President Trump and the U.S. administration, we've had ultimatum after ultimatum from the U.S., and Iran just remains defiant, accusing Donald Trump of madness. Do you think diplomacy is now dead?
No, I don't believe that diplomacy is dead. And I guess either side could call each other any name in the book at this point, because we actually view the Iranian regime to be somewhat mad. So, no, I think this is something that he does historically, as I mentioned, when he is trying to cut a deal. He will exude maximum pressure. He will do tight deadlines. He will have very sharp rhetoric. And then he'll always leave a little bit of wiggle room for a potential pivot for a possible deal. So this is the way he works. And this is not a surprise. And I think, though, the fact that he's now done an extension, not once, but twice, and now we're possibly looking at maybe another one, that just leaves wiggle room for more talks behind the scenes. And so we're not obviously in on everything that's going on. And I think that's why he was able to at least just do those shorter extensions up till now. But we very well could be seeing, as we mentioned, he is frustrated and he's going public with his frustration. He may be at his wit's end with having these negotiations continuing any further.
And it's really interesting because we are speaking and we're talking about ultimatums from Donald Trump. I think there's been about 4 now. I can't remember exactly. But do you not think this just emboldens Iran to keep on closing the Strait of Hormuz and keep on retaliating against what the US is doing because they just don't believe Donald Trump's threats?
Sure, and that will be on them because there will come a point where he will actually follow through. And so he's going to wait to see when are they going to blink. And I think that's what the Iranian regime is waiting to see. They're trying to see if they're going to call his bluff. At some point, there's not going to be a bluff, and they're going to be very sorry. So, I think that there needs to be some hands that are going to shake here fairly quickly, or else the president will follow through with his threats. And by no means do his threats mean civilian targets. I think he kept his verbiage very broad intentionally, but he does have to actually instill some fear into these individuals. You can't just say, oh, we're gonna go and bomb the heck out of an empty desert. You better watch out. So he started to throw out some pretty specific infrastructure without actually being super specific. So I think it was probably pretty smart on his part. He likes to be 10 steps ahead of everyone, and he likes to keep you on your toes guessing.
It's definitely keeping all of us on our toes at the moment. Amy Tarkanian, as always, great to have you on the show. Thank you for your time with me.
Thank you.
Now, oil prices have been described as choppy today after President Trump threatened to destroy Iran's power plants and bridges unless ships were allowed passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Over the weekend, the US president gave Iran a deadline of Tuesday evening. Brent crude rose above $110 a barrel before easing over reports of a potential ceasefire. Let's get the thoughts and opinions of Kevin O'Leary, investor and host of Shark Tank USA. Kevin, absolutely brilliant to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your time and for joining me today. Great to speak to you. So, Kevin, markets appear to be in this wait-and-see mode with elevated volatility following President Donald Trump's foul-mouthed language telling Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. What are you telling people to do with their investments at this time of such huge global uncertainty?
Well, it's a great question, but the market tends to look forward and try and think about what the world looks like in 30, 60, and 90 days. So in aggregate, no one likes war, and I'm not endorsing it at all. But if you look at the last 6 weeks of this conflict, I would say that the majority of the damage done in the region has occurred in Iran. Most of the neighbors have been able to deflect the majority of the drones and missiles shot at them. It's a destabilizing force because the commodity oil is priced globally. But in many markets, there is no shortage yet of oil. It takes quite a while before all the inventory of oil in the U.S., for example, the strategic reserve or the amount of oil that's on the water. Yes, there's volatility in pricing, sort of 93 to 110. You've talked about it quite a bit. But that's not what the market's looking at. It's trying to figure out what is the end game here? What's going to happen? And I think where it's kind of gotten its head at, and I'm speaking globally now, in terms of financial markets in the region, obviously around the UAE and Abu Dhabi, Dubai, all of the Middle East, the U.S. S&P markets, the European bourses, everywhere else, what they're basically thinking is that at the end of the day, there's a two-pronged outcome. Number one, most market participants in debt and equity make the assumption at some point the strait will be opened, whether it's through this rhetoric you spoke of or another round of bombing, which obviously nobody wants, but at some point Iran comes to the table. That's stage one. But the more important stage is, how does the strait stay open long term, like the Suez Canal or the Panama Canal are open perpetually? How do you stabilize that? That's the more interesting question.
And it's really interesting that you actually brought up that question, because more tankers are actually going through the Strait of Hormuz. And we are seeing that over the last 24 hours. Despite that, oil prices do remain higher. But Iran is letting tankers through with exemptions. They're also talking about a toll that Iran could use. What will that mean for the global economy?
Well, that won't happen. And I'll tell you why. At the end of the day, unfortunately, now that this conflict has started, there's only one outcome. That strait has to get open. And so most market participants realize the duration may be longer. We don't know what the outcome is going to be of the Tuesday deadline or whatever. That's all noise. The signal is, what's it going to take to open up the strait? And then what's it going to take and cost to maintain it? Now, we've already, from markets, started to think about a multi-nation, almost a UN-like group. The UAE suggests it be led by the Americans, but let's say it costs $5 billion a month, US dollars, to keep the strait open. Yes, that's a lot of money, but it's a rounding error in terms of what the effects of the economy are if that strait is stabilized, not just for the US, for the pricing oil, but Japan gets 73% of its oil through that strait. Even China. I mean, there's so many countries that use this particular stretch of water that they have skin in the game, so to speak. So you've got all the participants of the region, the UAE, Saudi, Qatar, Bahrain. Everybody's going to pay from there for sure. And then the Chinese and everybody else in Japan. So $5 billion, that's nothing. If that's what it's going to take to get a hold of Crook Island, maintain it, keep it open. And if the Iranians don't like it that way, they'll continue to have their infrastructure damaged. That's the threat. And at some point, that's not useful for them either. So while war is horrible, it's so obvious what the outcome is going to be. What's not obvious is when. And so, you know, that's the issue.
Yeah, I think that is what everyone is saying, is when, because Donald Trump appears to be looking for an off-ramp, but the rhetoric at the moment between Iran and the US when it comes to negotiations appears to be very different. But Jamie Dimon, the JP Morgan Chase CEO, has warned that the war in Iran risks oil and commodity price shocks that could keep inflation sticky and push interest rates higher than the market now expects. Do you think, Kevin, that we are now heading towards a global recession? There's been a lot of talk about this.
No, I don't at all. Although I hate war, and I've said it for the third time now, this is probably the best thing that could ever happen to this region. For 60 years, this has been unresolved. It's been a constant and perpetual aggregation of just different events. Every 9 months, another ship being blown up by an Iranian proxy like the Houthis, whoever it is, destabilizing the insurance prices, putting at risk the flow of oil. And no administration has dealt with it yet. This one finally did. I'm not endorsing this administration, but I'm talking about the policy of this administration. I'm endorsing that. I'd rather have this settled. Yeah. Because I am extremely optimistic once this is settled that we are going to have a resurgence in what was already happening in the region. Fastest growing region on earth for investors. I think it'll be only a matter of months before people come back to the UAE when the Dubai airport has millions of travelers going through it again. People forget quickly once things are stabilized. But now that it's started, there's only one outcome. That strait has to get opened. And I think the administration in the U.S. knows that. Every market participant knows that. And I would hope the Iranians understand that, because most of the pain, yes, they've had some successes getting missiles through to various countries, but they are sustaining a brutal damaging to their infrastructure. I mean, at some point, someone in there is going to say, enough, let's cut a deal. And that is what the market thinks. It's not, it's just, that's what we all look at and say to ourselves, that is the outcome. So I'm not worried about a global recession. I'm actually looking for a resurgence in what was already happening just 6 weeks ago. That's why the markets remain, although they're volatile, close to their highs, because the outcome is obvious, the timing isn't.
And you just spoke to me about the region and the Middle East region. Do you still view the Middle East as stable, Kevin, a stable investment, as we do see Iran continuing its retaliatory attacks on its neighbours? You mentioned Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Kuwait, Bahrain.
They'd all like this to end, and it would be great for the region for it to end. And most of us that have already been doing business in Abu Dhabi or any of those other countries understand that the press is pushing out a horrific picture of the region. I talk to my staffers in Abu Dhabi and Dubai every day. Not that I want to make light of the situation. It's not that bad. 99% of anything shot at the UAE is being, deflected, intercepted, and yes, the damage is, falling parts out of these rockets, and I understand all that, and I feel terrible for anybody who's been injured or killed. But the defense that the administration there invested in, and that's the one I'm focused on because most of my focus is really in Abu Dhabi, where I have O'Leary Global, and, we do business there. Look, I think the promise was that to protect the people, and they did. And I'm not that worried at the end of the day that it won't come back and be better than ever. Because once you have peace in the region, the strait is open and a deal is cut, and some multilateral force is monitoring that strait and paying for it, which will eventually happen. This reminds me of what the United Nations did in Cyprus when the Turks attacked it back in the 60s. And for decades afterwards, multiple countries paid the price of keeping the peace. And it was the right thing to do. The same thing's going to happen here. You just have to study the region to understand most participants are tired of this and are glad, not for war, but to bring this thing to the fore and get it over with.
And will this reset the AI boom that's expected in the Middle East region, or do you think that that won't be affected? Because we know AI in this region has been having its real moment.
It still is. I mean, that's where we go for creating agents. We still do. I mean, I actually think this will be, when we go back and look at this 3 years from now, this will just be a blip in the chart. Nothing's going to stop. Number one spending in AI is the United States. Number two, China. Number three, UAE. And very specialized in agents, which are very productive for companies. And we find the costs of using it there much cheaper than any other jurisdiction. And that's why we do what we do. And, if we look at some of the stuff we've been doing in generating content there, it's world class. Yeah. So I'm not the only person that knows this. There's many of us over the last 5 years I've done multiple trips there. And, I don't like to see this disruption. And my staff aren't as free to move around as they were 6 weeks ago. But this too will pass. So I'm very, very optimistic that the momentum that was started, particularly in AI, as you brought up, is going to continue because it's just great economics. And, remember, Abu Dhabi was, till recently, for the 5th year in a row, the safest city on earth. And I think it's going to get back there pretty soon. And look, you either believe that or you don't. But, having been in the region for a long time and going back and forth, I'm very optimistic. Although these are, obviously volatile times, but is it going to change anything long term? No.
I love what you said to me there. This too will pass. That's something I always try to remind myself of, Kevin. But a quick gear shift here before I let you go. I've got to talk to you about Marty Supreme. You played the richest man in America in 1952. You also bet Timothée Chalamet would win the Oscar for Best Actor. I'm sorry to say he didn't. But tell me about your Hollywood moment.
I really enjoyed it. I really believe that what you have to do in your life is to spend a fair amount of your time outside of your comfort zone. I really believe that. So when I was given the opportunity to act, something I'd never done before, a scripted role like this with, such esteemed and prestigious directors and actors and actresses? Of course I said yes. I learned a lot. I'm quite upset we didn't win 2 of the Oscars. We were nominated for 9. Number 1, I wanted Chalamet to win. I worked across from him, and he was spectacular. And I thought for casting, there was no film in any of the ones that were up for Oscars that had better casting than Marty Supreme. Not because I was in it, because there were 150 characters that were beautifully cast that I thought were just fantastic. And I'm very, very disappointed, and I would be lying if I said I wasn't. But am I going to do it again? 100%. I'm looking at 3 different roles right now. I'm very selective. I want it to be just as good as Marty Supreme was. That's going to be hard to do.
Can you give us any sneak peeks into any of the roles that you could be possibly looking at? And I did think maybe you thought Marty Supreme was spectacular because you were actually in it.
Yeah, no, I get it. But what I learned about Marty Supreme was the story was so compelling you couldn't stop reading the script. And so I think I need to find something like that. And so far what I've read is not anywhere near as compelling as that was. Any film you make is about the story. The story has to grab you. It has to rip you into the pages, and you can't stop reading it. Then you know you're getting into a good film. And so until I find something that was as good as that, every page I turned, I just kept getting more into the story of how kinetic that whole thing was. I haven't found anything like it yet, but I've told my agents, keep looking. I'm very fortunate to get these offers. I'm not a starving artist. I don't need to do this. I want to do this.
You're not a starving artist, but you are a big personality. And Kevin O'Leary, it's been absolutely fantastic to have you on the show talking to me today. I really appreciate it. And I hope you get that new film role because I will be watching it.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Take care. Thank you. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has echoed President Trump's relief after a missing US pilot was rescued in Iran. Netanyahu praised the US mission, aided by Israeli intelligence, calling it perfectly executed. The F-15 fighter jet went down over the weekend, and although injured, the pilot did survive the ordeal, eventually discovered from deep inside the mountains. Israel's Defense Minister, Israel Katz, also confirmed that the Israeli Air Force had struck Iran's largest petrochemical facility earlier today. Take a listen.
The IDF is now struck with full force the largest petrochemical facility in Iran, located in Asaluye, a key target responsible for about 50% of the country's petrochemical production, following last week's attack on the second main facility. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and I have instructed the IDF to continue striking with full force the national infrastructure of the Iranian terror regime. The Iranian terror regime will find that continued aggression against Israel and the cowardly criminal firing toward Israeli civilians will only deepen the economic and strategic damage it suffers and lead to the collapse of its capabilities.
We can now go live to Jerusalem to speak to former Israeli politician Dr. Shuki Friedman. It's always a pleasure to have you on, Dr. Friedman. On March the 19th, President Donald Trump publicly said that Israel would not strike Iran's South Pars gas field again. Today, Israel says it has attacked that very facility. Has the U.S. lost control of Israel's actions?
To the extent I realize, I think that Netanyahu and the president are coordinating closely all operations, and the two armies and U.S. Air Forces are closely coordinating targets and split the Iranian state and targets between them. And just, I think, in 2 hours ago, Netanyahu reported that he had another conversation with President Trump about the war and its next targets. So, to my understanding, every target Israel is hitting is well coordinated with the president and with the U.S. Air Force and Army that are working together closely, shoulder to shoulder, to erode the Iranian capabilities and infrastructure, economic infrastructure, in this case, because I think that the strategy is now to mount pressure toward the ultimatum of Wednesday, or President Trump put toward the Iranians. And what we've seen today is the way down the road to a complete destruction of the energy infrastructure and power plants of Iran.
And let's just talk a little bit about this, because alongside the two petrochemical complexes, Israel's military says it carried out large-scale strikes across Iran, including 3 airports in the country. Is Israel stepping up attacks ahead of Trump's self-imposed deadline in order to pressure Iran into surrender? Because right now, Iran is continuing to retaliate. We have even seen Israel have to deal with a number of those strikes on Israel, with some actually getting through.
First of all, it's really important to understand the proportion between the heat Iran suffered through this also almost more than 4.5 weeks now, and the casualties Israel and Gulf states have suffered along these weeks. Because if you go around Israel, there have definitely been hits by Iranian missiles. And just yesterday, 4 people being assassinated by Iranian missiles in Haifa. But yet, the casualties and the number of people being assassinated and a number of people injured, severely injured, and the damages are minor if you compare it to what the US and the Israeli Air Force have done around Iran. We have to remember that actually today, more likely that hundreds of fighters can fly freely around Iran and hit any target they choose. The Iranians have some capabilities in shooting missiles and drones along Israel and other Gulf states, and we've seen the hits toward Kuwait and Saudi Arabia and UAE and Bahrain and so forth. But the damages and the ability of the Iranian to severely hit these countries are very limited. What we've seen through these recent 4 weeks.
So, Doctor, I am listening to what you're saying, and you're saying Iran's ability to hit neighboring countries has been depleted, and you are correct in that, but they are still continuing. Iran's ace card at the moment, according to them, is keeping the Strait of Hormuz closed, which is definitely affecting the global economy. This is something they continue to do, and no matter how much the US and Israel bomb Iran, the Strait of Hormuz remains effectively shut. And Turkey's Erdogan has come out today and accused Israel of undermining peace initiatives. Is Donald Trump now looking for an off-ramp, but Israel isn't? They want to stay in this war.
I think that in this case as well, Israel and the US are aligned, because both countries want more peace to the region, and I think a solution that will regain stability for a long run. And I think the previous speaker addressed this quite precisely, because if you look at the wider picture, if you look at what Iran has done through the recent years to unstabilize the region through its proxies in Yemen, in Bahrain, in Iraq, in Lebanon, and so forth, we can realize that what we used to get from Iran is a continuous effort to unstabilize and strengthen, considering it through its proxies, the region, the Gulf states, and Israel, of course. And what we see today in the Hormuz Strait is the last mean that Iran can influence against the region, against world economy and the pressure toward the Gulf state. But if you listen to what the leaders of these states declaring openly or in closed doors, you can hear that they are looking for the US and Israel to accomplish their mission and to bring peace and constant peace, and to actually destroy the constant threat they've suffered and suffering today from Iran. And I think more pressure on the Iranian economy and more pressure on the regime might bring this solution. And for the long run, maybe in the short run, we see a rise of prices and instability, but in the long run, the world will gain, the region will gain, and of course, Israel and the US will get off this war while they're demolishing and doing the black work for the rest of the world.
Dr. Shuki Friedman, thank you so much for speaking to me. We didn't get time to go into it, but Israel has also admitted to killing the wrong people in Lebanon during the weekend strike. So 2 theatres of war right now for Israel, which is, of course, Iran and Lebanon. Apologies, we will speak about that in the future. Thank you once again for your time.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
A reminder of our top stories. Iran says it's formulated a response to ceasefire proposals, but it's unknown if reopening the Strait of Hormuz will be part of the truce. It follows an expletive post from President Donald Trump over the weekend, giving Iran until Tuesday to make a deal. And Netanyahu praises the US military after they rescued a downed fighter jet pilot in Iran using Israeli intelligence. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
From threatening to obliterate Iran's power plants to making good progress on ending the war, the deal-maker-in-chief has been hard at work. On the eve of his latest deadline, President Donald Trump has granted Iran a 5-day reprieve. So, is President Trump backing down or is Iran capitulating? Stay with us. That debate is coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Gori is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean, on the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Arabiya English headquarters in Riyadh. This is your weekly bulletin bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Today we're focused on the tourism and hospitality sector, and coming up in the programme, all the latest stats show that Saudi Arabia received more than 120 million visitors last year who spent a combined total of more than 300 billion riyals. That's about $80 billion US. Well, in parallel with the sector's transformation under the Kingdom's Vision 2030, tourism investment opportunities are also seeing significant growth. We'll have more on that. Plus, we'll assess the impact of the current geopolitical tensions on hospitality, tourism and F&B, not just in Saudi Arabia, but right across the region. And we're going to take you to the Saudi city of Taif, which is known as the City of Roses, and for a very good reason. The fragrant flowers are central to a multi-million-dollar industry. Those flowers transformed into some of the world's most expensive essential oils. Welcome to the programme. Today we are focusing on Saudi Arabia's hospitality and tourism sector. Well, the latest figures point to a strong performance. Well, the latest figures for 2025 show that the kingdom welcomed 122 million domestic and international tourists, which is up 5% year on year. And it means that Saudi Arabia is firmly on track to achieve its Vision 2030 target of 150 million annual visitors. Well, when you look more closely at the numbers, total tourism spending reached 300 billion riyals. That's just over $80 billion US, which is up 6% year on year. Well, international visitors, who make up just a quarter of arrivals, accounted for more than half of that spend at just under $50 billion. Well, at the same time, the sector is seeing a surge in interest from global investors. And Saudi Arabia's Deputy Minister for Tourism Destination Enablement, Mahmoud Abdelhadi, says that more than 50 international brands have entered the market during the last 4 to 5 years. Well, that momentum is reflected in major developments like the Red Sea, Alula and Qadiyah. But with rising geopolitical tensions in this region, today we're going to be looking at the impact on the sector and how businesses are having to adapt. Well, I'm joined now by Simon Wright, who is the founder and chairman of TGP International, which is a global hospitality and F&B advisory agency which works across the Middle East, the UK, Europe and Asia. Simon, thank you very much indeed for joining us. I just wanted to start by asking you what the impact has been of the current geopolitical tensions on hospitality, F&B and the experiences sector here in the Middle East.
Well, good afternoon, Tom. Thank you very much for inviting me along. I think interestingly in Saudi particularly, and what we're seeing in Riyadh is that the market hasn't slowed down hugely. Still a lot of people out there looking for the experiences, looking for great food and beverage. But I think there's probably a bit more thought at times, and people are looking for those experiences that are very relevant, that are worth their time, that are quality focused. So a little bit, perhaps, a little bit less style over substance, really focusing on the quality and experiences that are going to be memorable for them.
And when people are limited in terms of where they can travel to, do we see patterns start to emerge, like more people going on staycations, more people are looking at perhaps wellness resorts? I mean, is that something we tend to see?
I think there's definitely a focus on sort of domestic travel, as people sort of might be sort of more challenged from doing those international trips. People definitely seem to be looking for a sense of community as well. Going to locations where they're enjoying themselves, they can feel there's that real sort of hub and energy and feeling of togetherness. That seems to be very, very important. The staycation market, as we've seen, there's some great offers out there in certain cities around the GCC, around the region. So that's definitely, been a focus for people that are not able to travel. And I do think the wellness sector, as much as there's a balance, people still like that comfort and going to sort of have things that they know, they enjoy, things sometimes that bring back sort of childhood memories and a sense of comfort. There's definitely a feeling of sort of wellness, making sure that people are doing the right things for themselves, both from a physical, nourishing point of view, but also from a mental point of view as well.
And in terms of the impact on the travel industry, the hospitality sector, and on consumer appetite, I mean, I was thinking about COVID while you were talking there. I was thinking this isn't as bad as COVID, is it? Because people can do the things you were just describing there, like feel a sense of togetherness, which was absolutely something you couldn't feel at the height of the pandemic. I mean, do you think some lessons, though, have been learnt from that COVID chapter that can be applied now to businesses?
I think within our sort of food and beverage and experiences sector, that level of resilience and I think it was a word that probably got used to death during COVID, but was that ability to pivot, to be flexible, to move very quickly and to adapt to situations is definitely, has been built into the industry. That level of resilience is is way above what it was sort of back in sort of early 2020. And you can see that by the way that people have moved quickly. I think obviously, you know, and I think people, as you said, really want to sort of feel that sense of community. So you know, we're seeing sort of you know, large food hall environments, street food sort of examples, and other festivals and events where people want to be there and want to be around other people to have that sort of sense of belonging.
Do we tend to see at a time like this, and are you seeing any evidence of it now in the Middle East, of different elements of the hospitality sector, the tourism industry as a whole, coming together and supporting each other, whether it's with an offer or an add-on, somehow trying to sort of nourish the whole ecosystem? Is that something we might be seeing?
I mean, I think definitely I've felt it myself with friends, colleagues, and contacts within the industry, people reaching out to each other, talking about what's going on, how can we support each other and work together. And sometimes that might just be an occasional, you know, letting people vent because they're having a bad day or a bad week or something. So that's definitely happened. But what we're definitely seeing, I think, as well, is, I think we sort of touched on it going back to almost the previous question, is this sense of people wanting to do things where they're, you know, they're being well looked after. They're creating sort of memories. They're feeling comfortable. You know, one of the huge successes we've just been involved in recently is the huge street food experience that's been developed in the Souk Al Zal region in Riyadh, where we've been astonished at the number of people that have been coming to that. Perhaps we thought there might have been a bit of a slowdown, but we've been seeing, you know, several thousand people a day coming through to experience that, because they just want a sense of belonging, something that's comforting, but something that's based around sort of substance and where they can really get together and enjoy themselves.
Yeah, and clearly Saudi Arabia is fortunate in that it's got a large domestic market. It's got the largest domestic market in the GCC. More than 35 million people live here. But the same cannot be said, can it, of other GCC countries that have a much more overseas expatriate demographic, a much more significant makeup of the population is from overseas, and a lot of those people will have perhaps gone home or will be thinking twice about travelling. I mean, do you think that's making the reality much tougher for countries, you know, like the United Arab Emirates, for example?
I mean, I think there's the Saudi has a huge advantage with, you know, the amount of that domestic market, the size of that domestic market, obviously also the religious, you know, tourism market as well. You know, that's a market that doesn't seem to have been overly impacted. It still seems to be, you know, seeing the footfall come through for that. But again, I think we saw it after COVID as well. You know, I think people suddenly realised what an amazing country Saudi is and how many different regions and different cities and, you know, new and exciting things happening within those cities and regions that gives people a reason to stay at home. And I think that gives the kingdom a huge advantage compared to some of the other sort of more, you know, internationally inbound tourist sort of markets that we see within the Gulf.
Do you think layoffs in the hospitality industry are a sad inevitability of the situation we're in right now?
I think, you know, having spoken to lots of sort of, you know, colleagues and contacts in the industry, everyone is doing everything in their power at the moment to minimise the impact on the teams. You know, looking to be smart and savvy in how they're doing it. You know, we are hearing stories that some businesses are having to go down that route already. But I think what we are seeing is such a sense of community where people are doing their utmost to, you know, to support teams and help them plan. You know, some people obviously have felt more comfortable to perhaps travel back to home countries and be with families during some of these challenging times. But there's a definite feeling of, you know, there's no sort of super commercial, really cutthroat set of, you know, decisions being made. People are really doing their best to see what they can do to support teams through this tough time, especially when we don't have a huge amount of visibility about how long it might go on for and what the longer term impact might be.
Any words of advice for a business owner or an employee who might be worried at this particular moment? I mean, are there any things people can usefully be doing? There is that old adage that you should paint the shop when business is bad. I mean, should hotels, restaurants be thinking about refits, upgrades to their facilities at this particular moment?
It's very interesting. We've gone through it ourselves at TGP. There was things that we had planned, perhaps that we were looking at in a in a very well considered way. Sometimes it actually gets that sense of urgency moving. And I think as an industry, we always have to remain positive. We're all about positivity. We're here to look after people and to show them an amazing experience and an amazing time. And if I've got advice, would be talk to your team, involve your team, keep everybody really involved in what you're doing so they understand the challenges that you might be facing. But also use the opportunity, if it's a refurb that's due to be done, take advantage to do that as quick as you can. If you've been looking at other projects, make sure that you move at pace with those, and make sure that you're very, very strong and ready to take the full sort of value from the situation once it does calm down and get back to normality. The one thing we know about the region is there's a huge amount of strength and resilience, and the region always tends to bounce back quicker than anywhere else in the world. We've seen it after 2008, we've seen it after COVID, and I think especially in Saudi, where you've got this, big domestic market, big landmass, a huge amount of interesting things for people to do and to see and to experience. I think we'll be in good shape to move forward and get back to all the sort of positive elements of the business as soon as we can.
Yeah, and bounce back, it probably will, won't it? And just like after COVID, there was that expression that everyone was talking about, revenge tourism, where people go on multiple holidays because they haven't had the opportunity to do that. Do you think we're likely to see a big sort of catch-up once the sort of geopolitical clouds have blown over?
I'm hoping that it doesn't take as long as COVID did to get there. Hopefully it'll be resolved a lot more quickly than that. But I'm certain there's a lot of pent-up sort of desire to do business, and that might be, there's sort of a personal element for people wanting to travel and go and see and do things. Hopefully they'll be within the region and enjoying their time there as well. But also from a business point of view, a lot of things are being delayed and postponed. But I think it could end up being a little bit like the sort of champagne stopper in the cork. And once the things get settled down again, we're going to have to do a lot of catching up and deal with all that demand that comes in, which can just be exciting. And I think to your point, Tom, that you made, people that have got their houses in order and nice and clean and tidy, and they've got their teams set and ready and well looked after, they're going to be in the best position to be able to deal with that demand when it comes back again.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Simon Wright, the founder and chairman of TGP International. Thanks for your time, sir.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Well, let's get some more perspective now. We can speak to Tim Corden, who is the Middle East Chief Operating Officer for Radisson Hotel Group. Tim, thank you very much indeed for joining us from the UAE, I gather. Now, Radisson, of course, has lots of properties right across the GCC region. There's one just down the road from us here in Riyadh. I mean, this ought to be peak season across the region, oughtn't it? It's a nice time of year, not too hot. But in the context of these unprecedented geopolitical tensions, I just wanted to start by asking you what the situation's looking like for you.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This would normally be a fantastic time of year. And we're coming out of almost a record-breaking Q1, where hospitality has shown its resilience and its strength, and it's had a fantastic trading period. And unfortunately now, we don't have quite such buoyant market conditions for quite obvious reasons. Hospitality, however, and hotels particularly, are resilient, and it is a resilient business, and I'm sure we'll bounce back. But right now, it is pretty tough times. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
And I'm imagining you're having to put in place various initiatives to bring in the revenue. What sort of initiatives have you rolled out?
Various different things across different markets, really. I mean, if we talk about Saudi Arabia for a minute, where we have 36 operational hotels and 50 hotels in total, it's actually performing a little bit better than other parts of the GCC, primarily because of the large domestic population and the resident population in Saudi Arabia. And also because it's such a large country. I mean, Jeddah is still doing, I would say, relatively well. Riyadh and the eastern provinces are a little bit more affected. But we're trying now to pivot to more local attractions, utilise the fantastic restaurants and food and beverage and meeting facilities we have in our hotels for the local audience, as well as entertaining people who are travelling regionally.
Yeah, and obviously, Tim, generating revenue is all well and good, but costs have to be kept under close control as well. What sorts of things are you having to do on that front?
Well, I don't want to make too many comparisons to to the pandemic that we dealt with a few years ago. But because it's not like that. It is quite different. But we are taking some of the cost saving measures and things that we learned during that period, and we are implementing them. When revenue drops significantly, your first thoughts, of course, or our first thoughts during this time, of course, were how do we look after our people? How do we look after our teams? How do we look after our guests? And also, how do we look after our buildings? Because hotels are essentially about the people who are in them. And there's no real memorable moment created without the wonderful teams that we have operating hotels. So protecting those people is super important to us. But there's a reality, of course, around not letting a revenue crisis become a solvency crisis for hotels. So we are having to take some cost-saving measures. And that's a wide range of things depending on different hotels. We're asking people to take time off, for example, or we're putting into place energy saving initiatives, or we're talking to customers and suppliers who we use for different services in the hotel, which we perhaps won't be using over the next few months. And we're really trying to hammer down absolutely everything we can to keep those businesses stable and going concern.
Yeah, and it's not just tourists, is it? Because, we tend to think of people going to nice hotels as being quite often on holiday and so on. Of course, business travel is a very important part of your revenue makeup. And have you noticed business trips as well being, reduced significantly in number?
Yes, we have. Regional business trips are still there. Compared to leisure, business travel is more robust. It is more stable because people still need to do business. There's still business happening in the GCC, and people still need to be able to service their clients, look at their infrastructure, and make sure things are working. So business travel is still continuing. Of course, it's down. It's not as buoyant as it was. And international business travel is the most affected, of course. So what we're seeing is regional travel is still being sustained to a limited level. And we're trying to look after those customers as well as we possibly can, and retain that business and make sure the hotels are doing what they can here, yeah.
I know you said this isn't like COVID, although sometimes it does feel a bit like a COVID situation living here in the region, and you wonder why venues are operating at such low occupancy levels. But, are there some lessons that were learnt from COVID that can perhaps be snap back into place in a time like now? Perhaps initiatives, if nothing else, preparing for the eventual bounce back in traveller numbers. Anything you can share with us there?
Yeah, there's 2 or 3 points I think we learned during COVID. And the first one I'd say is that, don't close your hotels. The only thing that's absolutely certain if you close a hotel is that the revenue line drops to zero. Cost line does not. You still need to have people in the business looking after the building, turning the chillers on and maintaining the asset. So the cost line is still there, much reduced, but revenue is definitely nothing if you close your hotel. And what we discovered during COVID, and I think what we're beginning to discover here, is that there is business around. There's still a small amount of business there. And eventually these situations do generate their own type of business sometimes. And that's certainly what happened during the pandemic. And I think we're beginning to see a little bit of that happening in certain sectors.
Like what? Are you sort of seeing people going on wellness sort of retreats or staycations, or people who perhaps wouldn't necessarily want to stay in a hotel because they live there anyway, but they're thinking, why not? Because there's an attractive offer on redeemable F&B, for example. Is that something you're seeing?
Yeah, that's part of it. That's definitely part of it. But we also see different contractors coming into the region, people who manage situations like this, and corporate entities that employ these companies to help them manage their crises. They need somewhere to stay. They need somewhere to operate from. So there's that. There's also people, as you say, taking advantage of the great offers that we have on for staycations and for F&B and to travel around the region and see parts of it perhaps that they haven't seen before. The other thing that we learned from COVID is that we need to look after our talent. Because if we don't have that talent in place, as you rightly say, when the bounce back comes, we get caught out. And the bounce back happened really quickly in COVID, and I'm pretty sure it's going to happen the same way now, so long as this crisis finishes fairly soon, which we all hope and pray it does.
Exactly. You make a really good point there. Finding the right people, training them up, and expecting them to hit the ground running when the demand returns is obviously a cost in itself. Any collaborations you're doing with other businesses or complementary businesses in your sector?
I think the thing I point to in terms of collaboration is the collaboration within our industry. Hotels operate in a wonderful environment where, as I've said before, we really focus on people. And I've got to comment on how, when this crisis started, and even now as we enter, several weeks of it, how the hotel companies have together, hotels in the community, regardless of brand, regardless of type of hotel, are pulling together and helping each other out. When somebody needs something, we all come together. And I've been really proud to be part of this industry when I see so many times cities coming together and hotels collaborating to make sure they're doing the best job they possibly can.
What do you think the rationale is for that? Is it because, you'd think that hotels are competing with each other, and yet, listening to you speak, it sounds like you all feel like you're part of a sort of an ecosystem and everyone has something to offer in that ecosystem, and if one goes, everyone suffers. Is that the thinking?
I think it's even more human than that. We do compete, but we're all hoteliers and we're hospitality professionals, and it's in our nature to host, to look after each other and to look after people. Our job is to put smiles on people's faces and make them feel comfortable and safe. And I think that's something that is within us. We really want to do that, and it gives us enormous pleasure to be able to do that. And whether that's one of our own customers, someone else's customer, or indeed a colleague from another organisation, then it's all the same. We try and do our best to look after people.
Tim, any words of advice for someone employed in the hospitality sector who's perhaps worried about their livelihood?
Stick with it. Time and again, hotels and hospitality have seen crises come and go. And one thing is absolutely true on every single crisis: the bounce back is strong, the bounce back is positive. And what you end up with is an enormous amount of learning that you take away from a crisis like this. So that if you can step back from it a second and say, well, in maybe 1 year or 18 months or 6 months, things are going to get better. And eventually it's going to be even better than it was before this crisis. So that's the mindset you need to have. And then what have I learned through this? What can I take away from this experience, this tough time we're doing now? How have I sharpened my business? How have I become a more robust or more resilient individual through this tough time? And I think that's the value, if we can say that, from going through these difficult periods.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Tim Corden, the Middle East Chief Operating Officer at the Radisson Hotel Group. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Well, for more, we're joined now by Bhavesh Rawal, who is the General Manager for Banyan Tree Alula. He's also the Area Manager for Asha Valley in the Oasis City, overseeing our Habitas, Caravan and Mariah operations. Thank you so much for joining us, Bhavesh. I just want to start by asking, in a normal year, you probably expect to be seeing 300,000 visitors there in Alula. And, I know there's a hope that it'll be a considerably larger number by the year 2030. But I want to start by asking you what sort of an impact you're seeing in Alula already as a result of the regional geopolitical tensions.
Tom, first of all, I just want to thank you for having me on this show. Obviously, we know that there has been a lot of things happening around the world at this point of time. But I would just say that Alula, we are still blessed. We had a very strong Eid. We actually closed the Asha Valley almost 100% occupancy, which was great, right? But what we had to do was we had to change our strategy. And our strategy has mainly changed from the international tourist to the local domestic tourism. And that's what's basically bringing the people from Saudi Arabia into Alula at this point of time.
Right, and you're pitching your products and services at the higher end of the market, if I've understood correctly. Haven't been there yet to check out Alula, but I gather that what you're focused on is more the luxury end. Does that tend to be the end of the market that's perhaps the most resilient?
So it is, right? And I think, Tom, if you have not been to Alula, you got to come here, right? Because this is one of the best destinations you would have ever visited in your life. I can guarantee you that, right? And yeah, we do pitch into the luxury market. We do pitch into is a market which is basically with the high net worth people. But we also have the products which basically caters for the domestic and even the, I would say, the local population as well, right? So we got people coming from the high net worth to middle class and to all the categories.
Right, and as you mentioned, domestic tourists are a really big slice of the revenue pie for you. Are you seeing an uptick in people who live here in Saudi Arabia who want to go on a staycation, or who are perhaps a bit more focused on wellness than they would be in an ordinary circumstances?
Yeah, we have seen a big uplift on that, right? And especially when the flights has been a bit of a challenge with all the disturbances and everything happening around. We basically have pitched our products to the local market, and we've seen a lot of people actually coming from Medina, from Tabuk, from Jeddah, from Riyadh, trying to experience our beautiful property. And as you just said very correctly as well, wellness is one of our key roles, which we portray and which we position ourselves in this Ashar Valley.
Okay, I mean, it must feel a little bit like déjà vu in a sense, in that, the whole world went through quite a tough time, especially the hospitality and tourism segments having to deal with COVID. I mean, are there lessons that were learnt during COVID, and perhaps as a result of those lessons, you're perhaps better prepared now for a situation like the one we're in right now?
No, we are definitely much more prepared. And myself have been in the Middle East for over 25 years, right? So I've seen around 4 to 5 situations like this, which has happened. And I think every situation just makes you stronger, bolder, and better. And the learnings from the past definitely helps. And that's why it's very important to be aligned in terms of changes, right? And we got to, again, keep changing our strategies in terms of the situation. And that's what we've done over here in Alula at this point of time.
Is there an argument for doing some improvements or some, upgrades to facilities? I know everything is pretty new there in Alula as it is, but obviously it wouldn't be a great time to repaint hotel rooms and that sort of thing if your occupancy was at 100%. So is there an argument for perhaps doing some of that stuff now?
We are, Tom, we are. It is great you mentioned that, right? And we always take the advantage of situations like this, right, in terms of upgrading our products. So we are also looking into bringing some, I would say, different categories of rooms, which we have been thinking about from the past. And this is the perfect timings. We are trying to build a couple of more extra swimming pools. We're trying to, again, elevate the entire experiences. We're trying to upgrade our spa products, just to ensure that we are able to be aligned with what people want over here. And this is the best time to do it, when the occupancies goes a bit down and it's downtime, and we can do a lot of things.
Whilst obviously keeping a very close eye on the bottom line and managing your cost base, any sort of measures you're having to put into place at this stage, or are we not quite there yet with regards to perhaps some reductions in costs?
So no, we look at the business very, I would say, practicality-wise, right? And this is the time when we look into is the top lines and the bottom lines both. But at this particular time, we haven't taken any significant, I would say, cuts or anything, and I don't think so we have to take it as well. But obviously, looking at the situation, we have done is the practicality of the things, which makes like putting people on vacations. Some people want to go and see their families for a bit more longer time, so we allow those things. And we basically just look into is not diluting the revenues, but again, to see how we can make the most of it in terms of situation where we can use a cross exposure of the properties as well. So we give people a preference that they can stay in the habitats and can visit Banyan Tree, or can visit the Maraya, or can experience the Caravan. We put some very strong packages in terms of wellness, giving them some extra tools, which would have been a massive price if the market was stable. But at this point of time, they're able to come and experience all those beautiful value adds, what we have for our guests.
Right. So clearly you're having to be quite creative, and you've got these offerings that perhaps wouldn't be there, because, I presume now would ordinarily be peak season for you, or perhaps the beginning of the end of the peak season. What about collaborations with other businesses as part of your sort of add-on proposition to clients? Are you doing any collaborations with any other companies in sort of parallel sectors?
Yeah, we do, right? And what we've seen in Alula is the first 2 months, the Jan and Feb was one of the strongest months which we had experienced, right? Even the March, right, wasn't a bad month for us, to be very honest, right? And April is something where we're seeing a bit of dip. But what we've done is a collaboration with the third parties in terms of giving them more wellness initiatives, right? So we do is more sound healings, more night yogas, full moon yogas, Pilates, extra classes, and things like those with the third parties as well, We get people from cross countries. I get people from Dubai, from our different banyan tree hotels, from our Habitats hotels, just to give them a more of a cross exposure for them as colleagues, and even an experience to our guests by bringing those people in and having some extra curriculum activities for them.
And just lastly, Bhavesh, I mean, I'm building up a picture in my mind of Alula with perhaps fewer visitors than it would ordinarily have at this particular time of year, and some great offers out there as well. I mean, it sounds like a very good time to visit.
It is indeed a great time to visit, and we have just launched some very, very good offers, and there's more in the pipeline as well. But if I was you, I was in Saudi Arabia, I would not miss a chance to come here if you have the time and the ability to come away to Alula.
Well, I think you've done a very convincing sell there. I'm definitely going to keep that in mind. Thank you so much. We're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Bhavesh Rawal, the area manager for Asha Valley in Alula. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you, Tom. It was a pleasure to be here.
Well, we're joined now by Adam McEwen, who is the Group CEO of Hero Experiences, which describes itself as a portfolio of immersive eco-luxury experiences in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. And it includes platinum heritage and offers things like balloon flights in the oasis city of Alula here in Saudi Arabia. Adam, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to join us. I just wanted to start by asking if you could just tell us a little bit more about Hero Experiences and what you actually offer.
Sure. Well, thank you very much for the invitation, Tom. So Hero Experiences is entering into its third season in Alula. I actually visited as a tourist the first time I went to Alula, and I was absolutely blown away by how beautiful it was. And I was actually attending the Alula Skies Hot Air Balloon Festival. As an owner of a hot air balloon company, that was of particular interest to me, of course, as a tourist. But when I was there, I was absolutely blown away. And I was just thought to myself, for 2 weeks of the year, you can show up to a festival and do these amazing balloon flights. But what about the remaining 50 weeks of the year? So I then embarked on discovering how I could launch hot air balloons in Saudi Arabia, because there was no hot air balloon companies running permanent commercial flights. That took about 2 years working with the civil aviation authorities, trying to work out exactly how we can get that done. And eventually, 3 seasons ago, we launched permanent hot air balloon flights. What is very, very special about Alula, of course, is the UNESCO site of Hegra. It's something that is very, very fascinating to see from the ground, of course, but from the air offered a completely unique perspective. A lot of people haven't seen it from above, and you get to see the whole landscape, the whole area, and of course the beautiful canyons and dunes around it. So it was just an absolutely perfect flight, and something that we just had to embark on as a business. So since then, it's been very, very successful. We flew 5,000 guests last year, which is fantastic for a small little destination. And then following that, we entered into the Sharan Nature Reserve, absolutely stunning natural reserve and future home of the Arabian leopard, where they're going to release the Arabian leopard in its natural habitat. And we conduct eco safaris inside the reserve, where we drive through different kind of ecosystems, different biomes, and take guests out to do everything from beautiful curated dinners, stargazing, night walks, and of course a safari through the reserve.
Wow.
That's what we do.
Okay, so Hero Experience is offering some wonderful opportunities to people in the region and further afield as well, I imagine. But this ought to be peak season for you there in Alula, oughtn't it? I mean, it ought to be the time of the year when you've got the highest number of visitors. It's kind of academic school holidays in lots of parts of the world. And yet we are in a situation where there are ongoing regional geopolitical tensions. What impact is that having on you, Adam?
So when the tensions first started, it was during Ramadan. So Ramadan is traditionally a quiet time anyway. And that's something where we always kind of take our foot off the gas. Maybe some of our guides go on leave. So for us, the impact wasn't noticeable straight away. Then Eid came around, and Eid was surprisingly good. We were hopeful that the domestic tourism market would pick up, but we were a little bit surprised about how good it was. So we had multiple days where we were sold out. We had no more balloon spaces available, and our safaris were sold out. So we were pleasantly surprised. It has started to kind of taper off now that the Eid holidays are over and it's kind of business as usual. And we're just finding the dynamics have changed a little bit. So, for example, we always had a very strong domestic travel on the weekends, and the international travel is usually coming midweek. So it kind of evened itself out a little bit. So at the moment, midweek travel has taken a bit of a dive. So we're down about 40% midweek compared to where we were same time last year. But our weekend traffic is roughly about the same as the year before. So the impact across the week is actually fairly minimal for us so far.
Okay, so domestic tourism, again, it's a recurrent theme in this program today, a real cushion, isn't it, for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia versus other markets that just don't have that demographic. You are, of course, just listening to what you're saying and also looking at your website, at the higher end of the market, catering to one could call it a luxury segment. And I'm just wondering, does that tend to be the most resilient segment when times get tough?
Yeah, usually luxury segment is the first to arrive after a crisis and the last to leave. So we're very lucky to be positioned in that place. But I would say the luxury market is more about concentrating on privacy. This is something that we've been doing for a lot of time. So we don't do mass tourism events. We never run events for hundreds of people. It's always been about curating special journeys for people and exceeding the expectations that they come in. So for us, we're kind of, let's say, in the right place at the right time to have that type of business model for an event like this.
Okay, I'm just wondering about your cost base. Are you having to do anything on that front to adapt to the current situation?
Yeah, well, in Saudi Arabia, no. We're actually running business as usual at the moment. We are anticipating potentially a quieter summer because there were some international tourists that were flying through and they would come and visit Alula during the summer. So we'll have to do some slight changes. In the UAE, it's a very different story. We've had to halt all of our operations in the UAE. There's no inbound tourism, and the domestic market is extremely small in comparison. So we've had a significant impact in the UAE and a very minor marginal impact in Saudi.
Okay. I mean, were you operating, I can't recall, were you in operations during the time of COVID, either in this region or elsewhere? And if so, were there any lessons that you learned from the sort of the pandemic years that perhaps can be put into action now?
Yeah, we are calling this COVID 2.0 because it feels very similar. And surprisingly enough, happened at almost the same time of the year. It was about 2 weeks apart, 1st of March versus 15th of March. So it's feeling eerily similar, but we have learned a lot. And I think this time we acted a lot faster. We were able to kind of understand the gravity of the situation in the UAE a lot faster. And we were, let's say, hopeful about the Saudi domestic tourism market from what we had seen from COVID, where the domestic market, let's say, switches itself on in those times where it's difficult to travel. So we'd learned a lot from COVID. But what's interesting from the experience I had with the global financial crisis before, where the industry doesn't go back to normal, it always comes back slightly different. And the adaptation is what's important. So from the global financial crisis, for example, after that was, let's say, a little bit of a race to the bottom. So price became the most significant factor when it came to choice. After COVID, price became irrelevant, and it was more about the quality of the experience, the privacy, and getting out and let's say, living your best life, because people had been impacted by being indoors for a long time, and they just wanted to go out and explore Mother Nature. So we were really adapted to that more private nature. What happens after this? I think there will be not back to normal. There'll be a new normal. What that looks like, we're still examining what that market will be. But we are definitely going to be there to explore, and hopefully our adaptations work.
I mean, before these geopolitical tensions really started having an effect, I mean, what were you seeing as far as the evolution of the tourism landscape here in Saudi Arabia?
So when we first started, what we saw is two predominant markets. We saw the international market, and we saw the expat domestic tourist. So we saw people that were working in Jeddah and Riyadh that were then going out and spending their time doing experiences like ours. The Saudi domestic market was slower to adapt, but once they did adapt, and it seemed to come through different channels, predominantly via word of mouth. Once word of mouth spread, we saw like a rapid acceleration of adoption from the Saudi domestic tourists. So we were really on a positive trend. I think that trend is continuing. So we're very optimistic and hopeful that the impact will be minimized by the fact that that word of mouth and excitement was definitely starting to spread.
Adam, is there an argument for seizing this opportunity that we have now, perhaps slightly quieter during the weeks, as you were saying, than it is at the weekends, and perhaps, implementing some upgrades or some improvements to your business or your product? Is that something you've got in mind?
Well, one thing that we are working with the Royal Commission for Alula is developing packages together. Very, very significant studies have shown what I guess in our industry we always felt, that when people choose a destination, they choose a destination based on what there is to do. Not usually how to get there or where to stay, but what to do. So we're working with them to put hotel activity packages together to make a midweek stay more attractive. So hopefully we'll be able to launch some special tours soon, where we can do things like flying over Hegra and then combining that with a classic Land Rover tour inside Hegra. So you see the beautiful UNESCO site from above and then from below. These are the kind of innovations that maybe take a long time to roll out, but at the moment, everyone is all ears on how to fill that midweek. So hopefully we'll be able to launch some innovative products very soon.
Yeah, and those new products might be part of the new normal that we were talking about just a moment ago. Just lastly, Adam, I mean, fewer tourists, some good deals. Sounds like a pretty good time to visit Alula.
Yeah, I mean, there's some fantastic deals on the hotels. The midweek prices especially, I've never seen rates like that before. And you've got beautiful hotels like the Chedi that's inside of Hegra in an old restored train station. You've got Banyan Tree, Habitas, even the caravans. And a lot of times they're upgrading people from the caravans into Habitas. It's a fantastic time of the year. The weather is perfect. It's perfect for ballooning. It's perfect to go in and explore. And the hotel rates are the best I've seen in 3 seasons. So definitely a good time to go and explore your own country.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Adam McEwen, Group CEO of Hero Experiences. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you, Tom. You're welcome.
And finally, the city of Taif, which is in western Saudi Arabia, is known as the City of Roses, and for a very good reason. Roses drive a multi-million-dollar industry with many products made from the famously fragrant flowers there, which are grown on more than 60 different farms. Well, the rose picking season is now well underway, and some 550 million blooms are harvested every single year. Much of that crop is then distilled in large copper pots, and the resulting rose water and rose oil are amongst the world's most expensive essential oils. Well, thank you for watching The Real Deal here on Arabiya English. Look forward to seeing you again with more business news next week. Until then, bye-bye.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
الثاني من نوفمبر
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a brief letter promising his government support for creating a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. Marked the beginning of a century of conflicts and wars that would forever alter the fate of Palestine and the entire region. 108 years later, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer stood before the world. On September 20th, 2025, before the cameras, announcing his country's recognition of the state of Palestine.
I state clearly, as Prime Minister of this great country, that the United Kingdom formally recognises the state of Palestine.
As your chairman has reminded you...
The British recognition carried special symbolism. No other nation has played a more decisive role in the modern history of Palestine than Britain itself.
It is nearly 16 years since he recruited me to the Zionist movement.
Under the 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement between Britain and France, Britain took control of Palestine, placing it under military rule, just as it did with other parts of the Middle East. A year later, Balfour confirmed in his letter to Lord Rothschild, the wealthy British Jew, that his government viewed with favor the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The Balfour Declaration was not just a letter, it reflected a clear colonial policy. Britain had also promised independence to the Arabs, in return for their support against the Ottomans, a promise that was never kept. In 1920, Britain formally declared its mandate over Palestine. As the de facto authority, the British allowed waves of Jewish immigration into Palestinian lands. The resulting anger led to massive uprisings in cities like Jerusalem, Jaffa, and Haifa, culminating in a Palestinian revolt in 1936 that lasted 3 years before being brutally crushed by British forces. Following that, the British Peel Commission, after investigating the situation, recommended dividing Palestine into 2 states, one Jewish and one Arab, concluding that the mandate system was no longer sustainable due to the rising conflict. On the eve of World War II in 1939, a British white paper sought to calm both sides. It announced the support for establishing an independent Palestinian state where Arabs and Jews would live together within 10 years. But both sides rejected the plan. It satisfied neither their ambitions nor their fears.
Keinen Mund, die mehr zu zwingen vermag, dann wird unser Wille und unser Heil.
The outbreak of the World War made Palestine even more volatile. As the Nazis tightened their grip on Europe's Jews, migration quickened, until Jews made up nearly 1/3 of Palestine's population. In 1947, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin handed the matter to the United Nations, announcing Britain's withdrawal from the mandate.
The resolution of the Dutch Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions.
Under Resolution 181, the UN voted in favor of partition. The Jews accepted it, while the Arabs rejected it. In 1948, Britain withdrew as an occupying power, leaving behind a land already in flames. Soon after, on May 14, 1948, the State of Israel was declared. And the Nakba began. Over 750,000 Palestinians were forced from their homes in the war that followed. During the Suez Crisis of 1956, Britain joined the tripartite aggression against Egypt, but its failure showed the world that Britain was no longer the dominant power controlling the region's destiny. The United States had become the global superpower instead. In June 1980, European nations, including Britain, met in Venice, Italy, and issued what became known as the Venice Declaration. The declaration was a pivotal moment. For the first time, the West collectively affirmed that the Palestinians were not merely refugees, but a people with legitimate political rights. The Oslo Accords of 1993 revived hopes for peace in the region. Britain supported the negotiations and financed the emerging Palestinian Authority. It seemed the Palestinian state was finally near. Yet, as settlement expansion and repressive Israeli policies continued, optimism quickly faded. In 2014, the British Parliament voted by majority to recognize the state of Palestine, but the vote was purely symbolic. The government refused implementation, insisting on a negotiated solution first. Yet, public pressure keeps the issue alive in London. For many Britons, it has become increasingly clear that their country bears a historic responsibility. In 2023, Palestine faced another pivotal moment as Israel launched its ongoing assault on Gaza following the events of October 7th. Tens of thousands of Palestinians tragically lost their lives in Israeli strikes, and many, many more were injured in this ongoing conflict. More than 80% of the Gaza Strip was destroyed. The new catastrophe in Gaza and Israel's repeated refusal to heed ceasefire calls placed immense pressure on Western governments, some of which finally decided to recognize the state of Palestine. Britain was among the first, and its decision was seen as the most significant and symbolic. Keir Starmer's declaration came more than a century after the Balfour Declaration. Britain, once the source of Palestine's wound, had now recognized its statehood. But the question remains, will that truly be enough for a Palestinian state to rise?
From threatening to obliterate Iran's power plants to making good progress on ending the war, the deal-maker-in-chief has been hard at work. On the eve of his latest deadline, President Donald Trump has granted Iran a 5-day reprieve. So is President Trump backing down, or is Iran capitulating? It's up for debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. On Friday, President Trump said he was considering winding down his war on Iran. On Saturday, he threatened to completely obliterate Iran's power plants if it didn't reopen the Strait of Hormuz in 48 hours. And then on Monday, as that deadline was fast approaching, he revealed the two countries had been in talks about ending the whole thing.
We have major points of agreement. I would say almost all points of agreement. Perhaps that hasn't been conveyed. The communication, as you know, has been blown to pieces. They're unable to talk to each other. But we've had very strong talks. Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner had them. They went, I would say, perfectly.
It's quite an extreme policy shift over just 4 days. So what exactly is going on? And could it have something to do with this dire warning from the head of the International Energy Agency?
Many of us remember the two consecutive oil crises in 1970s, 1973 and 1979. In each of the crises, the world has lost about 5 million barrels per day. Both of them together 10 million barrels per day. Only as of today, we lost 11 million barrels per day. So more than 2 major oil shocks put together.
On this episode, we'll ask, is President Trump looking for an Iran war off-ramp? If so, has he achieved his objectives, or is the region worse off? And would calling time on the conflict now leave Gulf allies exposed? Joining us for this discussion is George Samueli, Senior Research Fellow at the Global Policy Institute and author of Bombs for Peace, NATO's Humanitarian War on Yugoslavia. Dr. Danya Thaffa is joining us, a political scientist and director of the Gulf International Forum. And rounding out our panel is Arash Azizi, lecturer at Yale University and author of What Iranians Want, Women, Life, Freedom. To all of our panellists, thank you for joining us here on Counterpoints. Well, has President Trump blinked? Just a few days ago, he issued an ultimatum to Iran. Open the Strait of Hormuz or we'll destroy your energy infrastructure. Iran responded, not by backing down, though, but by upping the ante, saying it would target all energy infrastructure in the region. President Trump also recently said he wasn't interested in negotiating a ceasefire. Now we hear talks are underway. So, Arash, let's start with you. Is this a sign that President Trump is scrambling for some sort of an off-ramp?
I think President Trump is trying to find an end to the campaign, for sure. But, you know, I'm not sure he's sort of just scrambling for an off-ramp, but what he's always wanted from his first term to now has been a regime in Iran that he can make a deal with. He doesn't care if this regime is democratic. He doesn't care, you know, which Ayatollah is in power. What he cares is that it's a constellation of power in Tehran that can deal with him, that can play ball with him on a few of his things, on a few of his demands. And I think he now judges that there might be just such an administration in Iran. I think there's much evidence, despite the fact that Mr. Ghalibaf has denied it, that there has been some talks between two sides. I think Ghalibaf and Trump are two people who can get along in many ways. And I think that's what the president is angling for. I mean, there might have been also some, you know, maneuver to calm the oil markets. They might have, you know, and there is a lot of Trumpian stuff in there. But I think ultimately he's just, you know, getting what he's angling to get what he wants, what he's always wanted for like a decade.
Mm-hmm. George, what do you think? Is this a sign that the president is willing to be the one who's backing down, or is it Iran who is capitulating under 4 weeks now of pressure?
Well, I don't think that Iran is capitulating, because I think this war has not gone badly for Iran. Iran has accomplished what it set out to do when Israel and the United States launched their attacks. Iran prevails as long as it is not defeated, and Iran prevails as long as it raises the costs to the United States. And the costs to the United States are a world economy that is on the brink of collapsing into a global recession. We're now talking about an oil crisis on the scale that we haven't seen since the 1970s. So I don't think Iran is the one that's losing. Trump, I think, embarked on this venture probably against his better judgment, but we don't yet know, because he had been persuaded by Bibi Netanyahu that an easy victory was possible in Iran, that somehow, you know, Trump had had a number of quite easy victories over Iran in the past. He had assassinated General Soleimani. There were no repercussions. The 12-day war, there were no repercussions. And I think he probably felt Iran is a paper tiger. This should be pretty easy. Now Trump has seen that this is anything but easy, and he's walked back many of the demands that he has made during the past 3 weeks. I mean, he talked about unconditional surrender. He talked about regime change. All of that is gone, and I think he wants to get out. Why does he want to get out? Well, because he doesn't want the entire world economy to go down the sinkhole. He, after all, is not the president of Israel. He's the president of the United States. And as the president of the United States, he does have a vested interest in global economic stability. So I think he wants to make sure that that somehow he's not the man responsible for the worst economic crisis since the 1930s.
Okay. All right. Danya, weigh in on it here for us. What do you make of the two opinions that you've heard, and where do you fall on this one?
Well, I think, I would agree with both of them that Trump is certainly looking for a deal. But also, I think I would look at this with cautious optimism, because Trump has, in the past, showed that he's willing to negotiate. He's in a negotiation, and then he comes out and does something the exact opposite of that, like such as striking or doing other activities that has caused, I think, more conflict. More than that, I think that from Trump's perspective, war is deception. And that's why you see his goalpost moving the way in which he's been communicating every hour a different perspective, a different point. And I think in that regard, I wouldn't be 100% sure about what exactly he's doing. I do think he said that the tax on the power plants would be moved by 5 days, in which within 5 days, the markets will close again. And as we saw, oil prices fell. So it could be a strategy of buying more time. And so I think it's still unclear.
Who needs this ceasefire more, Arash? Is it more beneficial to the US to wrap this up now or more beneficial to Iran?
It's not how it works. Both sides really want it. The stakes are very different from both sides. We're talking about the world's foremost superpower.
Well, because President Trump said he wasn't interested in a negotiated ceasefire. So why, and that was as late as last Friday, so why does he want one now?
It's just how you talk. It's bluster. Of course he's interested in a ceasefire. Anybody who, I live in New York, every day, every 1 hour, someone is complaining about the price of the petrol here. It immediately has an effect on everything. Has anyone tried to book holidays right now? The price of airlines is already much more than it was before. So, of course, he cares. It's not true that he doesn't care. And it's clear that the Iranian regime is no pushover. It didn't submit to him the way some had thought. It didn't got toppled in a revolution like many had thought. So, of course, he cares. But, of course, he's also not going to say that. That's his style. And now he says, we want a deal and they want a deal, right? And that's what he said today. He also said, me and the Ayatollah are going to share the Strait of Hormuz together. That's, you know what that is? That is effectively saying, I want to work with Iran. So it's the president. He will say different things, in different hours to different people. But the broader picture is clear.
George, he may say that he will share the Strait of Hormuz with the Supreme Leader, but does Iran want to share it with President Trump? Do you see this current leadership as a leadership that is more willing, lenient, able to work collectively with the United States? Are we in a Venezuela-style arrangement here?
Well, of course, that was President Trump's half-witted notion when he embarked on this venture that he's going to pull a Delcy Rodriguez on Iran. Somebody should have told him, Venezuela is Venezuela, Iran is Iran. You can't do a Delcy Rodriguez here. I don't think Iran has any interest in negotiating anything with the United States unless the United States is willing to make very substantial concessions, the very concessions the United States wasn't prepared to make in Oman last year and in Geneva this year. So Iran is now going to go for a much better deal than the one in Geneva that he was actually willing to accept. So it's now the United States would have to accept a worse deal that it had rejected in Geneva. So the Iran would, at a minimum, ask for sanctions relief. Iran would ask for the unfreezing of frozen assets. And most important, Iran would need pledges from the United States that it's not going to go and attack again in 5, 6, 8 months' time. That's going to be the most important point, because if Iran just simply says, okay, fine, let's call it a day and it's over, then, of course, Israel and the United States are going to come back and they're going to attack Iran again, and then Iran will be in a weaker position. So Iran now has to show that it's now in a strong position and that it's a really bad idea to come and attack us again, because if you do that, you are really going to suffer. You thought this was suffering, you're going to really suffer next time. So Iran has to present this some kind of a deterrent to the United States. Don't ever do this again. So Iran isn't going to go back to the status quo ante.
Dania, I'm going to bring you in here on this in just a moment, but I want to quickly fling it back to Arash just to get your reaction on one point there that George said. Is Iran now in a better position to negotiate a better deal for itself than it was before?
Yeah, I think it's undeniable that it's in a better position. It fought. It showed itself. It reminds me of Egypt after the Yom Kippur War. Egypt lost the Yom Kippur War in 1973 to the Israelis, but it fought. So it showed that it could stand up and fight. And the Islamic Republic has also shown that it can, hold itself. Didn't collapse immediately. Put up a fight. It's very much, if the war finishes today, it could very much claim some sort of victory. Although all its fundamentals are in disarray, so we would have tons of real problems if it stops now. But yeah, it's arguably in a better position. And let me say something. It's very fascinating. It's a psychological point. It might even agree to a deal very similar to the one before the war, but it will do it with more dignity now. It can say, look, we beat back two superpowers. We didn't collapse. We were able to survive. They killed their leader, but we were able to, remain in power. So even if the terms of the deal are not very different, they'll be able to do it. They'll be able to do it from a stronger position and have a better way selling it to their own base.
Dania, what do you think? Is Iran in a stronger negotiating position now? And I guess then, by extension, does that mean that the United States has done all of this just to lose more cards in the hand?
I don't know. It depends how you define a strong position. Iran's goal is to survive. I don't know if survival is really, a strong position. And Iran's strategy is to disrupt. They've disrupted, like I'm here in the Gulf, for example, they're able to disrupt travel and disrupt the Strait of Hormuz and disrupt like everyday life. Yes, they have successfully achieved that. But I will also say that the U.S. had a three-phase approach to this war and has achieved some of its military objectives. Now, politically speaking, there's a big question mark there. And especially when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, who's going to control the Strait of Hormuz? And Iran can disrupt the Strait of Hormuz very easily. Therefore, I think this is really the chokehold for the U.S. I personally think that Trump wants an end to this war. Certainly speaking, the economy is very important to him. Gas prices are high. There's a midterm election in the U.S. coming up. There are many reasons why the U.S. would want this war to end soon. But I am not convinced that it's necessarily true that this iteration of negotiation will be that point where a deal will be struck. I think Iran has asked for certain things like reparation and payment for the war, not even a ceasefire, a full stop to the war. And I think Trump, he's asking for the ballistic missiles to completely be removed, which I think is a big ask for Iran because it's the only thing that Iran can use to protect itself. So I'm not sure where they're going to come to with an agreement.
It's going to be interesting days ahead. Okay, I'm going to move us on to our second segment of the debate so we can have a look at whether or not this has been a successful campaign. Let's drill down on it a little bit because, as you were just mentioning there, all of you, I suppose, the Iranian leadership remains in place, for now at least. Energy instability is troubling the world, and diplomatic norms across the broader region have been thrown into chaos. Now, there have been a raft of justifications given for the war, but not all of them have been so easily fulfilled. For example, the country is still refusing to give up its civil nuclear ambitions, and Dania, as you were saying there, its ballistic ambitions as well. The US has been seemingly unable to achieve that Venezuela-style regime change. So, George, how successful, or otherwise, has the US war been? Because President Trump is saying he's ready to wrap it up now because we've pretty much achieved everything we needed to.
Well, it obviously hasn't been successful because he hasn't forced a surrender on the part of Iran. So even if you've degraded their military capability, first of all, you haven't destroyed their military capability. They're obviously still capable of launching missiles. They're capable of launching drones. But even if you were to call it a day now, if Trump were to call it a day now, Iran will say, well, we're in a great position because, whatever missiles you've lost, that can be restored. Drones, they can be restored. So all that can be done, but you haven't forced a surrender. And what the most important thing is that for Iran to have withstood everything that the United States had thrown at it, and of course it withstood Israel, Israel, which was supposed to be the regional superpower, then its prestige around the world will be enormously enhanced. So it'll be a much worse position for Israel and the United States because now Iran will have prevailed, will have seen off the United States, and will be, a kind of a little like Ho Chi Minh was in the 1970s, with enormous international reputation for having stood up to the might of the United States. So if you pick a fight, as the United States did, this was a war of choice. You tried to knock this government over. You have failed. Then obviously you have failed, and so this is clearly a failure on the part of the United States. Not enough just to degrade their military capability. You can always get that. You haven't achieved any of your political objectives.
Dania, do you think the United States has failed?
I still think that the United States have met their military objectives. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, indeed.
Okay, I was saying my internet's unstable. That the U.S. has met its military objectives in terms of even a superiority through the air fighting. But the thing is, of course, politically speaking, regime change in Iran is a complicated process and idea, probably requires a lot of boots on the ground, many years of war. And if that was the objective, of course, it has not been achieved. But I also would like to make a point that I wouldn't take every word Trump says, such as surrender, as, as exactly what his war objectives are. As I said in the beginning, I think Trump's strategy is war through deception, not really explicitly saying what he's doing every step of the way. And that's what makes this war particularly tricky.
Arash, what do you think? Is this war through deception? Has the US achieved? Has it been successful?
It really depends how we see success, and also, we need to wait to the end. It's clear that it hasn't quite gone as President Trump had planned, or as sort of the best of his scenarios. The judgment can be to them. Look, the United States has degraded significantly Iran's abilities. So when I said Iran is in a better position from before, I kind of clarified what I mean by that. Iran, if the war ends today, would be in a terrible shape. It would be militarily much weaker. It would remain in power, as Dr. Al-Safar said. It's about survival. It would be much weaker militarily. It would have a lot of problems running its affairs domestically, by the way. I mean, it would be a country in economic crisis in many ways, but it would also be a country that has survived the war. So, long story short, I think militarily the U.S. has achieved quite a bit of its objectives. The question is, can it translate this to a political settlement that Trump can say, okay, I got what I wanted out of the war. I want to also mention here that we're talking about Iran, Israel, and the U.S., but of course the countries of the Arab countries of the Persian Gulf, the GCC countries, are a very important part of this equation. These are, they've shown that these are countries that take their own national interest and national security seriously. They're not sort of pushovers. They're seriously concerned about their long-term security, and I think they will be an important part of any settlement. And I think them being a good, important part of a settlement is good for themselves, it's good for Iranians, frankly, and is good for the U.S. And I think in many ways the GCC countries will emerge, because there's a lot of things going out there right now that, it shows they contrast the U.S. or, they're sort of hapless. I think that's far from the case. I think GCC will show, GCC countries will show that there are important middle powers whose interest is not about Iran, is not about Israel, is not about the U.S., is about themselves. And they're independent, important middle powers, and they'll stand up for themselves, and they'll show that they have a way of, shaping regional arrangements.
I was going to get onto GCC factors in our third segment, but I like where you're going with that. So maybe we'll stick with it for now, and I'll ask that question to our other panellists, and then we'll get into it a little bit deeper. So, George, what do you think of what Arash has just said there? Has this maybe strengthened the position of GCC countries as middle powers in the region, rather than degrading them like Iran perhaps was trying to do?
No, I don't think so. I think that if we consider the GCC powers, President Trump, early on in his administration, made a visit to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE. When he went there, he made a very important speech in Riyadh in which he said there'll be no more regime change wars. We're not going to start imposing our values, our system of government on you. And the Middle East, the new Middle East will be known for AI, high-tech, computers, not for all the old stuff about wars and religious strife and tribal conflicts. This is the new Middle East. And of course, they were very happy with that. They thought this is fantastic. And they promised to invest, whatever, $4 or $5 trillion in the U.S. economy. And then, of course, they were expecting enormous amount of investment in these Gulf states. And that they would just go on getting rich. And that's what they're about, just getting rich. Now, what this war has shown is that you're not guaranteed to get rich and live in peace and, have all your fancy hotels and restaurants and whatever, as long as the United States and Israel are embarked on this war against Iran, and therefore it affects them. They are in the line of fire, and therefore they are forced to rethink their arrangements. They're going to have to rethink, here, just simply relying on the United States, that isn't going to get us anywhere, because the fact that we have bases on our territory makes us sitting ducks. All we want to do is make lots and lots of money, but instead of that, we're getting hit because we are in the line of fire. As long as the United States is going to go on waging this war against Iran, and that's what it seems like, that this is just going to go on for years and years because Israel isn't going to give up on this war against Iran, then they are going to be in the line of fire, and that therefore they need to decide what they want to do for their own security, because this way of doing things, having housing U.S. bases on their territory, that isn't providing them with any kind of security.
Can I intervene there?
Please.
And say something? It's a common talking points we hear. It's also a little disturbing, frankly. But let me answer. First of all, it's very interesting that people, like your guest, make fun of, they were going to have their rich lifestyles. What a big crime that this country has wanted to have economic prosperity, things that all of us here in this call and everybody else, we wake up every day wanting to have a good life every day. I'm sure that's how you want to also provide for your family and everybody else. So this idea that this is some, sort of a negative thing, that you want to move away from conflict, move away from years of civil wars. And in fact, that there are two countries in the region who often militate against this have been Iran and Israel. That's the fact. The Islamic Republic has not been interested in the prosperity of its own people. And Israel has, repeatedly attacked and not played by basic rules of international norms, including by occupying the Palestinian territories for as long as it has. It has also a government that includes many figures similar to the ideologues of the Iranian regime, frankly, and in that they're religious extremists. And so I think the quest of countries in the region to move away from that is an honorable one. It's one that that many of us, as I said, most of us, wherever we live, would want. With this idea that they're on the line of fire because of the U.S. bases. What would happen to them if they didn't have U.S. bases? What happened to the countries in the region that didn't have U.S. bases? What did Iran do there? What did Iran do in Syria, in Lebanon, in Iraq? In other countries in the region. What happened to Guyana when it was next to Venezuela? What happened to Ukraine when it was next to Russia? So the fact that, countries are just safer when they don't have U.S. bases also doesn't make sense. Gulf countries are independent actors. They have shown that they're not beholden to the Western interests. On the issue of Russia and others, they did not simply carry out whatever the U.S. wanted. They're not, lackeys of the U.S. of any sort. They're independent powers that they make, and, they have differences amongst each other, and they're not anti-China or Russia, as I said. They have important relationship with them as well. But obviously, they've benefited from the mutually beneficial relationship with the United States. It goes back, all the days into when President Roosevelt hosted the Saudi king and you know, on that famous meeting after the Second World War, and the idea that they'll give up this relationship because a bad actor like Iran has been able to play a disruptive role in the region, it doesn't make any sense. So, you know, I understand these are talking points that people say, but upon any serious consideration, it falls through. The idea that, all the Gulf countries should now give up the U.S. bases, because of this war, doesn't understand serious scrutiny.
No, can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
Well, the issue isn't any of that. The issue is that the United States and Israel have been waging a war against Iran, really, it's for 47 years. And it is 47 years, because if we go back, just simply saying, Iran is a bad actor, hey, who launched the Iraqi invasion against Iran? A horrific, devastating war that was sponsored, financed, instigated by the United States. There's no point in argument.
Of course it wasn't. That's ludicrous.
Let me finish. I didn't interrupt you.
Of course it wasn't. U.S. and Israel gave arms to Iran during the war with Iraq.
This was a war that was launched by the United States, by the Carter administration. I mean, there's no point in even arguing about that. It's a matter of historical record. Iran lost an enormous number of lives as a result of that. United States has imposed sanctions, decade after decade of sanctions. And of course, Israel has been waging this war against Iran all of these years. Syria, who started the war in Syria? It wasn't Iran. The war in Syria was started by the Obama administration when they decided that they were going to overthrow Bashar al-Assad. And they did it precisely because they wanted to direct Syria against Iran. They were against Syria because they saw Syria as a proxy for Iran. So you're just simply saying, Iran is a bad actor. Well, who's been waging all these various wars, proxy wars, sanctions wars against Iran all of these years? My point about the Gulf states was, that's fine. They want to make money. I've got nothing against people making money. However, if as long as your great ally, the United States, is firmly in bed with Israel, and as long as they're waging this war against Iran, which looks like they're going to be doing it, then you are going to be in the line of fire. That's a matter of common sense. You are going to be in the line of fire. If you can all just go focus on making money, great. But that's not what the United States and Israel are doing. They want to destroy Iran.
Daniel, weigh in on this for us. What's your position?
My position is I agree with Arash on the fact that the bases did serve as a deterrence for the Gulf states. Iran historically never attacked the Gulf states until the U.S. attacked Iran, which I don't agree with the U.S. attacking Iran because I don't think it serves U.S. interests. I don't think it serves the Gulf states' interests. Either way, to talk about the bases as if that's the only reason why Iran is attacking the Gulf states is completely not true. Iran's core strategy in this war is to internationalize the cost of this conflict. And it cannot do that without attacking the Gulf states' energy infrastructure and closing the Strait of Hormuz. That's Iran's core asymmetric strategy in this war. And therefore, Iran would have attacked the Gulf states if there were bases, if there were not bases. And who knows what would have happened to the Gulf states if they were not bases there. And therefore, I think that argument is completely flawed. On top of that, it just seems like Iran's regional ambitions have been, of course, from the Iranian perspective, they have been countering U.S. bases and feeling that they have an aggressor, Israel. But at the same time, they have been fighting Israel and the U.S. through Arab lives. They've done that through Syria. They've done that in Iraq. They've done that everywhere. And now they're using the Gulf states as a pawn to fight Israel and the U.S.'s war against Iran.
A war that was launched unprovoked twice in recent months by the United States and Israel. What do you expect Iran to do? Iran has adhered to all of the international agreements, every single international agreement Iran has adhered to. Iran has attempted to negotiate outcomes. It's made concession after concession and has negotiated in good faith with the United States. Instead of that, in the middle of it, United States and Israel, deceived Iran, they show that the negotiations were a ruse and then launched this attack.
United States and
Iran
Israel, not the Gulf states, not other countries in the Middle East. The United States and Israel. So Iran should fight head-to-head with the United States and Israel.
So why aren't they, George?
Yes,
why aren't they?
Of course it's fighting. That is exactly what it's doing. And it's fighting against both. But when you're fighting against the greatest power in the world, I mean, it's ridiculous to expect them to say, well, we're going to fight against the United States and then we're going to defeat the United States. Ridiculous. Iran cannot defeat the United States. The United States is overwhelming. They're the greatest military power in the world. All Iran can do is make this war so painful for the United States that it's not going to do it again. It's not going to fight the war that you want it to fight. It's not going to fight
attacking
the United States
Gulf,
one-on-one because it will lose to the
attacking
United
the Gulf,
States.
that's how Iran is doing that. So whether the bases are there or not, Iran would have done that.
I mean, one of the reasons is the issue of the military bases, which is obviously very irksome for Iran. But the other issue is, yeah, I agree, Iran is raising the costs to everyone of this war. It's an asymmetric war. Iran always said it was going to fight an asymmetric war, and Iran said, don't start this war, because if you do start this war, we will fight asymmetrically, and others are going to get hurt. So, yeah, that's the way Iran has fought this war, and that's the only way it can fight a war against the overwhelming might of the United States.
Okay, go ahead, Arash, and then I've got a final question to all of you, because we're almost running out of time. Go ahead.
I grew up in Iran. I don't let your guest besmirch the name of my country by mentioning our heroic war against Saddam Hussein invasion. My cousin was killed in that war. Every Iranian knows someone who was killed in that war, and I'm very proud of Iranian soldiers who were able to.
Which is exactly what I said. I said it was an act of aggression against Iran.
Don't speak over me. Don't speak over me. Don't speak over me. Don't speak over me. That's, Saddam Hussein, which had backing of much of the world, and yes, he had backing, unfortunately, of some Gulf countries in that war. The Iranians were able to throw that invasion out. But I grew up in Iran. Every morning when we went to a school, every single morning before going to a school, we lined up shouting, "Death to America, death to Israel," from when I was 7 years old. This is how the Islamic Republic organizes itself. It is still organizes rallies every year saying death to America, death to Israel. It has threatened to Israel with destruction all its life. It has, in its early years, it would refuse to call Saudi Arabia by name. It would consider Saudi Arabia a legitimate country. It was the land of Hijaz as far as they were concerned. It would use a racist language, calling them camel grazers and all that.
Can I ask, who did Iran attack? Can I just ask you?
Do not interrupt me.
Has Iran attacked? No, let me ask you a question.
Just one moment. George, just let Arash finish. Arash, wrap up that statement, and then we'll throw it to George.
Don't interrupt me. I know defenders of the Iranian regime might feel like they can do that, but you can't do that everywhere you go. The reality is the Iranian people, the Iranian nation-state, which is rooted in a thousands-year civilization, must return to a tradition of peace that is a tradition, that has been a tradition and history before the Islamic Republic hijacked this country in 1979. And put it on a war path with the Gulf countries, on a war path with Israel, on a war path with the United States, and trying to prop up this ludicrous ideology of Khomeinism that has brought nothing but misery for Iranians, and that has made us into bad men. And let me end with saying this.
Okay.
Inside the Islamic Republic today, even, there are many people who think exactly like I said. They want Iran to be, yes, a regional power, but in peace with Saudi Arabia, in peace with the United States, and with non-belligerence, at least, with Israel. And they will win. They will win, and I have no doubt that the future of Iran will be peaceful neighborliness with all of our countries in the region, and with the United States. And, your people like your guests will have to find other fantasy cases of revolutionary states for whom they don't pay the price to defend.
All right, George, a quick right of reply, and then I have a final question for all of you.
So everything that your guest has said, I have not disagreed with. Iran was attacked by Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein was sponsored, financed, and throughout the 1980s, armed by the United States and most of the Western countries. Iran remarkably managed to withstand this attack. Now, Israel has been essentially waging this war against Iran. Now, I'm not a defender of the Iranian government. Why should I be? I don't live there. I don't defend it. if you want to change this government, if you don't like this government, then it's up to the Iranian people to change it. It's not up to Israel to change it. It's not up to the Gulf states to change it. And it certainly isn't up to the United States to change it. It's up to the Iranian people to decide what form of government they want to be under. But when Trump and Israel talk about, oh, we're going to free you from the rule of the Ayatollahs, then they are taking upon themselves the right that actually adheres to the Iranian people. What kind of government are they going to live under?
Okay, we're almost out of time, so let me throw this last question to all of you, because I want to go back to this idea of the efforts that the GCC countries put in to try and improve relations with Iran over the years, to stay neutral in the early days of this conflict, even to act as mediators, all to then find themselves be the target of missile and drone strikes. So, Dania, let me ask you, would calling time on this conflict now, if President Trump says, we've reached an agreement, we're going to call time, we're pulling out, does that leave the US's Gulf allies more exposed now?
That's a tricky question. It's a very interesting one. I think it depends on which Gulf state you ask. So, for example, if you would ask the UAE that, I think there's a lot of concern since the UAE received more missiles than Israel itself in this war. And, you know, it's also debatable about how was Iran's missile arsenal affected? To what degree and what kind of missiles are left over? Does that mean that the Gulf states are going to be the main recipient of arsenal from Iran? And does that mean that Iran will stop attacking the Gulf states once this war ends? And the question is, will Israel attempt to, like it has with other countries, attempt to mow the lawn in Iran, which may cause Iran to react again towards the Gulf states? So there are many pending questions about how this will end for the Gulf state. But I think a wounded, angry Iran, generally speaking, is not good for the Gulf states.
George, what do you think? Would calling time on this conflict now just leave the US's allies more exposed and potentially in more danger, and maybe a legitimate target, if that's your argument?
Well, if the United States just simply walks away, then obviously this would not be a good deal for Iran, because then Iran will have been weakened by losing its military capability and will not have accomplished anything. So Iran would not end the war. I mean, the United States can say, well, we're ending it and we're walking away. Iran will say, well, you can walk away. We're not walking away. We will continue because we want to make sure that you're not going to come back and do this again in 6 to 7 months' time. So therefore, yes, it would be worse for the Gulf states. If, however, the United States is negotiating, as Trump in this truth declared, that engaging in serious negotiations, and the United States is willing to make the kinds of concessions that Iran is looking for, as I mentioned, sanctions relief, unfreezing of assets, and some kind of a non-aggression agreement, then I think the situation for the Gulf states would be better. But simply walking away, no, I think that doesn't resolve any problems. And I think Iran would then have no incentive at all to end the war.
OK, Arash, round us out. How does this end for the Gulf states? Are they going to be left in a vulnerable position if President Trump negotiates a ceasefire and says, we're done?
I don't think they'll be in a vulnerable position at all. I think they'll, I think first of all, they'll be part of the solution. It's good for Iran, for these countries that have good relations with Trump, to be part of a solution, to be sort of co-signatories of the deal, as it were, to have an investment in it. Powerful countries like, Saudi Arabia and other countries in the region, Qatar, all the GCC members, Turkey, Pakistan, as many of them that can have an investment in the deal means that they'll be invested in it. So it would not just be about U.S. and Iran, certainly not U.S., Iran, and Israel, but them, and they will all have an investment in the deal not breaking up. And I think, as I said, look, this is the reality. The Gulf countries, this is the region they live in. And for too long, the Islamic Republic has played this disruptive role that it has, that has hurt a lot of Arab countries, as I said, Syria, Iraq, and others, but it hasn't directly hit many GCC countries. Of course, Iran tried overthrowing the monarchy in Bahrain early in the 1980s, and it did some terror attacks in Kuwait. There were obviously some attacks in Saudi Arabia, but by and large, it hasn't really threatened the security of these countries. But they realized this is what living next to the Islamic republics means, and this is what living in this region means. Being caught between this conflict between U.S., Iran, and Israel that had been going on in a shadow way for many years, and now it has, in the last couple of years, they're open. So I think it's a more dangerous position that they were in a few years ago. But this is the region they live in, so they need to plan for the region they live in. And I think so far it's shown. I'm not. This is just my analysis. It could have gone very differently. It could have been a lot of people packed up and left. Like people like to say, but this is not what happened. And I think they showed, they care about their standard of living, they care about the kind of life they've built, they care about the advances that they've built, and they'll defend it, just like Europeans will defend their advances against Russia, and they take that seriously, and they have to live next to Russia as well. So I think this would be a moment for these countries to put their differences aside, come together, and plan for have a role and investment in a more friendly region. And I think it's one in which they will find shared interests with vast majority of Iranians, including many in the Iranian regime and other countries in the region.
It's going to be definitely a time of reshaping the region, that's for sure. We're out of time, so we will have to leave it there, but I appreciate all of your diverse opinions here on Counterpoints. George Samueli, Senior Research Fellow at the Global Senior Fellow at Global Policy. Dr. Danya Thafar, Political Scientist and Director of the Gulf International Forum, and Arash Azizi, Lecturer at Yale University and an author. We appreciate having all of you here on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And of course, you can follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence, they've got to have a vote and a say. It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan.
What is happening today in the Middle East is not a fleeting moment. It is a new chapter in a long conflict between the United States and Iran, a conflict whose chapters have extended for more than 4 decades, transcending traditional borders and fronts. A struggle for influence, fought through sanctions, covert operations, and proxy wars. An American-Iranian conflict that has redrawn the balances of the Middle East. Its repercussions are still being written to this day. To understand what is happening today and how we reached this escalation, we must go back to the history of the conflict between the two sides since the Khomeini revolution in 1979 until today. Following the fall of the Shah's regime, students loyal to Khomeini stormed the American embassy in Tehran and held 52 American diplomats for 444 days in a crisis that shook relations between the two countries. When negotiations failed, Washington tried to end the crisis militarily through a secret operation known as Operation Eagle Claw in April 1980. But a sandstorm in the Tabriz Desert led to the failure of the operation and the death of 8 American soldiers, turning it into one of the most embarrassing American military operations in the 20th century. During the first Gulf War in the 1980s, the conflict moved to the waters of the Gulf. In 1987, Iran targeted the American oil tanker Bridgeton with a naval mine, prompting Washington to respond with military operations against Iranian naval targets. In April 1988, the United States launched Operation Praying Mantis, a direct naval confrontation between the two sides, after the American destroyer USS Samuel B. Roberts was hit by an Iranian mine in the Gulf.
After receiving further data and evaluating information available from the Persian Gulf, we believe that the cruiser USS Vincennes, while actively engaged with threatening Iranian surface units,
A few months later, the Strait of Hormuz witnessed one of the most tragic incidents in the history of this conflict, when the American destroyer USS Vincennes mistakenly shot down an Iranian passenger plane in 1988, killing 290 civilians. With the advent of the new millennium, the confrontation moved to new arenas of intelligence and technology. In 2011, Iran shot down an American reconnaissance drone near the Fordo nuclear facility, then announced in December of the same year that it had seized control of the advanced RQ-170 Sentinel spy drone after hacking its systems. In 2016, tension escalated again when Iran detained 10 American sailors after they entered its territorial waters in an incident that turned into a media crisis between the two countries. However, the confrontation reached an unprecedented level in June 2019, when Iran shot down the latest American reconnaissance drone over the Gulf in an incident that almost pushed Washington to launch a direct military strike before it was canceled at the last moment. In early 2020, the United States assassinated Quds Force Commander Qasem Soleimani in an airstrike in Baghdad. Iran responded by launching ballistic missiles at American bases in Iraq, in the most dangerous direct confrontation between the two sides in decades. In the following years, the conflict took a broader and more complex form through proxy wars, with repeated attacks on oil tankers and commercial ships in the Gulf and the Red Sea. and increased attacks by Iranian-backed militias on American bases in Iraq and Syria, turning the region into an open battlefield between the two sides. With the outbreak of the Gaza war in 2023, the region entered a new phase of escalation. The scope of tension expanded to include Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and the Red Sea, with mutual attacks and scattered military operations, turning the conflict into a wider confrontation in the region. In 2024, the region entered an unprecedented phase of escalation. Iran launched a direct missile attack on Israel. It moved the confrontation from shadow wars to direct strikes launched by Iran on Israel in response to the bombing of its consulate in Damascus and the assassination of leaders from the Revolutionary Guard, Hezbollah and Hamas. Meanwhile, after years of conflict, Iran was managing the confrontation with Israel and the United States through its widespread proxies in the region, until the biggest shift came in 2025, when the conflict entered a new phase. In that year, the confrontation known later as the 12-Day War broke out, with Israel launching Operation Rising Lion on June 13th to strike Iranian targets, followed by American strikes in the middle of the night on June 22nd on nuclear facilities in response to Iran's nuclear progress. Iran responded by shelling American bases and Israeli sites, escalating the confrontations in a war that lasted 12 days, during which Iran directly targeted Israel with an unprecedented series of missile and drone attacks. During those 12 days, the Middle East seemed to stand on the brink of a full-scale regional war, with unprecedented activation of air defense systems and exchanges of strikes at unfamiliar depths between the two sides. Although the open confrontation stopped afterward, the old balance had been broken. As for 2026, the last lines of containment collapsed, and at dawn on February 28, the region began a new phase of direct confrontation, in which events accelerated dramatically, with wide-scale airstrikes launched by the United States and Israel on military and nuclear targets inside Iran as part of two military operations named Fierce Anger and Lion's Roar. This escalation came after the collapse of nuclear negotiations between both countries, while Iran continued enriching uranium and refused to halt its nuclear program.
ما تسلیم فشار در این قضیه و در هر قضیه دیگه.
The first strikes focused on military installations and the infrastructure of Iran's nuclear program, particularly sites linked to the development of missile capabilities and sensitive facilities in Natanz and other areas inside Iran, in an attempt to weaken Tehran's strategic capability. During the first hours of the attack, pivotal events shook the structure of Iranian leadership, as the strikes resulted in the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, along with a number of senior military commanders linked to the Revolutionary Guard, dealing a severe blow to Iran's political and military leadership.
حرم جمهوری اسلامی ایران شهر شهید گوارای شهادت را نوشیدم.
But the Iranian response was not delayed. Tehran announced the launch of Operation True Promise 3, beginning a wide wave of missile and drone attacks targeting Israel, in addition to civilian sites and oil facilities in the Arabian Gulf, Jordan, and Iraq. With the expansion of the strikes and counterstrikes, the confrontation quickly turned into an unprecedented direct war between Iran on one side and the United States and Israel on the other, with continuous Iranian targeting of Arabian Gulf countries and Erbil, pushing the Iranian regime to also deploy one of its most prominent arms in the region, Hezbollah, in Lebanon, to expand the scope of the confrontation and open a new front on the border with Israel, where it fired 6 rockets toward sites inside Israeli territory, a move considered a clear message that the war is no longer confined to one front. British bases in Cyprus were also attacked by drones. However, the Israeli response was not delayed. Israel launched a wide series of strikes targeting Hezbollah's military infrastructure in Lebanon, along with sites and field commanders linked to the party, as well as elements of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, believed to be overseeing military coordination between Tehran and the party inside Lebanese territory. Tehran also used its allied militias in Iraq to target American bases and interests in an attempt to open an additional front in the confrontation. Tension expanded to reach Azerbaijan after Baku announced the foiling of attacks and intelligence operations attributed to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. These included attempts to target sensitive sites and the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan oil pipeline, which provoked Turkish and Gulf condemnations and fears of the conflict spreading to the South Caucasus. In conclusion, this conflict has been described by many concerned parties as an attempt to bring about structural change in the Iranian regime and to redraw the balance of power in the Middle East. Since that moment, the region has entered a new phase of escalation, whether the confrontation is no longer limited to proxy wars, but has turned into an open multi-front confrontation that may change the shape of the region for many years to come.
The entire Western world has agreed with for many, many years. So
the jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
Jeffrey Epstein's brother says new autopsy details coming in February will prove Epstein was murdered, not a suicide. Epstein, the convicted sex offender, died in his New York jail cell on August 10, 2019, while awaiting trial. His death was officially ruled a suicide. His brother Mark Epstein identified the body and has questioned the ruling ever since.
What does that tell us about this?
Oh, it's a scary thought that you could be killed in prison by the government.
Mark claims there's evidence of murder. He even hired former NYC chief medical examiner Dr. Michael Baden, who said the injuries point to homicide rather than suicide.
Never seen 3 fractures like this in a suicidal hanging. Going over 1,000 jail hangings, suicides, in the New York City state prisons over the past 40, 50 years, no one had 3 fractures.
Despite Mark's claims, the FBI and DOJ reported in June 2023 that there was no credible evidence of foul play. Still, Mark doubled down in a January 9th interview with News Nation, saying more autopsy facts will be released in February that prove it, insisting the injuries didn't match the way his brother was found hanging. Mark has also claimed Jeffrey told him he had compromising information on powerful figures, including Donald Trump during the 2016 election, allegedly enough to cancel the election. In a recent December 2025 interview with Chris Cuomo, Mark went even further, suggesting Trump could have been involved in his brother's death.
You really believe that Donald Trump is capable of having your brother murdered to spare himself embarrassment?
Absolutely.
Based on what?
From meeting him years ago and just watching his performance the last 20 years. Seeing he doesn't seem to have a limit on what he would do to help himself.
Now, a vocal critic of the Justice Department's investigation, Mark says he won't show his face publicly due to safety concerns. His continued claims and the promised new autopsy details are reigniting debate and conspiracy theories surrounding one of the most controversial deaths in recent history.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds. We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Iran says it's formulated a response to ceasefire proposals, but it's unknown if reopening the Strait of Hormuz will be part of the truce. It follows an expletive post from President Trump over the weekend, giving Iran until Tuesday to make a deal. And Netanyahu praises the U.S. military after they rescued a downed jet fighter pilot in Iran using Israeli intelligence, as Trump threatens the media for leaking the mission. Iran's vice president has called President Trump's actions a symbol of madness and ignorance after an airstrike on a Tehran university overnight. It follows Trump's expletive threats on Truth Social over the weekend regarding the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Earlier today, he told reporters he may end the war to please the U.S. public. Iran says it has formulated its response to ceasefire proposals, but it's unclear whether it will reopen the Strait of Hormuz as part of a truce. Here's Iran's foreign ministry spokesman.
Negotiation in no way involves an ultimatum, a crime, or a threat to commit war crimes. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the Iranian nation have very, very bitter experience of negotiating with America, and we did not gain these experiences lightly to simply ignore them. A few days ago, through intermediaries, proposals were put forward, which became known as the 15-point American plan, conveyed via Pakistan and some other friendly countries. At that time, we also announced that such proposals are both excessively demanding and unreasonable and illogical.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by journalist and presenter Jono Hayes and Al Arabiya senior presenter Rawiya Alami. Jono and Rawiya, as always, great to have you on the show, especially after such a busy weekend when it comes to the Iran war. And Jono, let's start with you, because Trump's deadline is looming, but there still appears to be no sign of a ceasefire.
Well, that's it. We're seeing Trump do this brinksmanship thing again, you know, but it's a bit of a pattern that we've seen. Big threats. Historically, by the way, I need to point out that 1 in every 10 of Trump's threats actually turn into action. We've seen 4 escalations of threats in general. But if you look at the overall number of threats he's made versus action in terms of Venezuela and previous conflicts, 1 in 10 is a pretty poor result. So he's thrown down this very public, it's very aggressive, this deadline that we're hearing about once again for 48 hours, keeping in mind that we've already had a deadline of 48 hours, then 10 days, then 48 hours. And it's not just diplomatically. This is the explicit threat, like you mentioned at the start, against the infrastructure. And Leigh Ann, you spoke about it there. He's talking about power plants. He's talking about bridges. And that is significant because that is going to shift the tone here. It's less about negotiation in Trump terms now, and it's more about coercion. more than anything else. So I guess we got two possible outcomes. Either he keeps this deadline, which is now tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern time in the US, or he pushes it back again. And that's the risk of it all appearing like it's threats and smoke without actual fire at all. So that 48-hour deadline is more important than ever. So they're losing their punch a little bit when they start getting put off. Now, despite that, there is some sort of movement, and this is good. I guess the US and Iran have both said they've received the ceasefire framework, but there's a two-tier plan. So that's saying diplomacy is still there. Yes, we know that. But the key issue is the trust and the timing that Iran has at play here. Iran, of course, saying the US isn't serious. They don't actually want a permanent ceasefire is what they're saying. They want a temporary pause, and we're hearing rumours of it being, up to a 45-day pause while they work all this out. And this could be tactical, is what Iran are saying. This might not actually be genuine. The Strait of Hormuz, of course, still remains closed at the moment. And that pressure point is where all of this hangs. Iran is saying, no, we're not going to reopen it. We're not doing that unless we are, A, compensated and get some real guarantees, is the second thing. And for the US and the global markets, that's why we've seen that shift again in oil prices today, because, as we've said before, 20% of the world's oil passing through there. Right now, I think we, in the last couple of days, saw 56 ships, I think, today. That is up on where we were last week, where we saw 36 in 1 week, but it's nowhere near the hundreds of ships that used to travel through the Strait of Hormuz. So right now, both sides are talking. That's good news. But they're escalating in the very, very same breath. And that's no way to ceasefire. That's nowhere near a ceasefire. So neither side looks like they want to back down first. And I think that's the issue. They both want to save face.
And it's so interesting because Donald Trump was giving a press conference a little bit early on, Jono and Rawiya, and he did say the entire country, speaking about Iran, could be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night. And Rawiya, we've spoken about Donald Trump, ultimatum after ultimatum, but hasn't actually done anything. He's extended the deadlines, and Iran are probably kind of thinking, well, he's not going to do anything. We'll carry on retaliating. We'll keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. But I wonder if Donald Trump is going to actually act this time, and he's not bluffing.
Well, I mean, we've witnessed President Trump revising his deadlines and his ultimatums many times in the past few days and few weeks, actually, since the beginning of this war. It's hard to say. It does seem like the entire, if you look at everything that's been happening, and especially militarily in the past couple of days, also the statements made by President Trump, the last post on social media, it does seem, or it gives off the impression that it does seem there will be a huge escalation coming. Of course, if the Americans and the Israelis escalate in Iran, then the likely scenario is that there will be escalation in the region as well, because Iran said it will retaliate. Now, as far as these ultimatums and threats, especially the latest ones by President Trump, the Iranians seem to respond with a combination of deterrence and also defiance. They're saying, look, if you attack us, we definitely will retaliate, and we will not negotiate under threat. Iran warned of devastating and widespread retaliation in the region if Trump follows through with these threats. They did say that attacks on infrastructure will definitely trigger a broader regional response, and they have definitely refused to comply with deadlines and threats in the past. And they're not backing down on the issue of the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranians do believe and see it as a strategic tool for them. It's probably their biggest leverage, and it's not something I think they will back down on very easily. They have also, part of their response to President Trump's threats is that they said that if the United States goes ahead and targets infrastructure, that will amount to war crimes. But then again, that's the same on both sides. If civilian infrastructure is targeted, and Iran is doing this, at least in the Gulf, it is. And also, Iran is keeping the diplomacy channel open at the same time, regardless of all this rhetoric. They're still engaging in negotiations via intermediaries. They're considering the ceasefire proposal, or at least they've given their response to it. And also, President Trump talked about these negotiations, and he said that it seems that these people they're negotiating, the Iranians they're negotiating with now, seem to be more reasonable, and they're negotiating in good faith. So to be honest, all these signals are equal, whether that we could go to diplomacy, but it does look like it's an unlikely scenario, especially with the response of the Iranian response. But also there's an equal chance of real escalation in the next few days.
And Jono, I just want to come to you because we're getting reports from the Reuters news agency with Donald Trump's deadline, as we've been talking about, for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz for shipping winding down. Iran has rejected a 45-day ceasefire proposal. That's according to Reuters news agency. I guess that comes as no surprise after what we've been talking about today.
Well, when we look at Iran historically, we haven't seen Iran do a deal in terms of anything, actually. And since 2015, really, that nuclear deal was the last time we've seen them talking. So you have to question, are they interested? And I guess, yes, Iran have had a history of negotiating, but they do it when they're doing it from a strategy point of view or leverage point of view. And it matters for Iran how likely they are, because they don't tend to engage in these negotiations. We know they're indirect. They're happening through Pakistan right now. So where we are, I guess, is a good start, because there's something happening, but their willingness to make these concessions seem to be it's a red line for them. They're absolutely not willing to make any of the concessions that Trump is asking for. And things like having 100% control of the Strait of Hormuz is not something the US, or I think, in fact, any country is likely to agree to in the near future. We're now hearing about tolls being introduced on ships that are passing through that shipping lane as well. So you have to wonder if this is realistically an outcome that's going to happen. The cash to be given to rebuild Tehran following on from this war, these are things that are just really ridiculous in terms of negotiations. So yes, Iran is somewhat at the table, and I'm going to use that term very loosely because it seems like they're at the table with a list of negotiations that are really unrealistic, and the US is certainly not going to give in on these. So when you ask the question, what's going to happen in 48 hours, or now we're at 24 hours from now, I think this is going to take a turn, and I don't believe it's going to be for the better. Unfortunately, I think that's where we're going to be. And I think the US have done a very good job in proving that they actually might be standing a good chance on changing things from an aerial attack, although historically there's never been a change of regime from solely aerial attacks. It's always required boots on the ground, but the US seem to have hit targets that have made a difference and seem to have been taking out a lot of the infrastructure that Tehran relies on.
And it's quite interesting because boots on the ground has been a really big question. We haven't seen this of yet. And we must remember that the Pentagon chief, Pete Hegseth, or Secretary of War, whichever you wish to call him, said today will be the largest volume of strikes since day one in the Iran operation. And then we have a look at markets. And after that speech, the oil prices spiked because markets aren't enjoying this. Markets are looking for a ceasefire, Rawiya. Markets are looking for certainty. The region is looking for that certainty from the US president, but they're not getting it right now.
Well, absolutely. I mean, the markets react, to what's happening across the world. The global markets will react, and that's what's happening because of the oil prices. The oil prices are still reacting. We have to keep in mind that, the ships that have left, the last ships that are loaded with oil that have left the Strait of Hormuz before the start of this war are just about now to arrive in Asia and in Europe. After that, if the situation remains the same, then there will be no more, that will stop. There will be no more going through the Strait of Hormuz. And that is definitely going to have the market react to it. And possibly, we're going to see, depending on what's going to happen in the next few days, and whether President Trump and Hegseth are going to go through with these threats, and we're going to see an escalation. I think the oil prices are going to react definitely to that.
And we are seeing that already because US crude oil jumped from $112 a barrel to $114 a barrel following that speech that we got from President Trump and Pete Hegseth. But thank you for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And in the last couple of hours, Trump has given an update on the rescue operation that was conducted over the weekend after a fighter jet was shot down over Iran. He said that more than 170 US aircraft were used and the US military personnel faced gunfire at very close range during that rescue. Trump also threatened the reporter who leaked the information about the mission with jail. And Jono, I want to start with you because we obviously had reports on Friday that this F-15 fighter jet had been brought down in Iran. We do know the pilot was saved. We do know the co-pilot was obviously not saved at that time. But we are getting these remarkable details coming out about how this rescue mission did unfold over the weekend. And I think this is probably going to be a best-selling movie.
Oh, mark my words on this one. If Netflix don't have this by the end of this year, I'd be very surprised. And it goes to show just how willing the US, how far they're willing to go to recover personnel. And yeah, like you said, 170 aircraft used, and you think that seems like it's overkill more than anything else. But think about it from where it was happening, deep inside very hostile Iranian territory, mountainous terrain as well. That makes it really as challenging as you're likely to get in terms of a covert sting operation to retrieve somebody. But there's got to be special coordination. There's helicopters, fighter jets, intelligence from the CIA, all this stuff in this really super high-risk, highly charged environment that easily could have come under fire and easily could have turned into a completely different situation. So because the crew had to eject, that tells you the pilot has been injured as well, because I think a lot of people think that you inject and it's a nice ejector seat and you come down in a parachute and it's all lovely. It really is not. But it adds to the urgency and lets you know that that pilot needs urgent assistance. So it's time crucial because you're racing against two things. I guess the injury is the main one, but secondarily, the risk of capture. Because if you've now got an injured pilot, that's going to take a lot more of a risk and it's a lot easier for someone to capture him. The entirety of that region was looking for this guy. And the reports are that the equipment, obviously, that was there as well, the aircraft that got stuck, that all had to be destroyed as well because you don't want that falling into enemy hands, certainly on Iranian territory. So the standard the protocol that's in place for this, for military protocol, says that this is a very tight, very, very messy operation that took place, but a huge tactical success for the US. Very quickly showing you, I guess, the conflict here is escalating into direct military engagements as well. And as Trump's discussed in that speech that he gave earlier on, saying just how important the US military's never leave anyone behind policy is. And that's been 36 to 48 hours behind enemy lines while injured. That pilot is certainly a miracle, if nothing else. But there was multiple fake locations that were created. So why you're having 170 aircraft there is to try and create this sense of, I guess, confusion more than anything else, much like we're seeing with spoofing of GPS. If you throw in 170 aircraft in there, all of a sudden, which one are they supposed to go after? And that's why so many were involved in this. But an incredible mission on the part of the US Army.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. And we're getting more and more stories coming out about this. Apparently, that pilot was in rural Iran. The CIA were involved in finding him, and they described it like finding a needle in a haystack. Yep. It was pretty remarkable that they found him and they got him out safely. But, Raouya, there are reports of Iran claiming it was over to steal uranium. So Iran is saying that actually it wasn't all about rescuing this pilot who was downed in Iran. It was more about stealing that uranium. So many people keep on asking what's happened to.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the Iranian narrative. At least they're saying that definitely this operation, the rescue operation, was a cover for something else. They're saying that it could have been deception aimed at stealing enriched uranium. I mean, that could be, from the Iranian point of view, possible because the U.S. had already explored plans to physically seize Iran's enriched uranium, especially in the last few days. There were reports about this. And those plans also involved special forces raids on nuclear facilities, exactly what we've seen, the use of special forces, the aircrafts, the number of aircrafts and jets that were used in this operation. were huge. Now, also the rescue operation was in a territory close to Esfahan, where it is known that this enriched uranium is stored in underground facilities. Having said that, of course, there are no independent confirmation that was at all possible or at all a possibility during this operation. However, it could be plausible in strategic terms because the U.S. is after this enriched uranium. Maybe they scouted the area while the rescue operation was happening. But if all the details that we have gotten so far about this rescue mission were actually accurate and true, it is definitely one of the most complicated, complex operations that were carried out by the American military and the CIA, and it involved, so many military personnel and also military equipment.
And it's quite interesting because the US military personnel, Donald Trump said, faced gunfire at very close range during that rescue mission in Iran. But, Jono, do you think this might give the US confidence that it can achieve its war aims in Iran without actually having to put US military personnel on the ground? Because we've been talking about troops on the ground since this started 38 days ago.
So, yeah, and much as I alluded to this earlier on, I think the US are proving, certainly with the strikes and what they've done so far, they're proving that airstrikes, drones, missiles, cyber ops, intelligence, everything the allies that they're relying on, they're doing the groundwork here. And we haven't seen a large US troop deployment right now. And I think when we spoke about this earlier on, you referenced something like 60,000 troops that are currently in the region, and these are alleged numbers. And if you're going to compare that to, 2014 to 2019, the US-led air power there, you're talking of about 25% of the troops that were on ground for that, or even Libya in 2011 as well, a fraction of the troops. So I don't think this is going the way of a ground invasion. And I definitely don't think that would be the plan right now. They're doing a pretty good job on being very strategic. And I guess what we haven't taken into account is the technological advances since the last time a war has been fought in the region. And we can now see them picking off with pinpoint precision specific targets in Tehran. And we heard that yesterday more government buildings were targeted in Tehran as well. So I think what they're doing is a really good job of damaging the infrastructure from the air, which maybe the no-boot strategy is possibly a long-term. That's what they said. It's been the plan. But I don't know. I think the threat of having troops off the coast of Iran certainly is one that the Iranian authorities will be looking at and saying, it's a possibility they could be on ground here. But I've said this before as well. I do think the US Army going into Iran will be far too out of their depth to be able to do an on-ground offensive.
And I think that is what a lot of people have been saying. Sorry, Raria.
No, if I may add something, I mean, if anything, if any lesson should be learned, or the American administration learned any lessons from this rescue operation that is extremely complex, yet was successful at the end, is the fact that they do not need to, do any ground operation or invasion. If you can extract personnel and also strike targets and compromise nuclear facilities through these limited ground operations, then why would you need a grand, very risky ground invasion? So I think if anything, the success of this operation actually proved that no ground invasion, no boots on the ground for a long time, let's say, is necessary.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on there. We're going to move on now. And Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has echoed President Trump's relief after the rescue mission. Netanyahu praised the US military, who were aided by Israeli intelligence, calling it perfectly executed. Meanwhile, Israel's Defense Minister, Israel Katz, also confirmed that the Israeli Air Force had struck Iran's largest petrochemical facility earlier today. Take a listen.
The IDF is now struck with full force the largest petrochemical facility in Iran, located in Asaluye, a key target responsible for about 50% of the country's petrochemical production, following last week's attack on the second main facility. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and I have instructed the IDF to continue striking with full force the national infrastructure of the Iranian terror regime. The Iranian terror regime will find that continued aggression against Israel and the cowardly criminal firing toward Israeli civilians will only deepen the economic and strategic damage it suffers and lead to the collapse of its capabilities.
So, Arabiya, let's talk a little bit about Israel, because, of course, they are working together with the US when it comes to this war in Iran. And Israel is continuing to threaten Iran's Revolutionary Guard. They're literally assassinating members of it as the war continues.
Yes, indeed. I mean, and the most recent target was the intelligence chief of the IRGC. His name was Major General Majid Khademi. Iran has announced that he was killed in an Israeli strike, but there were other reports saying that there were Israeli and American coordination during the strike that Khademi was killed during. How significant is this guy? Well, he is an extremely high-value target because of his position, obviously, as the chief intelligence in the chief of intelligence in the Revolutionary Guard. He is considered one of Iran's most powerful security personnel. Because of also, the position that he's in. His unit, he's responsible for a unit that handles internal surveillance, also counterintelligence, external covert operations. So he was one of the top intelligence figures in Iran's military system. It doesn't come as a surprise that he was targeted. Israel has been systematically targeting senior Iranian commanders and also officials, starting with the supreme leader Khamenei at the beginning of the war, continuing throughout until today. And I think they will continue targeting military, specifically military, leaders in the next stage.
And Jono, I just want to talk about something with you that Donald Trump said a little bit earlier, and I want to get your reaction from it, because Donald Trump says he claims Iranians want us to keep bombing because their lives are in greater danger with the country's leadership. Despite calls for Iranians to rise up against the leadership, the US president acknowledged that it is very hard to protest given that people were being shot by their own military. So Donald Trump says Iranians want us to bomb them. That's his claim.
Well, I think that's a bold and big statement, given that we're now, are we 53 days into, I think, to the lack of internet in Iran. Nobody's had communication with people who are in Iran. And I think any nationality, the last thing they want is civilian risk. They don't want economic collapse. They definitely don't want infrastructure damage, which is what's currently happening as well. They want stability and normal life. Let's remember what we spoke about when this entire thing kicked off. What was the end game here? Was it regime change that was coming about? Or was it going to be something much deeper and much greater as well? Regime change of sorts happened, but the Ayatollah's power just moved to his son instead, to Mushabal Khamenei instead. So now we've seen a change in that. It's not been the change that Trump wanted, that's for sure. And I think the everyday Iranian on the street did demand change. We'd seen a country that was on the brink of a social collapse right now, an economic collapse. But certainly to say somebody's supporting somebody else bombing their country is a wild statement. We have no social media distortion from the point of view of Iran, so we don't know what's going on the ground there. We don't have propaganda that's been spread and speculated locally as well. So what we might be hearing from is the diaspora abroad of Iranians who are saying, yes, we want this to continue, we want to have our country back, which may be true. So, I mean, there's no evidence that Iranians broadly want the US bombing. I mean, quite the opposite, I suppose, if you look at people on the ground. But what you will see, and we've seen these from the protests which took place, which is the initial spark for all of this in the first place, what we have seen is that there is a demand or a want for change among the Iranian public who are there and who are looking for a way out or for something different that they right now can't do on their own without being persecuted and, of course, without being executed. Let's take it back to where we were a couple of months ago when thousands of people faced the executioner's block because of protesting. So I think there's a sense of fear with Iranians. I don't think they can go out there and do this. And it's like we said, a regime change is something that requires a lot more effort. This is not going to be a war that changes the regime as it is right now, unless that escalation happens. And I can't speak for Iranians that are on the ground there because no one's in communication with them. So I don't know if that necessarily is true. It might be just another Trumpism once again.
And also, just to round that off, Donald Trump has also said, I actually tell them, don't go out. I fully understand. It's not a question of bravery. We are all brave, says Donald Trump. I'm brave, but I'm also intelligent. So that's his latest message to the Iranian people from the president. Thank you for your thoughts here. Let's move on now to something a little bit different. And NASA's Artemis astronauts have set a new record for the furthest distance humans have ever travelled away from Earth. The crew are now more than 240,000 miles away from the planet. So we're going to talk a little bit about this. And Rawiya, this is a significant part of this whole space mission, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's probably the most significant part of this mission. Now, when the spacecraft passes behind the moon, the far side of the moon, obviously, that physically blocks radio signal, voice communications with Earth, basically. So the spacecraft is completely cut off, and that lasts for about 40 minutes. And these 40 minutes are crucial because the crew needs to do a very, very important maneuver. This maneuver happens during the blackout. The crew, they need to perform something called a lunar flyby burn. What that means is that they use the moon's gravity to set a trajectory back to Earth. And that is extremely, extremely delicate. They need to be extremely precisely on time. If they're a second later, then anything goes wrong, the entire mission will fail. And probably the astronauts and the spacecraft will be drifting in space. So it is very, very crucial and important. But also, I mean, this entire mission was described as a dress rehearsal, if you like, for future deep space missions, because it includes sustained lunar operations. Also, it might be, very beneficial for future missions to Mars, because there will be a lot of delays and blackouts that usually apparently happens. They are routine when there are missions to Mars. So NASA needs to prove that the crew can operate safely without constant Earth support. So this is really the significance of the blackout for 40 minutes. And hopefully, fingers crossed, they will be coming back to Earth.
And, Jono, we've actually got some live pictures from NASA. They were just on our screens. I have no idea what they're about, but maybe you have more insight. But I've also seen the lunar flyby begins, and astronauts say they can see both the moon and Earth. But there's been some technical hiccups on this mission, Jono, haven't there?
Yeah, I mean, look, to get there is one thing, but this is a safe reminder that even with modern space travel where we are now, things don't always go to plan. The very first day, the first issue that they had was something that on the surface of it sounds quite small, but actually it's a big operational issue. The bathroom, the toilet on board faced some problems whereby they couldn't actually dispose of their waste because of a line issue from the front of the spacecraft. So they had to use an alternative solution instead. I certainly, for one, don't want to be in a 5 metre by 3 metre box with 3 other people and be unable to use the rest facilities. And that was exactly what happened. So they've figured that out now. Luckily, one of the crew members on board is fully qualified to be, a space plumber would be the official title for that. So he was able to deal with what they've referred to as a hiccup, but for me sounds like an absolute nightmare. But I guess the biggest, and as Rawiya said, the biggest hiccup of sorts that we're going to see is that communication blackout once they pass to the dark side of the moon. Not just a great album, but also a place that we've never seen with human eyes before. So the pictures that we're seeing from NASA now on the screen are of places that have previously been unseen by any human eye. We haven't travelled to there before. We haven't got images from there before, aside from satellite as well. So it is impressive to see that. But NASA have said there will be a drop in the quality of the broadcast during this time because they're continuously live streaming this because of the distance, because it's further than humans have travelled, actually, in fact, ever once they go to that dark side of the moon. And once they got to the moon, the furthest we've travelled in decades as well. So none of these are mission threatening. They knew that once they launched that final burn and headed towards the moon. But if anything, now we can find out how complex and how ambitious this mission is. Keeping in mind that when they first went to the moon, 1969, on Apollo 11, you had 64 kb. kb is such a fractional amount. You're talking about less than a SIM card of data. That's basically the level of a computer they were working with. Now they're saying it's many, many million times more powerful. Apparently they still can't work the toilet, but still. The moon itself, people are saying the pictures haven't changed, the pictures of the Earth haven't changed. And NASA have said, of course, we're not there for Instagram. We're not there to get good pics for the gram. When we get back to Earth, we'll have really good high quality. But right now, the cameras we're using are for data, reliable data, not dramatic visuals. So we will have better pictures eventually. They're much more compressed than they will be once everyone gets back to Earth. But I still find it a little bit challenging to understand why the pictures aren't better quality, or why we just can't see things in more. It just seems like 50 years has passed. Cameras have gotten a lot better. And for some reason, the tech on board that lunar module doesn't seem a whole lot better than it was before.
Well, Jono, I've got some news. Artemis crew has surpassed distance from Earth record set by Apollo 13. And Raria, I want to bring you into this conversation because, like Jono said, many of us are sitting here wondering that the quality of these pictures is pretty poor. And I even saw some people on social media saying, why didn't they just have a GoPro? It could have probably worked a lot better than what we're seeing on our screens now. Grainy pictures of the moon.
A really good question. I agree. To be honest, I don't know enough about spacecrafts and, all the equipment yeah, I mean, it's a very logical question. With all the technology that we have, I mean, I have a further question. Why aren't we landing on the moon if we managed to land in 1969 when the technology was, way less advanced as it is now? And also, why don't they have good cameras on? I don't know. I can't answer the question, to be honest, but I have the same question.
But I think so many of us, Jono, and we're going to wrap this up really quickly, but are wondering, why haven't we landed on the moon since 1969? We're just doing a little flyby. But you said that we could get some actual hard evidence that the US did land on the moon, because that's been a big question.
Exactly, but what is there's evidence that somebody was on the moon already. We're talking about footprints that are there, because it's not just one mission. There was several that went to the moon, 1960s and 1970s. We went back several times. There will be flags that are on the moon. There will be debris that's been left over from the last lunar landing, and there should be footprints there as well, because, of course, no atmosphere on the moon means those footprints have remained untouched all this time. So we should be able to, provided they're close enough, get pictures of that flag still on the moon in exactly the same position as it was, although be it a little bit tarnished from the sun. So that ideally maybe should put some of the conspiracy theorists to rest and say, right, here's solid evidence that we've been on the moon previously. Unless, of course, the flag has mysteriously disappeared. Let's see.
Yes, maybe from aliens. Maybe aliens took it home. But anyway, we're going to move on now. And it's that time of the show where Jono and Raria have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. Jono, I want to start with yours because it's going to divide a lot of opinion. I feel like air travel always does. It's about older couples being split up on planes. Can you tell us a little bit more?
Yeah, initially I thought this is because they just argue with each other about who's ordering what from the cart, but no. It is a study that says elderly passengers may need to be split up on flights. That's for emergency evacuation procedures. So airlines have been advised, and this is a paper that's been published now, to say older travellers are actually going to slow down the exit time. There's an international rule, and it's strict to say it has to be emptied in 90 seconds. And so seating arrangements matter. So the idea is if you spread out people who've got limited mobility around the cabin and don't keep older couples together, you'll be able to evacuate that plane a lot quicker. So, yeah, it could mean splitting up, grandma and grandpa for the 7 or 8 hour flight, all in the name of safety. And I honestly think if my dad found this out, that he could split from my mum for an 8 hour period on a flight, he would lean into this 100% and think, and I would as well. I think, yeah, I hate sitting beside people I like, or I know when I'm traveling, should I put it there.
Well, that's good to know, because won't be sitting with you on a plane. But I guess, Ralia, what they're saying is only the fittest basically survive here.
Apparently, the fittest, the youngest, and the thinnest also, because I suppose, you know, the evacuation of a plane will also be hindered by someone who's overweight, just like with someone who's old and slow. So, yeah, apparently, you know, it's not just the survival of the fittest, survival of the youngest and the thinnest.
Well,
if you like.
Yeah, there we are. And Ralia, we're going to talk about yours because it's about a boy in Egypt and he's been making headlines for this big deal of a century. Tell us more.
Yes, actually, this story has been trending in the Arab world for the past few days, despite all the news of the war and everything that's happening in the region. Apparently, this boy, Essam, he comes home one day from school without his school bag. His mom asks him, where is it? And he said, I don't know. I lost it. I couldn't find it at school. The mom gets enraged. She records this video talking about it, asking, you know, the school, where is my son's school bag? She even elevated it, you know, requesting interference from the municipality, from the governor, from even the Minister of Education. Anyways, the video that she posted became viral, at least it was trending in Egypt, up to the point, and everybody was talking about it, up to the point that the police got involved. They went to the school, they investigated, only to find out that Essam has made the deal of the century. He swapped his school bag with one of his friends for 2 deli meat sandwiches. And he came home, he was too scared to tell his mom of what he did. And he just told her he lost it. But the funny thing is, if you look at the video of the mother, you know, talking about this and being very angry, the boy appears in the video sitting next to her with this cheekiest smile. Actually, if you look at him, you would have known that something is up and that, you know, did something wrong. The school bag isn't just missing. But anyways, at the end of the day, he got the school bag back and he ate the sandwiches.
What I find absolutely fascinating about the story is that the mum was so worried about the school bag that was lost. If I lost my school bag, I think my mum would have given me a little clip around the ear and she would have told me to go and look out. She wouldn't have, you know, alerted the police and the army. It's a bit much.
The mom's logic is that there's no safety in the school. If my son can lose his bag and nobody, not the school, nobody knows anything about it, then maybe something will happen to my son inside the school. And, you know, he might get kidnapped or beaten up or something would happen to him and, you know, nobody would know anything about it. That was her logic. But it's really funny because, I mean, if you hear the video in Arabic, the lady is enraged. She's so angry. And she's really, really asking, like, with all seriousness, the government to help her. But they didn't. And the school bag is back.
Well, there we are. Egyptian mother finally finds a school bag after all of that looking around, and basically the son's traded it in for a few sandwiches. But thanks so much to our guests this evening, journalist and presenter Jono Hayes and Al Arabiya senior presenter Ralia Alami. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. G&T, that's coming up next. Goodbye and good night.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English from our headquarters in Riyadh. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, with the war in Iran now in its 6th week and with no end in sight, President Donald Trump weighs escalation. We ask, what might the week ahead have in store? Pakistan, Egypt and Turkey are all offering to act as mediators. We ask, who's leading the way with diplomacy? Plus, we find out more about the audacious rescue of a US airman who was ejected from his F-15 and then found himself in hostile mountainous territory deep inside Iran. We ask, how was that rescue pulled off? Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with an exchange of words and threats between the United States and Iran, which appear to have intensified. Well, on Easter morning, the US President Donald Trump posted an explosive message on Truth Social using profanities whilst at the same time threatening Iran. Well, he warned of possible strikes on civilian infrastructure, including power plants and bridges. The president then gave Iran a deadline to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, warning that they'd, quote, face hell if they didn't, and also calling them crazy. Well, these comments sparked some backlash, with some Republicans pointing towards the 25th Amendment to the US Constitution. Well, as President Trump pushes a deadline to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, Iran has rejected a temporary ceasefire plan, arguing that it would only give its adversaries time to regroup and continue fighting. This comes as reports say that both sides have received a new proposal to end the conflict, potentially with a ceasefire taking effect as early as today. Now, during the course of the weekend, President Trump said that an American F-15 pilot missing in Iran had been rescued. Well, this happened after a dramatic firefight between Iranian and US forces. Well, the US and Iran spent 2 days racing to find that downed airman, with Tehran urging the public to hand him over. Well, had the airman been held captive, it would have been a win for Tehran and a major challenge for Washington. Well, with his rescue now complete, the question remains, how might this affect public perception of the war and President Trump's support base? Well, we're joined now by Matthew Buckley, who's known as Wiz in his profession. He's a former decorated US Navy fighter pilot and Top Gun who joins us now from Florida. Thank you so much for joining us, Wiz. Always a pleasure talking to you. And I just want to pick up on something you were saying at the weekend on one of the US TV news shows. You seem to be very certain that the missing airman had indeed survived. Now, I wanted to ask you what made you so sure.
Well, not going to really, release all my sources and methods. Let's just say that fighter aviation is a very small community. It's a tight fraternity, a tight sorority. So we worry about our own, and we have a very tight network. So I had it on high confidence that this airman was rescued successfully and still alive, obviously, before the rescue.
Yeah, I mean, this was a highly complex rescue mission. Took about 36 hours. You're quoted as saying that those involved are ultra prepared. You say they eat, breathe, and sleep combat search and rescue. And I just want to ask you who you think deserves the most credit here.
Those folks, you nailed it. Combat search and rescue. This was their Super Bowl. They trained for years and years for this exact scenario. So when this happened, nobody was necessarily surprised, right? A complex machine kicked into gear immediately. After the past 6 weeks, we've flown over 13,000 combat sorties. And I'm just a political science major from South Jersey. Losing 2 aircraft out of 13,000 sorties, that's a 99.98 mission success rate. So up until these aircraft were lost the other day, this combat search and rescue folks were sitting alert on the end of the runway playing cards. And then when that horn sounded, they sprung into action and they knew exactly what to do, who does what by when. And even when the 2 aircraft got bogged down in some mud and couldn't take off, there was a contingency plan for that. They weren't surprised. So we have death by planning, so to speak. We sit in the brief and we go through what reasonably could go wrong in this mission that we can talk about right now instead of freaking out if and when it does. So this was just near absolutely flawless operation.
Yeah, that airman's ordeal was 36 hours long. I just wonder how close you think Iran got to capturing him.
Well, apparently, according to my sources, they got very close. We had predators overhead this airman, and anytime anybody got close, they were eliminated. They also bombed and cratered the roads leading anywhere to this region, creating traffic jams. And the CIA created a deceptive campaign. I have it on pretty good authority that we actually launched a small dummy search and rescue package in the exact opposite direction to make the Iranians believe that's where the downed airman was. So it might have been close, but I don't think it was going to be too close. They were going to rain death and destruction down on anybody who got even near this aviator. And that should show you that we care. We care about one man, one woman, and that is our motto. No one left behind.
Yeah, indeed. That is the motto. I mean, this aviator was deep inside hostile territory, and he decided to hike up a ridge, which was about 2,200 meters in altitude. That's about 7,000 feet. What was the advantage of being up there as opposed to lower down?
Communication. If you're down below and stuck in a mountainous area, it's very hard to communicate. Even with the most Gucci satellite gear that we have, you got to get to a mountaintop just to have clear comms. And also for potential pickup. Obviously, a helicopter going in a crevice or in a valley, there are winds, there are potential power lines. So you want to get as high as you can, obviously, for satellites and for communication. I'll remind you, in the mid-90s, Scott O'Grady was shot down flying an F-16 over Bosnia, and he evaded capture for 6 days, eating ants and living off the land. So while this seems like a little bit of a longer event, I still remember Scott O'Grady and Bosnia and doing some good work evading capture during that case.
Do you think in many ways the fact that this was mountainous terrain was an advantage to this aviator? Because if it had been flat or desert-like conditions, there wouldn't have been anywhere for him to hide, would there?
You nailed it. Absolute 100%. I think that's why when he initially got comms with the good guys, he said, God is good, because it could have been worse. Absolutely could have landed in flat terrain. He could have landed in a very civilized area, a lot of folks around. I saw a video, it looks like Iranian police shooting at Pave Hawk helicopters as they flew by. So yes, it could have been worse. So landing in the mountainous terrain definitely helped. I don't know if he was injured during the ejection. Ejecting is a very violent event. It's either die or pull the ejection handle. So I don't know if he was injured during the ejection or during the parachute landing fall when he hit the ground. This might surprise you, and it surprises a lot of people. Fighter pilots aren't trained to parachute. We do it in a little, we jump off a box in a yard in some straps, but we never actually get to hang in a parachute. So this might have been this person's first time in a parachute. So he was also injured, which makes this even more incredible.
Right, and it sounds like he did everything right, everything by the rule book. I mean, how specific is the training that pilots go through for precisely this type of situation?
We go through SEER, survival, evasion, resistance, and escape training. It's pretty thorough. You try and evade capture, you live off the land, they throw us in a POW camp, and it's the only place legally in the United States military that they're allowed to strike you, that they're actually allowed to hit you. It's very intense training. But I got to be honest with you, all the training in the world probably cannot compare to pulling the ejection handles, hanging in a parachute, and then landing behind enemy lines. I don't think you can be too prepared for that to happen. But obviously the training worked. The equipment worked, the satellite communications, and we knew where he was the entire time. And it's critical to know that people were like, well, we didn't hear too much from him. Well, because we assume bad guys are listening. Even if it's scrambled and highly secure communications, we're still going to assume that some potential bad guys are listening in. So he did everything according to his training, and he's home because of it.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you sharing that with us. Matthew Wiz Buckley, former decorated U.S. Navy fighter pilot. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well, we're joined now by Malcolm Nance, who is a former U.S. Naval Intelligence Officer, New York Times bestselling author, and also the host of the podcast Black Man Spy. Malcolm, thank you very much indeed for joining us. You were the chief instructor to people for precisely these kinds of scenarios: survival, evasion, resistance, and escape. Those are the sort of the guiding principles that would have been in the mind of this airman who had a 36-hour-long ordeal. I mean, it sounds very much like, almost to the letter, that man's training was put into action. Is that how it sounds to you?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, when you're flying a $40, $50, $65 million jet, you're a pilot or you're a weapons systems officer who's sitting in the back. When the enemy strikes you or you have a malfunction and you have to abandon that aircraft, you have to do an emergency ejection or an egress, you change jobs. You change from a pilot who is highly skilled into what we call a survivor evader. Once you come down on that parachute and you touch ground on enemy territory, your job is changed. Your job is to, 1, make sure you're in good health. 2, move away from the place where you've come down on the ground, which is surviving the environment. And 3, evading the enemy. Moving from point to point, establishing communications with the combat search and rescue teams, and then following their instructions to make sure that you survive the encounter and return home with honor.
I mean, one thing to learn all of that in a classroom situation and to be trained in that. Quite another, I'd have thought, after you've just ejected from a fighter jet. What sort of a toll does that take on the human body, that mere process of ejecting and coming down safely to land, and then having to be physically and mentally 100% on top of your game? I mean, how difficult?
Well, it's generally difficult because, you know, at our schools, each service runs its own survival, evasion, resistance, and escape school. The Air Force One is in Spokane, Washington. These are what we call high risk of capture schools. So you have to go through a full-scale simulation. No one ejects you from an airplane, of course. But what we do is we teach you what happens when your feet finally touch the ground. You are a hunted person. There are going to be locals who might have seen you. The most dangerous thing that you will find in the Middle East, North Africa, South Asia environment is not armed police or soldiers, even though they may see your aircraft come down and explode. It's children with goats. They are everywhere. They will see you. They will tell people which direction that you went into. So you have to determine whether you're in competent health. When that aircraft exploded, the person who was sitting in the back seat, the second pilot, the weapons system officer, he could have been injured from shrapnel from the explosion of the engines. We saw the violent explosion of that aircraft, and he has to treat himself and then move as slowly as possible. We don't like people moving quickly, but move themselves along a route to where they can hide, communicate, move again, hide, communicate, and survive. We teach that in what's called a stress inoculation environment, where we put you in a very high stress, very close capture situation where the results of us finding you are not pleasant. You are beaten, you are slapped, you are put in very stressful positions. And then we bring you on to what's called resistance training, where we teach how to behave when you're captured. But in this instance, so far, the pilot carried out all of his training and went through a conventional recovery with special forces coming to get him and bringing him out.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like, a serious ordeal, and it even sounds arduous in the training context you were just describing there. How much of an advantage do you think it was for this airman to have been in the kind of terrain he was in? Because, I mean, had it been open desert, I mean, he wouldn't have been able to hide anything like as easily as he could where he was, which was in a mountainous area.
Well, you'd be surprised. The desert is a brilliant place to hide. It's just a question of where you come down on the ground, who sees you. The mountainous areas of the Zagros Mountains really helped him quite a bit. But it also gave him, I understand, a 5-kilometer, almost a 10-kilometer trek that he had to do with injuries. He was injured coming out of the aircraft, and then he had to evade thousands of people who were looking for him. So that did work to his advantage. It also worked to the advantage of the people who were coming to rescue him as well. We do have a way of maintaining positive communications with a pilot. As soon as an aircraft is hit, it makes a loud beacon. There is a beacon that's in the ejection seat that tells the whole world that aircraft is now ejected. So we have, how can I put it, thousands of years of combined experience of people who were shot down from the beginning of World War I through World War II, Vietnam, Korea, all these wars teaching, giving us the ability to impart that curriculum so that anyone who's shot down, like the pilots we had in Iraq, they felt very confident that even if they were captured, they could endure the experience due to the training they received.
Right. So as soon as the pilot landed and ejected safely and came down to the ground, that beacon would have been with him. It could also, because there were two search parties essentially looking for him, one Iranian, one American, couldn't that beacon have ended up being a trap for the American search party to fall into? How could they be sure that the pilot wasn't already captured and that they weren't being lured into a trap?
Right, and we train for that. We have protocols for that. It's very simple. The beacon on the ejection seat tells us that the aircraft has been lost, right? And then the pilot comes down in the ejection seat. The ejection seat separates away from the pilot, and then he is coming down with all his survival gear on his vest, a small arms, and a rifle that's inside the ejection seat pen. Then he has a radio that's on him, his survival radio, either a PRC-112G or the new Hook 3 survival evasion radio. That radio inside has an encrypted beacon that goes to a satellite that cannot be intercepted. It can only be received by a space-based asset, which is a satellite, and brought down on the channels to the Combat Search and Rescue Control Team that will immediately, within a meter, determine where he is. But we don't trust even that. When that person makes communication with us, we have a series of authenticators that we give to him that only he and the people on the ground who are looking for him know. He also has duress codes so that if he has a gun to his head and he answers a question wrong, we have a way to communicate with him and ask him if he's in duress. And then more importantly, I come from the intelligence community. We have an enormous number of systems which immediately bore sight right down onto that place, whether it's a drone physically looking at him standing in wherever he is or lying wherever he is. We can see an individual from 30, 40,000 feet very clearly. Even if he's hidden, we can check that with thermal imaging. Then we can make sure there's no one physically around him, and we will keep that drone locked on him. We even lost some drones looking for him. Then, of course, the Special Operations Task Force won't launch until they know he is safe, he is in a place that they can get to and that he can get to, and that his life is secure. If he's badly injured, they may launch quickly, get out there, battle around him or clear the area around him, and extract him and get him to medical care. But this system has been paid for in blood by hundreds and hundreds of aviators who were shot down and killed in previous wars.
Yeah, it sounds incredibly thorough, and I want to go into a bit more detail on the rescue operation in just a second, but just a very simple question. What was he living on for those 36 hours? In an ejector sort of pack, is there any food? Is there any water?
Yeah, he actually has two survival kits on him. One that's inside his vest, that's always on his person. That's his first line survival gear. There's a full survival kit inside there, fire starting, tiny little saw to make trees, how to collect a little pouch to collect water. If there's water sources around there, he has quart water that's on him when he ejects. We also have some survival rations that are high concentrated rations that are on there. Same thing inside his survival seat pan. This is a little box that is under the ejection seat. In there is a rifle, by the way, with 120 rounds of ammunition and more survival equipment, doubling up on everything, and then more high concentrated survival food. That food is not designed for you to just snack on. That is designed for you to exist on over a long period of time. And you have to hoard it, right? It's high energy, it's high concentrate, almost lifeboat rations, because he may have come down in the ocean. You don't know. But that water is the most important facet of that. And there may be another port in there, and then he has to find a water source. If it rains, he can open up his little bag and collect that water. But he has to survive, and that's his job, is to first survive and make sure he can move.
Okay, I mean, Malcolm, you've painted a picture of a pretty close call by way of a rescue operation. I mean, it could have all gone very differently, couldn't it? And I just want to ask you, just to conclude, what you think perhaps the most risky phase of that whole rescue operation was.
Well, in this particular instance, the riskiest phase is always post-ejection, always, because an aircraft is now, fireballing out of the sky, and it could crash 5, 10, 20 kilometers away from you and blow up in a fireball, which is good, because that tells the enemy, look over there. Whereas it's always children who are shepherding, doing chores around farms that will see you come down in the parachute. And in the modern world, they're even worse threat because they always have a mobile phone. And in fact, we saw parts of this mission were recorded by people with mobile phones who were herders out in the mountains, literally kids with goats. You can hear the goat bells going on out there. The most dangerous thing in a survival evasion situation are young kids with goats. They will find you. So that being said, the entire operation of going to get him in, the first pilot in the daytime, was extremely risky. We try not to do that. We own the night. We can dominate the night. We have night vision for everything. But landing those two C-130s, the HC-130 Combat King aircraft, onto that abandoned airfield, that was very, very risky. And as you saw, they got stuck, right? Terrain conditions were not optimal for them to get out. And then they landed lighter aircraft there, managed to extract everybody. And we'd rather destroy $300 million worth of aircraft than to allow that pilot to be captured by the IRGC.
Okay, well, it sounds like this rescue story and the fact that it went off well and was a success will be something of a morale boost for the US forces. We're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time. I would have loved to have talked to you for long, but thank you very much indeed, Malcolm Nance. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
My pleasure. Pleasure.
Well, we're joined now by career diplomat Joey Hood, who's a former US ambassador to Tunisia and former acting assistant secretary of state for the Middle East North Africa region. He joins us from Washington. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Ambassador Hood. I expect you saw the postings on Truth Social during the course of the weekend, and President Trump, amongst other things, seems to be threatening further strikes on Iranian critical infrastructure. Just looking at all of those comms, what sort of a week is this week shaping up to be, do you think?
Unfortunately, I think, Tom, it's going to be a very violent week once again, because the leaders in Iran right now don't seem interested in coming to a negotiated solution that would satisfy President Trump. And that would include specifically allowing ships through the Strait of Hormuz unoffended. What appears to be happening here is that President Trump is employing what President Nixon used to call the madman theory of warfare, which is to convince the other side that you are so unpredictable and possibly so obsessed with victory that you're willing to do virtually anything. And unfortunately, in this case, the leadership in Iran is not buying it. And unfortunately, I think that's a big mistake, because I think President Trump will follow through on these threats to some degree. Even this morning, we've seen that apparently Israeli forces have already started to enforce it by going after the South Pars field once again. And something to keep in mind, a lot of commentators are saying, well, if he does what he is threatening to do, these could constitute war crimes, and that may very well be true. At the same time, the Supreme Court has completely absolve President Trump or any president from being prosecuted for anything that they did while in office. So he knows that he really isn't going to face any consequences. He's also not up for election ever again. So if I were the Iranian leaders, I would be listening very carefully and take him at his word this time.
Okay, I mean, we heard him saying we have power plant day, bridge day coming up in the days ahead. Obviously, a deal, he said, must be struck by the end of Tuesday. But given everything you've said and this approach adopted by President Trump, plus the less predictable nature of Iran, now that there have been changes in the high echelons of leadership there as well, I mean, how great would you say the risk of miscalculation is?
The risk of miscalculation has been very high since 1979, in fact, when the regime took our diplomats hostage in our embassy for 444 days. For any country, that is just a red line that should not be crossed. I certainly believed, as did other diplomats and military planners for years, that this war probably was going to happen, but that it was going to be as the result of an Iranian miscalculation of where our red lines are, especially since we do change presidents from time to time, and they set different red lines at different times. And we almost saw this happen on several occasions. One that comes to mind is the 2011 attempted or planned assassination of the Saudi ambassador in Washington, D.C., Adel al-Jubeir. Had that plot succeeded, the Iranians would have killed not just Adel al-Jubeir, but everyone else in the restaurant that they were targeting. And so that would have crossed a red line, I'm quite certain, and it would have elicited a strong American military response. They probably didn't realize that at the time, otherwise they wouldn't have gone through with the planning. But at this point, one thing that is actually quite predictable about the Iranian regime is that they're not giving up. The entire regime is based on this concept of resistance, resisting the United States, resisting economic development, resisting partnerships in the region that have brought unprecedented economic growth to the countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council and others. The countries that are suffering the most are the ones that have been under Iranian influence and domination.
Right. And I wanted to ask you, I mean, some of the experts that we've spoken to have suggested that President Trump is acting on gut feelings and hunches here. And I just wonder whether he's listening to career diplomats like you, experts, people who know the region well as you do. Is that something you think the president is doing?
There's no indication of that, Tom. In fact, for years, many of us dedicated our professional lives to planning for just this possibility from the diplomatic side and from the military side. On the military side, in fact, tactically, so far, this war has been brilliantly successful. It's on the strategic side, on the diplomatic side, that it has not been. And that's because you didn't see the same type of preparation on the diplomatic side that you saw on the military side. But that's also no surprise because many senior diplomats have been moved out of the State Department. If they are still there, they're certainly not in meetings. They're certainly not being asked for their analysis or recommendations. And some of that is because they're not being asked, and some is because they're afraid to offer up different ideas that the president may disagree with, which would then lead them to be sidelined or fired altogether. So that's unfortunate, and we're seeing the results of that now with entirely predictable results, such as the Strait of Hormuz being closed and the attacks on the Gulf Arab partners, all of which were taken into account during the planning stages. And so I'm not saying that any of this necessarily could have been avoided, but we certainly could have prepared better for it. We could have moved American citizens and military forces and their families out, and diplomats out of the region far even before hostilities began. That could have been used as another piece of negotiating leverage. The coalition could have been much broader than just Israel. There's a lot of things that could have been done and should have been done and were planned for, but were not, because it seems that the president was not getting that advice from the people who engaged in the planning and who have been dealing with the Iranians for a long time. Because, the back and forth of messages that we're hearing about now via countries like Pakistan, this has been happening since 1979, when the Algerians helped us free those diplomatic hostages. We've had the Swiss acting as our intermediary officially for years. At times, we've also had Oman, as you know, and other countries as well, Iraq, that have stepped in to help mediate between and pass messages between the United States and Iran. That's been going on for a very, very long time. And so you have or had diplomats who had a lot of experience with those communications with the Iranians and understanding how they do things.
Right. So as well as not necessarily involving the in-house expertise that the United States have, another source of guidance and advice and intel would, of course, be America's allies. And ordinarily, key allies would be listened to and they would be involved. They don't seem to be so much this time. But I'm wondering what you think U.S. allies in the GCC countries are telling President Trump's administration. Do you think they're telling him to finish the war or finish the job?
I think that that's for sure, that now that the war is here, they don't want to see a regime that remains in place in Tehran, but is, while weakened, also extremely angry and also much more knowledgeable and experienced about targeting and about what our various systems are able to take out and what they're more vulnerable to and so forth. Because they do learn from these engagements over the years. It's not the first time we've had a military engagement with this regime in Tehran. There was the tanker war in the late 1980s. There's, of course, been in Iraq, hundreds and hundreds of Americans who were killed by Iranian technology, roadside bombs, and other targeting of that nature and so forth. So I think that that's what the Gulf Arab countries are most concerned about, is that there will be a weakened, angry, but still capable regime in place in Tehran. And so they do want the job to be finished to the extent that Tehran is no longer going to be able to threaten them in the way that they have been doing, not just now, but for years.
Okay, that's the GCC countries. Then let's talk about the countries that have an Iranian presence in the form of proxies. And I'm thinking of Lebanon, you mentioned Iraq, and Yemen. Just on the subject of Iraq, and then we'll come to some of the other countries as well. I mean, they've got a very delicate balancing act to play here between these competing loyalties between Tehran and Washington. How do you see this ending in Iraq? Whose side do you see them coming down on, or can they have it both ways and maintain that balance of relations between Tehran and Washington?
Well, frankly, I've told Iraqi leaders for years they can't have it both ways, not for very long in any case. And I think that's becoming extremely clear now. This regime in Tehran since 1979 has been built on this concept of resistance. And that's what you hear about all the time in Arabic muqawama, in Lebanon, in Yemen, in Iraq, in Syria. Well, what is it exactly that they're resisting? They're resisting the kind of safety and security and stability and economic development that we've seen in the Gulf countries ever since 1945, when King Abdulaziz and President Roosevelt met on the deck of the USS Quincy and decided on a security and political and economic partnership between Saudi Arabia and the United States, which then was extended to the other GCC countries as they got greater independence. So what has happened? With that U.S. security umbrella, they have been able to repel invasion from people like Saddam Hussein. They've been able to grow their economies. In many cases, their GDP has grown by a factor of 10 in the UAE, in Saudi Arabia, and Qatar and beyond. So this is the sort of situation that these forces are supposedly resisting. Why? Because they don't want greater American friendship, partnership, influence in this region, which comes with not just greater security and stability, but also the economic development. They want to extract whatever money and influence that they can through these proxies. And what ends up happening is it weakens these countries, it weakens their economies and their political systems all around Iran. So it's like a scorched earth defense strategy. So if all of our neighbors are weak and unable to threaten us, and we can take advantage of them economically and politically, then that's going to be our strategy. This is Tehran's thinking. And, this has never been acceptable, but I think now countries are seeing the direct result of having invested in a strategy like that one.
Okay, and you've actually been quoted as saying that one of the legacies of the current conflict is that there'll be a sort of a NATO-like alliance between Washington and Gulf countries after the war has ended. I just wanted to ask you what you think the rationale and the objectives of that alliance would be.
Well, countries like Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar have pushed for bilateral defense agreements that would be very strong. But I think in this case now, you're going to see for the entire Gulf Cooperation Council a push for a treaty-based alliance that would assure mutual defense. This is the natural progression of security arrangements between our countries. We can't in 2026 really be operating with the same security architecture that we had in 1945 or 1991. And we're seeing some of the limitations of that. If we did have an Article 5-like arrangement with these countries, assuring a response by all in the event of an attack on any of them, then I think the Iranians would have thought very much harder about making any attack on the Gulf countries. And conversely, that actually provides a security guarantee of sorts to Tehran, whether for this government or the one that will come after, because they can be assured that if they were to start a war, they would not be able to finish it. And so therefore, it would make the likelihood of a war being started in the future much, much lower. Okay. So I think that's going to be a natural outcome of this war, not a distancing between the United States and the Gulf Arab countries, but actually coming together to try to make our security cooperation more predictable, stronger, and less likely to be attacked.
Okay, so that's a new alliance, but looking at the old NATO alliance, we've been given messages from Washington in the last couple of weeks that suggest that alliance is really in danger. It's, on borrowed time in the president's mind. And I wondered whether you think perhaps NATO allies have indeed let America down at this time.
Well, it's not just President Trump, but President Biden and President Obama have also been pushing the NATO member countries to contribute more to their own defense for years and years. And they actually have been very slow in doing that. It's understandable if someone else will take on the very expensive security burden, then the likelihood is that you're going to try to make that happen. But it's clear that our European colleagues need to take on more of that burden so that critical straits, for example, like the Strait of Hormuz, like the Bab el-Mandeb, can be defended by a greater alliance than just the United States and one or two other countries, which again would make it much less likely that a country like Iran, either directly or through its proxies in Yemen, would try to throttle those straits at times when they don't like what the rest of the world is doing.
Okay, just lastly, Ambassador, the polls in the United States suggest this war is deeply unpopular with the US public. There was a rare glimmer of hope and positive news at the weekend in the form of the daring and successful recovery operation of the US aviator in the mountains of Isfahan province in Iran. I just wondered what your thoughts were on that operation and how you think it was made possible that aviator was indeed rescued successfully.
Well, again, I go back to 1979, 1980, when our diplomats were being held hostage for 444 days by the Iranian regime in Tehran. President Carter at the time ordered Operation Eagle Claw to go and try to rescue them. And this operation ended miserably because of mechanical failures, because of bad weather and so forth. And I can guarantee that every general, every admiral in the United States military is old enough to remember that. President Trump certainly is old enough to remember that. And so that operation, the failure of that operation actually led to the creation of the Joint Special Operations Command, or JSOC, to enable the United States to have successful missions like this in the future. And that is exactly what we just saw. And I'm sure that for anyone who was alive for Operation Eagle Claw now feels a certain vindication that the United States has been able to actually go into Iran and save someone from our side from being held hostage once again and used for propaganda purposes while they're being tortured. So that's a good outcome and is frankly another indicator of how tactically well this war has been carried out by the U.S. military. It's on the strategic side that the war hasn't been going so well because the president hasn't been able to listen to long-term planning on the diplomatic side, has not laid out the objectives as clearly to potential coalition allies, and so therefore has been going it alone with Israel when that didn't necessarily have to be the case.
Okay, we really appreciate you sharing that with us. Career diplomat Joey Hood, former US ambassador to Tunisia. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Ambassador.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, we're joined now by Mick Mulroy, who is a former CIA paramilitary operations officer and a retired U.S. Marine who joins us now from Montana. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us, Mick. President Trump said at the weekend there has to be a deal by the end of Tuesday or else. Iran is saying that negotiations are not compatible with these kinds of ultimatums and threats. And we have actually had some ultimatums and threats from President Trump before in this conflict. I mean, are the president's words having any desired effect?
It's good to be with you, Tom. I would say that it's unlikely to move the Iranians one way or the other. They're not going to listen to kind of this hyperbolic language about destroying the country and, everything that he's been talking about in that manner. I think they're basically going to decide based on what they think is in their strategic interest. And right now, they don't think that a limited ceasefire is in their strategic interest. They seem to have already rejected it out of hand, the offer that was proposed by Egypt, Turkey, and Pakistan. So it does look like we're heading toward an escalation. That escalation seems to be focused on the power generating infrastructure in Iran and bridges, but we'll have to see because those of course are going to cause a lot of international concern.
Right. I mean, we heard President Trump alluding to power plant day, to bridge day. I mean, are those the most obvious options at this stage when it comes to this escalation you just mentioned?
So, I mean, from my perspective, we should be focusing on military targets and targets that the regime uses to fund themselves. Going after civilian infrastructure like power generation is, of course, going to be questioned under international law. It's generally not a valid military target. And it's going to turn the population against us. I know the president said that civilians want him to do that, but I can't imagine that they want to see their hospitals go dark, their desalination plants and water treatment plants stop functioning, and of course their lights out. That's generally required for any society, including Iran. So we could significantly turn the population against us. More of the world's view on this war could be reduced and turned against the United States. And ultimately, if the idea is that we're going to put pressure on the regime for doing this, I mean, this is a regime that killed 30,000 of their own people, in the last few months. So the idea that because their civilians don't have power, that they're somehow going to, bend to the U.S.'s will, I think's unlikely.
Yeah, okay, so it doesn't sound like you think there are too many signs of a diplomatic breakthrough at this stage.
That's correct. I haven't seen one. I would like to see one. I certainly think we should all want this to end in a diplomatic resolution rather than a dramatic military escalation, because I think even striking these targets, even the valid ones, we've hit over 20,000. And I think the U.S. has made great strides on reducing their strategic military assets. And that's something I think that the president could essentially say and do his own strategic pause. But the problem is the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. If we can't get to a diplomatic resolution for that to come open, then I think the big escalation is going to be if the United States elects to do that by force. The U.S. can do it by force. I mean, it's certainly within the capability of the U.S. military. The question is it going to be, viable in the sense that we have to stay there? We have to permanently occupy these positions. We'll probably take casualties, and it could make all of the conditions even worse, especially if the Houthis then get fully activated and start trying to close down the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandeb, another maritime choke point, much like the Strait of Hormuz. So there's a lot of things that Iran can do essentially to counter any action by the United States, which is why I think it's in the U.S.'s interest in this diplomatically, with all the objectives of the military largely being met.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the Strait of Hormuz there. It's closed. Maybe there'll be more sea closures, as you alluded to just there with the Red Sea. Let's just look at where we are right now. I mean, thousands of people have been killed these last 5 weeks, most of them in Iran and Lebanon. There's been damage, physical damage to some GCC countries, severe damage to the economies of not just the GCC, but the entire world. I mean, at this stage, what can the U.S. frame as a victory and walk away from with some face being saved?
We can undo the past. I don't think the U.S. should have ever talked about regime change. I mean, we obviously want to see a regime change, but that was really never in the cards to actually force one. I can't think of a time in history where you forced a full regime to change based on air power alone. And I think the intelligence community said it wasn't going to happen, and we can see it's not. Yes, it's been modified substantially with the decapitation strikes. But that one I don't think should have ever been essentially shelved as an objective. The other parts, we have seen further degradation of the nuclear program. There will be questions if we leave without recovering the highly enriched uranium. So I think that's still on the table for a potential operation. But we have degraded it both from the 12-day war and from many strikes on other facilities during this Operation Fury. That I think is going to be questioned. But the others, like the degradation of their ballistic missile program, their suicide drone, not as degraded as we had hoped, but certainly substantially reduced. Their ability to manufacture both of these, and especially their Air Force and Navy, has been essentially decimated. So I think that is what the U.S. should hang its hat on, very verifiable empirical reductions. I think we should also stop talking about the complete elimination, since that almost never happens anywhere in combat. And it only leads us to be able to question that assessment in the future when they launch anything at anyone. But I think the United States can claim that as a strategic and certainly a tactical success. But the question is, if we leave the Strait of Hormuz open, most people will consider that a strategic failure. So that is where I think the focus of effort is right now.
Okay. I mean, clearly this war is not popular in the United States, but one thing that made for some positive headlines in the last 24 hours was the weekend rescue of the airman who'd been trapped for 36 hours in a mountainous area of Iran. I just want to ask you, I mean, just reading about that rescue effort, I mean, it really is the stuff of Hollywood films. Would you say it was the most daring rescue mission of its kind in recent times for the U.S.?
Well, it certainly was the most complicated. Obviously, there's been a lot of rescue that we don't even know about operations, and some of those have been, you know, to the operator involved, certainly just as daring. But this was very complicated. It was far inside Iran. It's an active war zone. The regime had put out a bounty for the weapons system officers that ejected. I think, you know, from the U.S. perspective, it was great news. It really shows the ethos that we never leave anyone behind. It was a combination of the CIA doing a deception operation and apparently discovering him, finding him, and then focusing JSOC's effort to go and recover him. And it's also important now to point out just how much he was responsible for his recovery. He essentially climbed mountains, hid in rocks, and did everything he was taught in SEER training, the escape and evasion training that pilots, special operations, and CIA officers go through. So it was obviously a great news story, but ultimately the war goes on, and now the focal point is back on what is the next phase of this, and is it going to be an escalation?
Yeah, indeed. Just one final question, though, on that airman's rescue. I mean, one thing I don't understand is, you know, they used a beacon to track him down, but how did those searching for the airman know for sure that the airman was indeed the one in the possession of the beacon and not the Iranians? And how could they be sure he wasn't already captured and therefore it wasn't some sort of a trap that they were being led into?
That's a really good question, Tom. I don't know the answer, obviously, but there is media reporting that the agency somehow found the individual and positively identified them. As a former CIA officer, I would say that's great. Super proud of my organization. Probably shouldn't be talking about it at all, of course, because that is a capability we don't want any of our adversaries to know about. So I don't know about it, but I'm unsure how that was the case, but it's been heavily reported in a lot of media outlets. So it looks like to me that somebody's deliberately talking about it. So if that's the case, I think ultimately that bodes well for future recoveries of isolated personnel, which unfortunately we will likely have, if not this war, but another. But if this amps up substantially and there's no end in sight, I think we can expect that. The other part of this F-15 being shot down is the Iranians are claiming it's a new and more advanced weapon system. If that's the case, and I'm sure we're looking to find out if it is, that needs to be addressed. We need to find out where it came from. We need to, possibly adjust our flight operations to deal with that.
Okay, well, as you say, a real case study in that expression, no man or woman left behind. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much for your time. Mick Mulroy, always a pleasure talking to you.
Thanks, Tom. Good talking to you.
Well, that is all we have time for today's edition of Global News Today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us tomorrow for some more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Gori is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean on the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
But he was in a bad way yesterday. He was like, I don't think I can do it. He was against the wall. I just don't think I can do it.
You can't do that in the pod.
I'm going to do that.
No way! That's George Michael there. They're going to have a crisis meeting about a crisis meeting.
And then I'll go, bro, it's Liam Gallagher, bro.
Right, boys, we've got to bring the energy today.
Yeah.
I'm hungover. I'm not going to lie.
Why are you hungover, John?
So am I, to be fair.
And why are you?
He led me astray.
All right.
He led me. We got invited to the cup final.
Yeah.
And we ended up in Liam and Noel's box.
Yeah.
For the game.
Yeah.
But obviously Liam's missus is Arsenal and her sister, they're all Arsenal. So half the box is City, half Arsenal.
Yeah, it was very
I
intense.
knew what I was going. I'm always going to go City, aren't I?
Yeah,
but it was quite funny seeing them interact in the box. It was going off. It was heated.
Was it?
Was
it?
It was a good laugh.
Did you feel it? Yeah, but you know what's nice, Coley, right? Usually when we go to a game, right, I'm doing my thing, you're working, like you're putting clips together or you're thinking about, I might have to break this down. Yeah. But just to go to a game...
This morning you mentioned me, I don't remember the game.
Hey, do you know what? It gets like that when you go Wembley. Because when you've got the niceties in the box, right?
Yeah, box is nice.
It's a dangerous place.
Yeah.
Free drinks.
Yeah. Margaritas I was on. Who has margaritas at a football game?
And you know the worst thing about it? You forget about the game's on. You're like, oh, I'm actually at a football match.
It was slow. It started slow, wasn't it? It was slow.
Yeah.
So I'm running, but busy day, right? Yeah. Carly's away, so I've got the kids, right? So I'm running around. I took my boy to football in the morning. Missed punctuation here, like a punctuality. Yeah. One time, I'm feeling pressure now. We need to go. I'm going home. Quick spin round, Mum looks after him, and he's forgot his sunglasses, right? You know when he gets a bee in his bonnet? I ain't got no sunglasses. I went, it ain't even that sunny. But he's like, no, I need to stop. So my cousin Mouse, big up, Spurs fan, right?
Yeah.
So he's driving us to Wembley, and he's like, he said, I need sunglasses. We're in Kilburn. Right,
sunglasses.
He's like, stop it. He's like, wait, stop it at Kilburn High Street. I thought, if we are going to have a drink,
it's going to be a boozy one.
He's going to be boozy with these sunglasses, right? Harry found these sunglasses, little aviator numbers, anyway, we got it.
What was it, like £1?
I think they've cost me £5, I think.
I think they look good. I think you look like George Michael.
Mate, when you FaceTime me, I thought, George Michael come to mind. You know what I mean? George Michael come to me. I was like, why has he got them aviators on? All I needed to see you in is a leather jacket and a white T-shirt.
Have you got them?
I've got them, mate, look.
Have you got them?
I've got them. I have actually been home.
I've even got a case for them. He's got a case.
No, but it's the old glasses.
The case is more expensive.
It did not come with a case.
The case is more expensive than the glasses.
It's not that bad.
I bet. No way! Do you know that George Michael? Looking at me, there's George Michael there.
I might hilarious. Keep him on, really.
That's brilliant. That is flipping brilliant.
It was good.
I mean, it was good.
We got there, and I was a bit worried about when we arrived. So we drove on. I thought to myself, I don't want to get recognised here. Arsenal, bit boozed up. I just want to do it.
We've already got a lot of stick off Arsenal.
Yeah, we've got a bit of stick.
That much love, do we?
But listen, we got in the ground, did our thing, and you know what was nice? Just watching. Like the proper fans, just know what I mean? When it's mean so much, because you forget when you're doing your thing in football, you just forget how much people love it, don't you? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I loved it.
You know what? The bit I spotted was every time Arsenal got a corner, it was like a celebration.
Yeah.
Because they've got a corner.
It's like weird.
They just think we're going to score it. They're celebrating like we've got a corner, we're going to score.
That is so sad.
And then City fans were cheering when they never scored.
So sad.
Yeah, mate.
It's like basically like, remember Janino used to get a free kick outside the box? Do you remember it's like a penalty basically for him. Yeah, and everyone used to be on the edge of their seats. Yeah, he might score it. It's bang, it's quids on.
Janino, do you remember him? He was the first person I see strike the ball that make it wobble.
Yeah.
Do you remember? He used to put the valve on it.
Yeah.
And
then we see Gareth Bale take that.
Yeah,
we see Cristiano.
Could you ever do that? I could never. I could never do that.
I can make it wobble a bit.
I can make it wobble out the stadium. I'll tell you that. But listen, So moving on. So from there. You go to a little, then you go to a pub, isn't there?
No, the game, though.
The game.
The game was, the game, we actually see the game. I can't remember a lot of it, but I remember bits of it.
Them margaritas were going down well.
So the game was on.
Yeah.
What did you notice about the game? I want your professional analysis.
Well, you know what? I said to at one point, I don't feel like I've watched it. I've watched it as a fan. I haven't watched it and analysing it. I was cheering when...
Yeah, you got right into it,
didn't you? I got right into
Proper
it.
City, yeah.
But when Trafford made that save at the beginning, triple save,
City
fans are up cheering. I was really into it.
Yeah,
so
but it got a bit... I thought it was a boring game.
I was having a margarita.
It was slow. We were about 20 minutes in and we thought, oh my God, it's only 20 minutes in.
Yeah, the game was slow.
Before the game, my opinion was Arsenal... quadruple. I was thinking they've got it, ain't they?
Quids on.
They're strong, but 20 minutes in, I'm just thinking every corner they got, I was worried.
Yeah.
But I just thought they didn't really bring anything. They didn't really have a proper go. I didn't think. I always felt like City were.
Do you know
who was the player that you thought was running the game?
Well, Bernardo Silva.
How didn't Doku do a bit?
Doku was threatening.
Yeah,
Doku was threatening. Do you know what Doku needs to do more? And we both said this.
Yeah.
When he needs to be even more direct, because if he's got that pace, it was Ben White he's up against, right?
Yeah,
Ben White's not played a lot of football.
Yeah.
I thought early on, every time
there was
Doku made a run,
Ben White,
he got him behind. You got to test him. Do you know what I mean?
He could have done it more. They were like they'd get possession, and then Doku's in a position to threaten to run, and they could just give it. What they did is they just passed it back and kept the ball and did what City did, and they just in and out.
So they can actually use him and his powers
a bit more. Yeah.
Because you'd hate that as a fullback.
I'd hate it.
Yeah, just the skeezer just going at you all the time.
Yeah, it'd be a nightmare.
Did you see that little clip when they played? Man City played Real Madrid, and then Trent's walking off the pitch, and he's going like that to I don't know if he was taking the mick out of his style, Doku's style or not, or he's complimenting him. But from what it looked like, he was like, and he's speaking to one of his teammates, and then as they was walking off, he was like doing that with his leg. He does that little flick on his leg. Yeah. So he's probably saying, I don't know how to stop that.
I don't think you can stop it. That's what I'm saying.
He's changing direction.
He's so sharp.
Yeah.
If he was more direct, and it might come as he gets a bit older, like, you cannot stop him. You cannot stop him when he does that little shimmy and goes.
Yeah.
But I want to ask you something, because what I noticed, like, you got the master and the apprentice, right? And he's nipping at his heels, right? I think Pep's 100% a genius. Like, he's got them vibes. And Arteta's like, I think Arteta's on the way to becoming that. But I think he's watched him so much and he's admired him so much. I think when they play against each other, I don't think Arteta's You see Arteta, he's
do you think he's got inferior?
I think
it feels inferior a little bit
until he gets
that trophy
one over him. Because
do
you know what I mean?
It's a big chance for him this year. To do that.
And Pep. But listen, Pep had better trousers on as well.
Did he?
He always looks good.
He had the CP companies on there.
He had good trousers.
Good trousers. What?
No, but I personally think, right? I think there's something in Arteta where until he gets one over Pep.
Yeah.
Think of everything. You finish playing and he's gone to work for Pep. So he's thinking, right, I want to be a manager. And he's probably sucking in all of that knowledge and information. And he's thinking, and that becomes him. He's got mannerisms like him, isn't he? So it's almost like mimicking. All great artists do that, don't they? They take a bit from the previous one, right? But it comes a point where, and it was I think that was that game where he could have done something, Arteta, to get one over Pep. And I think the first mistake he made, right, we'll talk about this because I know you got some opinions on it. When I knew it might not go well for Arsenal, and is when Kepa was in the lineup, right? Because I think a big game like that, such an important position. I know it's what people do. They play the second goalkeeper and they play him, but it's not a charity football. And if Arteta's trying to sell to his team how big and important this game is, right? We're going to do this. We got to do this right. We got to do this right. We got to do this right. But I'm going to put my second best goalkeeper in. So how can you spin that?
But you look at that and then say, well, they done it too, Trafford.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but I know. But I just think.
But you think because he's got skin in the game at winning stuff, he's allowed to do that.
I think Arteta can't afford.
You can't afford. You just get it over the line.
You need to win the trophy. That's what I think.
Yeah. So don't try and.
Especially, mate, you're on for a good
Pep can do what he wants.
Don't try and compete with him. Just go and beat him. I'm playing my second string goalkeeper as well. You know what I mean? That's probably how it was. But for me, Trafford's way better.
Well, that's the game, isn't it?
Trafford's way better anyway. He should have been Man City's first team goalkeeper. But obviously Donnarumma come in and it was an offer you can't refuse. Do you know what I mean? He come available. So this is just the way the cookie crumbled for Trafford. But he would have been probably the first choice.
Yeah, and that's it, right? So the game is Kepa makes a couple of mistakes. Trafford makes a couple of saves. So all the great players on the pitch, just moments, right? And that's
because Trafford made 3 good saves at the start of the game, didn't
he? Yeah,
triple save. How did he play? Because we've got to look towards England as well. How's he? I think he's in around it.
Squad, didn't he? Yeah, listen, it's going to be Pickford, isn't it? But mate, he's that lad. Like, imagine him. You've gone to Man City.
You saying who you say worked with him before said how good he was? Was it Ash? He said.
Yeah. Ash said how good he was.
Oh yeah.
He said he's proper. Yeah. Oh. So. You know, when a player says that, he's working with him day to day. And he's gone to Man City thinking, I'm going to be Man City's number one. I might be England's number one. And then Donnarumma's come in. And then, so he's had all of that disappointment. And then he's come in for these games and he's performed. So you've got to give him his props there.
That's high concentration levels.
But that was when the margarita started kicking in for me and I was like... and it was like...
Yeah, but...
It was good. Do you know what I mean? We wanted City to win.
Look, I
didn't think they were going to, and they did.
We've got to keep on the City wave, because obviously, psychologically, this game can actually turn even the title challenge on its head as well. Now,
I don't think this game should matter, should it?
It does, though. It's a psychological battle, bro. You know how it is. Like, when someone's got something on you, and then now they've started to breathe down your neck, and they've still got to go. Arsenal have to get this over the line. And I was speaking to some Arsenal fans straight after, and they was mightily disappointed about the scoreline. And I felt the pain. Group chats were going off. Group chats were going off. Right, Arsenal group chats, and how disappointed they were. But now you got to look at it. And I said to them, I said, listen, they've got one up on you. This is a psychological battle now to the end. This is a brawl to the death. Yeah, so that's what I think it is now. Because
you think it's close. I think Arsenal going
to. I think as well.
Do you know what I mean?
Well, that should happen, right?
Okay, I'll ask you. You noticed this, right? When they went up for the trophy, there's nothing worse. There's nothing worse of a place when you've lost a cup final, right? And you know we've all lost cup finals, and you go and watch the team go up.
Some teams don't.
Yeah, but that's rude. Like,
you think?
Yeah, that's rude. You've got to watch the trophy lift. But the moment it's up,
get out of there.
That's your cue. You've done your time.
Yeah.
But Arteta, did you say me, Bridgie? Arteta made them.
He made them stay out
made
there.
Them stay
made them
and
stay
watch.
out and watch and say, see that pain.
Yeah.
You want to do that? I don't know if that's doing any good for them or is it harming them.
I get why people are saying it would, but I think you've just seen him lift the trophy, mate. You've still got the pain.
Yeah, the pain don't
Staying
go away.
there an extra
because you walk in the dressing
5
room.
minutes ain't going to do any more.
Yeah, it's
psychologically.
No, I don't think so. I think you're going to want to. You're always going to want to win. Do you know what I mean? I don't think that does much more for you. I think you've just lost the game. And you know you've lost the game. I don't think you need.
Do you know
to
what I think's double?
What is he trying to build there then? What is Arteta thinking? Saying, "No, you watch the whole thing."
Yeah.
What was he thinking?
Well, I think he's gone psychological one.
Yeah.
Because he's always thinking about the next game. But I think he might have overthought that one there. I think you need to get the lads in. They know how big it is to lose the game. Just get them in. Do you know what I mean? And move on.
Yeah, because when we look at Arteta, and then you're looking at obviously what's happening over there, I think in the long run, Man City will look at this and think we could get back in here if we play our cards right.
Yeah.
So the next,
it's in Arsenal.
How many games left?
7
games.
Seven games left. Yeah.
So now 7 games.
Yeah.
And they're thinking we can do this again.
Yeah.
We can nick this from under their nose. Do you know what I mean? But that's what we want to see as neutrals.
Yeah.
But whether it's going to happen or not, that's a different scenario. And I really think that you're going to have, if this does happen, yeah.
Go on.
And
why are you smiling when you?
Because yesterday, the Arsenal fans, I'm sorry, this is just the way it is. I'm a neutral in this scenario. I ain't got no dog in this race, but I want to see you sweat.
You want to see nerves?
I want to see you sweat. You'll probably win it. Don't get me wrong, but I want to see you sweat.
Yeah.
I want you to know how much they took you all the way.
Yeah.
And then you'll feel better for it as well. After you've like obviously
when two boxers have a proper fight.
Yeah, so that's a proper fight.
Like, yeah,
and then you have a little shake your hands. Let's move on. You know what I mean? But I know if Arsenal win the league, this will set them up for a long time. I think.
I know. That's what I'm worried about. I know. Like, I've got to be honest. Like, do you know what I mean? Don't come on here and like pretend I'm neutral. Like, I do. You know, I love Arsenal, my Arsenal people and all that, but.
You don't.
You're right.
No, he likes certain Arsenal people. I get where he's coming from.
Logical ones.
Do you know when you've got a friend who supports the team, you don't really like that team, but when you see them in pain, like you can see the Arsenal people we know yesterday, they're in pain. You actually felt a little bit. I actually felt sorry for them a little bit.
Do you know? Yeah, do you know?
But not sorry enough to think they would have won the game.
But you're right, Coley. I think the way that club's set up is. They're on the cusp of it.
Yeah.
And you think, if they win one trophy...
Then they get that
taste. And even already their plannings for next year, you hear them talking about trying to buy Kvaratskhelia from PSG. Imagine putting him
in that team,
in that Arsenal team at 60 million.
Wow.
Like, then you're looking at that thinking, I'm thinking, Man City got to go again. Chelsea, forget about Chelsea at the moment. We're not
need to
there.
get the format right over there.
Do you know what I mean? Villa are nowhere near that.
No.
And you're like, ooh. The only problem Arsenal will have is when new contracts are up now, because I'm looking at them boys now, and they'll be like, Declan's going to want to be on top dollar. Gabriel, Saliba, they're, all of them, they're going to go, right, I want Real Madrid money. I think they might let Odegaard go.
That's what I'm thinking.
When you think you got, but they got the luxury of doing that because they got Dalman coming through, and they got.
I was surprised. I would have put him on the pitch yesterday.
Yeah. We talked about that.
I would have put him on the pitch.
Go on, do your logic you said to me, because everyone's going, like, it's a big game for him. You said he's going to be...
I said he probably play with no fear.
Yes, yeah.
I think sometimes you want to protect him, but I think we look at him and we're saying how good he is, and you want to protect him. I think, do you know what? Just go and let him have a go.
Yeah.
I reckon he play with no fear. He probably he might make something happen. What did you have to lose? That's the way I was looking at it.
Yeah. Do you know, someone sent me a picture as well the other day. Do you know I coached him?
Yeah.
I sent you, put it in the group, didn't I?
Football Escapes.
Yeah, Football Escapes. Yeah. He was there. And I remember the kid.
He looked taller than you.
Yeah, he was taller than me. He was about 12. So it's like it's basically our friend's company, right? And they do holidays, and as ex-players go, and you coach kids of all different levels. From like some kids are there like for 2 hours in a day. It's great. My kids loved it, right?
It's a great experience.
So they go, and 2 hours. Loads of coaches there. They do little drills. Some kids are just learning football, and some kids are maxed down. Do you know what I mean? So so you're trying to find the sort of you got groups. You know, you got the under 8s.
It's hard to coach, though, isn't it?
And I remember Dowman's come over, right, and Sam's gone. This kid's at Arsenal, he's good, right? And I went, we'll put him into 16s, and I'm coaching. And some of the kids, like some of them, they can't kick a football, right? They can't, like, be honest, right? They're there for fun.
But some of them play different sports.
Yeah, they play different sports. They're having a great time, so you've got to make it right for them. But then you've got this little kid who's like a little genius. And I remember I've gone, right, okay, just join him with it. And I'm thinking, there's some big kids at 16, 17, and he's just dribbling past everyone. And I was like, there's no levels to go up other than this. Like, it's too easy for him. And I remember saying to him, just play with your weak foot. He said, no, I am.
I am.
And he was still just like, it was like ridiculous, mate. But then I just forgot about it.
Yeah.
And then he popped up.
Do you know how many people you've blessed, bro?
No, but then he popped up.
The Messiah. You know what I mean?
Mate.
He wasn't the Messiah last night. He was leading me astray, mate.
Mum rung up, right? This is after,
because we went to the pub after.
Then we see you.
And you turned up.
But did I ring Mum before that?
You rung Mum. I think you rung your mum about 4 times when we were out.
I'm going, because she's looking after the kids. So I'm going, Mum, don't worry. And he's going, oh, don't worry, Sue. I'm looking after him. And she's going, yeah,
that's not a good idea.
No, to be fair, I had a wobble up, mate. It got to about 10 o'clock, and I'm thinking, we got to do the pod tomorrow.
Yeah.
So like, I'm panicking, thinking, I don't know what I'm going to say tomorrow.
And then I walk in.
He's just going, nah, it'll be all right, don't worry, stay at mine. I went, no, I've got to go home, mate.
I live far as well.
And I ended up going home.
No, but I walk in.
Yeah. I was going to go, and then he walked in. I ended up staying another 2 hours.
Yeah, that's what happened. But, mate, it was hilarious when I walked in. So I've gone in, right? So I'm there in the pub in the Bull.
Yeah.
So I'm there, I'm thinking, all right, so I'm with my 2 boys with me, Sar and Jules.
Yeah.
And we've already gone to a bar first
to
go and rip the mick out of some of my mates that are Arsenal fans.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see them. Yeah? Just wanted to go there and see
You're
them.
leaving your house to see Arsenal fans?
I left. No, because before in the daytime, that's why I had to meet you a lot later, because I was playing paddle. I was in a paddle tournament. I was with Vidal Riley, the boxer. He put on a paddle tournament.
Yeah.
So I was doing that. And then I come last, by the way. But we won't talk about that. Yeah. But then obviously I go and I watched the game whilst I was there.
Yeah.
Then from there I couldn't get hold of you for a bit because I was going to come straight to you. But I said, you know what? I'll make a detour, yeah? So I'll go see these Arsenal boys, yeah? My mates from the ends. So I went all the way to Hounslow, yeah? From East London, just to see these guys.
You are horrible.
I know. So anyway, I'm driving there. I said, I'm on my way. Stay there, don't move. Get the mixed grill on, yeah? So get in there, and then it's like they're all somber. And I've gone, yes, lads, what's happening? He says, Carl, I don't want to see you. Anyway. I gave him some words of wisdom, yeah. And then I called you, and that's when I was like, looked like I was in a nightclub, but I was in a shisha bar basically. Tiger Bay. He's my mate. So go to Tiger Bay, Hounslow. Make sure you get down there. It's proper. Anyway, so I called you, and then you said, "Oh no, come to the pub." So I said, "Oh, cool. You look worse for wear by then." Man,
I was not in a good way.
And I was like, "Should I?" You had these aviators on, just that, and it was just his face with the big aviators on. I was like, what the hell is this? All right, cool. I said, Sar, let's go.
Yeah.
So we started trotting over to you lot. Get to you. I'm there buzzing. And then I go, raw, it's Liam Gallagher, bro. So I'm going up the steps. As I'm going up the steps, my knee caved in. It's going... So my knee now, and I'm there limping over to Liam, and I'm like, oh, mate, so what's going on here? I give everyone a hug, but I said, listen, my knee's messed up. He goes, what you been doing? I said, I've been playing paddle today. And I was like, oh, mate. Like, it was so embarrassing, man. I got so excited, I forgot about my knee.
Mate,
Oh, such a bad performance that.
It was a good entry.
It was a great entry.
You lifted the mood.
You did lift it.
You lifted the mood.
You did lift the mood because it was just on a little...
But at the expense of my knee.
Yeah, mate. I saw that. That was bad.
That was bad, and then I just couldn't shake it off.
Yeah, he done his thing, like, because we needed music, right? They weren't allowed speakers, so he's got the phone out. What songs he put on? The Streets.
Oh yeah, you know.
Mike Skinner, but him and Saar were just bouncing round.
Yeah, we're about dun 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 dun. God, here we go again. Him and Saar, when they get together, they're like the terrible two, aren't they? Moving on, ever so slightly. Let's talk about Spurs. Big loss against Forest.
Oh.
Do you know what I mean? What does that do for your confidence going into this relegation battle? Because now they're finding themselves. And look, I'm West Ham. West Ham didn't do well.
Yeah.
But I want to speak about Spurs first because I think Nottingham Forest really got the upper hand on them yesterday.
Yeah.
I know they were good in the first half, Spurs, but when you look at the whole scenario, what does that do? They just fell off a cliff, didn't they?
Mate, do you know what, right? We've been in that situation when you're Spurs.
Yeah.
And we talked about crisis meetings. Like, they're going to have a crisis meeting about a crisis meeting. There's so much crisis.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It felt like they turned the corner a little bit last two games.
That's what I thought.
I called it last week.
Yeah, you did.
Did I say it? I screenshot
I was thinking,
it.
but where's that?
And then you said they battered
from?
Forest. I'm sure you said that.
No, I never.
I don't remember that
back in the archives.
You just said it to me when we were out the other day.
No proof of it.
So I covered Tottenham the other day against Palace, right?
Yeah.
And I've never been in a stadium. I think we talked about where it was so eerie, where there's like the fans were like disillusioned, like there's no connection with the team. The lads look nervous, like and nerves play such a big part in football, as you all know. Like we've said before, any footballer or anyone out there who's played football at any level, think about yourself as a footballer when you're at your most confidence, when you're in the zone, and then when you're at your lowest confidence. It's two different players, right? So the whole of the Spurs squad are low confidence players, right? So then they've got Igor Tudor who's come in, and I think what he's been tasked with, the owners have gone, right, I'm trying to work through the logic of it. The owners have got him in and they're going, right, he looks like a taskmaster, big, strong man. He's going to be aggressive. But I think they need the opposite. I think that group needs somebody who's going to come in and love them, light heart. Do you know what I mean? And connect with a crowd. So
like we ended up on FaceTime.
That's another thing we done last night.
There was I'd left, so then I got a bit sad because on my own in the car, so I FaceTimed you two still at the pub. Yeah. And we had Robbie Keane on the line, didn't we?
We did, yeah.
Robbie! I forgot about that. He had a can of Heineken in his house. Why do you have a can of Heineken in his house?
He was having a beer.
Who has
cans in their house? Robbie Keane.
You never have a can of Heineken?
No, but you have a bottle in your house.
You have bottles.
Cans.
I don't mind a can.
No.
Get more in there.
Anyway, I looked at the can, I was like, why has he got a can? But he must have been in a hotel room or something.
Yeah, hotel.
That's why.
Yeah. But he's a shout.
So he's serious.
He's a shout for Spurs.
We said it on the.
Yeah, we
said
said
it last week.
To him.
Like, listen, he's doing his job over there. Like, you know, we didn't talk about it with him as such last night, but that just makes complete sense now. Now you said it.
If you are
He's
going
actually
and you want to get someone in,
mate, he's a great manager.
He's actually a good manager.
Like, we know him, right? We love him as a person, right?
Great guy,
proper football person. But you know, like one of them people that you know he's going to hold a dressing room because he's a big character.
Yeah,
that's exactly what Tottenham need now. They need something bright, fresh, and energy. How he played, the club needs that
something
now.
Like that,
they need that, like,
and he bring that good feel factor, and he's stern. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
yeah.
So listen, I could see that happening.
Yeah, okay.
Don't you think?
Yeah,
if they're serious about if you went into to the end of the season.
If they're serious about their job, I know who'd want that job. Like, obviously, it's a hard job to go in and do anything with now. But if you're gonna do and be proactive, I'll do it now.
I'll do it now.
I'll do it now. Be proactive. You can't lose to your relegation rivals in Nottingham Forest, and you can't definitely not change it afterwards because it's not going in the right direction. Yes, you won a couple of games, or you drew a game that we thought maybe you'd do something more in, but you cannot let this go.
No, and now's the time.
Now's the time to do it because you just lost 3-0 to them.
Yeah,
that's the worst. That's the worst team to lose to.
Oh, mate, yeah.
Don't you think?
There is another name that's been thrown into the equation. Now this is a proper...
Harry
throws himself into the equation.
He's always around it, isn't he?
I love Harry. Yeah. Listen, I love.
Do you reckon he knows any of the players' names and that?
Listen,
he don't need to.
He don't need
Harry
to.
Redknapp, Glenn Hoddle, Robbie Keane.
Yeah.
Just get them all in.
Roy Keane.
No, that's no. Like, I'm trying to. Like, listen, I don't think Roy's that. Like, he's more Igor Tudor, I would imagine, type of manager. I think they need like a softer approach. Do you know what I mean?
Like a Joe Cole.
Mate, imagine Matt. That'd be a turn up,
Were
wouldn't
you
it?
wheeling that over there? First gig. You and Ledley King on the sideline. Would you do it if they offered it to you?
Nah.
You wouldn't do Spurs?
No, of course not.
He couldn't do Spurs. He's Chelsea.
So what? There's boundaries.
Yeah, boundaries for me. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that's not like Tell's over there thinking, well, let's see the contract first. You know what I mean? The money, but there's certain things in life
that you can't do.
That you can't. I don't think you can do. Like because I'm thinking to myself, right? Chelsea and West Ham, like they're rivals, right? But both fans. They never play for both because I know you give everything for both, and there's the love there, and there's I love both clubs, right? Yeah. But imagine that. That'll be like. Imagine you went and played. No, I just couldn't do it. Yeah.
Do you know who's done it?
Who?
Scott Parker.
Yeah, Scott's done every club in London, hasn't he?
He's done it.
He hasn't he?
He's done Fulham as well, hasn't he?
West Ham, Fulham,
Spurs.
Yeah.
Charlton.
Chelsea.
Yeah.
He's done the London rounds.
It's a London thing.
Yeah. But honestly, when I look, so they're in trouble.
Trouble.
Yes, they're lucky. The other results went their way.
Exactly. West Ham. Yeah, away to Villa, 2-0.
That's a bad result.
It's a bad result. It was a bad result.
What happened? Because every time I've watched West Ham in the last 7-8 weeks, even when they've not been at it, they've been in the game. Like, but what just
didn't click, did it? Like nothing happened, and we've been in a good way. Big shout out to Mavropanos, by the way, because he's been excellent the last few games. Well, the last 5 games, really. I think it's been the turn since Axel Disasi comes in. That leader, that personnel that can just breathe a little bit of life into the defence, and he's been really good. But Mavropanos needs a massive shout out. He puts his body on the line. He puts his head on the line.
Villa, though, haven't they, recently? They've been poor form. So
and that's what I'm saying. I was expecting West Ham to get something.
I thought that was an opportunity for West Ham to get something.
And especially when Spurs lose in that fashion as well.
Do you
know what I mean? And that's where I'm a little bit disappointed, and I think West Ham fans would be too, because we could have registered some point.
So it's international break, then it's the FA Cup.
Yeah.
Then Wolves at home.
Yeah.
That, for me, is West Ham's season.
Yeah.
Because they're sometimes the hardest games to win when you're at relegation, you're fighting, you go into games and sometimes it's easier, but when the onus is on you to go and you have to win the game. The fans go to the stadium, West Ham fans are like, we have to win this game. So it's a different challenge for the lads. But that, for me, is the game. If West Ham win that game, I think they stay up.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I
think
that's how important it is. Because momentum in football,
yeah,
everyone expects them to win it. The players know they have to win it. Mm-hmm. If they win it,
then it lifts the whole place
up.
But
if you don't win it, you know what it's like.
Looking over your shoulder again. Yeah. You're right. You're right on that. And I think Nuno would have addressed that yesterday. Like after the game, he would have said, listen, our next game at home is Wolves and my old club.
Yeah.
Get on this, right? I was thinking about it yesterday, right? Get on this. Yeah. Nuno, he can sink two ships here, in one swift move.
Really?
That's done him dirty as well, right?
Yeah. Go on.
So, look, Wolves already sunk. They're gone. Yeah, so he's put that to bed. Yeah. And against Wolves, when they play him, he'll be like, listen, you messed me about.
Yeah.
We move on. Nottingham Forest.
Yeah.
Done him dirty.
Yeah.
Spurs, done him dirty.
Yes.
So those are the two clubs that he's thinking. Well, three clubs he's thinking relegation fodder. Yeah. I'm putting you lot down. I'm sinking this ship.
Give me that happens,
mate. And him personally.
Do you reckon he sends? Do you reckon if he sends Forest down? Do you reckon he's got what's his name? The Marianakis, his number. How'd you like Preston?
Yeah. Where's Edu?
Yeah. Do you reckon if he? Do you reckon he has that kind of banter? No, or is that just childish things that we think of?
I think he's a gentleman. I think he's a gentleman.
44 years of age, I'll be like, oh yeah. You think he's a gentleman?
You'd do that. You'd do that, wouldn't you? You'd send a little text saying,
you would have done it last night. You would have done it last night.
On the margaritas, we would have done a bit of banter.
Yeah, a bit of banter.
How are you? Enjoyed.
Enjoy Huddersfield away, not Preston away. What did you say?
Anyway, it's all fun and games, right? We move on. Just quick before we move on. Do you think this international break comes at a good time?
I think it comes at a good time for all the teams that are losing.
All the teams that are losing. Yeah. I agree with that. I tend to
all day long.
Yeah, you just need to get out of the building.
You need to get out and have a little
rethink.
Refresh
and how long is it roughly? If the ones that are not in the competitions,
it's 2 weeks. Isn't it?
2 weeks.
Usually 10 days, 2 weeks, right?
So they might get like 4 days off.
Don't underestimate for fans out there as well. Like, you know, if you see your players going to sunny, I would say it's Dubai, but they go in Dubai now.
Yeah, going to Dubai at the moment.
Somewhere sunny. That does refresh you.
It does.
You know, like, and you think you can't just train. You know when you're like that. Sometimes rest is more important than training.
As long as you're resting.
Yeah, as long as you're resting.
Not your type of resting. Not your type of resting. Yeah, you was resting last night. Yeah?
I was in bed early, mate.
All right.
Mate, I was done well yesterday. I'm very proud of myself. I was first to bed.
Yeah, I was last man standing.
Yeah, you was last man. Look how proud he is. Look how he's so proud of that. Last man standing.
How has he changed now?
I don't know,
You used to be the last man standing.
Yeah, and I've grown up. I was too scared about what I'm going to have to say.
When we went to Portugal, I put you to bed. Yeah? And I'm trying to wake him up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well done.
Anyway. You've lost it, mate. You've lost it.
I was just sensible.
Yeah, good one.
Right, before we talk Chelsea,
yeah,
I met him for a coffee the other day, but he bumped into someone before he met me.
Enzo Maresca, the old gaffer.
Oh, your doppelganger.
Yeah.
I'm glad I missed it. I'd have loved to turn up and
you know what's funny, right?
Mate, if you was like both standing that way, I'd have slapped both of your heads just in case I didn't get you.
Do you know what was funny, Coley, right? So I'm with Carly and we were having a coffee and he's walked in and he's with his wife. She's lovely, like, and she's a little brunette like Carly, and so we sit down having a coffee. Like,
so you got the same taste as women as well?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Right. So anyway, we're having a chat, and Carly don't know like footballs. Do you know what I mean? She's going, did you manage Chelsea? And he's going, yeah, I managed. And she's thinking like in the like Vialli days and all things like that.
Okay.
I go, no, and she's like, oh yeah, I know you. Like my son would love you. Anyway. And after he left, she's gone to me.
You basically told Carly, shut up there.
After he left, she's gone to me. I was looking at you. Why do you two look so similar? She said that was weird. She said that was weird. She was like, because you got the
same shape head,
bald head.
Yeah.
Anyway,
the
grey's beard. Anyway, he's like. Do you know what is horrible when you're doing the job I do and you speak to managers afterwards, right? And sometimes it's a song and a dance, right? You're asking the question. You can't talk honestly. They just say, for instance, we get a manager to the desk, Coley. You've done it, right? And you go, you're asking, what about a referee's decision?
So hard.
He can't say what he really thinks. Yeah. He can't say, got it wrong, or my left back. You know, so my only interactions with him have been like interviews, and I've always liked him. Yeah. But we had a little chat, and he's just a top geezer. But you know, when you look at him, so he's come out of a job. Managers look so much more relaxed. When imagine being a manager. He looked. Almost like, I was like, say...
weight off his shoulder.
Yeah, why would... They'll always go back in and get a job, but he looked relaxed. It was a nice sunny day, sitting there having a lovely coffee. And then when you go into the game, you get so stressed with managers.
He's looking at it thinking, well, Chelsea's not improved since I've left.
Yeah, well, it's true.
You know what I mean? So he's looking at it thinking, I can relax now.
Yeah.
I didn't get it wrong. I think for my peace of mind...
Yeah.
I needed to get away from the situation, so
his stock's definitely high.
Still, of course. Sometimes leaving a job, Coley, in that way, is better. And it highlights everything that's going wrong. And then they say, listen, well, I did try, but it is what it is.
He won 2 trophies. You
have
to remember that. But we get on to Chelsea because there's loads going on at Chelsea at the moment with the ownership group. There's a demonstration planned for the Chelsea-Man United game, and it is the Ultras of Strasbourg, the Chelsea sister club owned by Blue Co, They're not happy with Blue Co either, so they're partnered up with the Chelsea fans. They're coming over to London. It's the first time it's ever happened, and they're going to protest at Stamford Bridge before the Chelsea-Manchester United game. Well, I'm just thinking of things now. Manchester United don't like their owners either. Maybe they'll join in the party.
Might be a thing.
Might be just, yeah.
Football
Everyone
fans
comes
are
to
just
London.
coming together.
If you don't like your boss, even if you're at home, you
come
don't
to
like
London,
your boss.
you can protest.
You know what I mean?
It's free here.
Yeah. But anyway, listen, it's quite a momentous thing, really, because it's like it shows you the gravitas of football and how it sort of can bring people together. And yeah, my little boy wants to go as well, so you might,
you might see him there.
You'll see, Whatever you say about the Roman Abramovich era, right?
Still been built.
It was built with one thing in mind: to win trophies, and it's built from the football pitch outwards, right? So Roman was like, we want the best managers we can get, the best players we can get. We're going to try and win every game. We're going to try and win every trophy. When we don't do that, we're going to change the manager, which can be chaotic, and we're going to change players, and we'll sell them, and we'll, So you all knew what was going on, right? And I think now the ownership group's coming. They spent a lot of money initially, wasted a lot of money, in my opinion, like on not getting the right players in through the door.
1.5 billion.
1.5 billion, right?
Was it 6 years, 7 years?
But on the premise that they're going to these lads will develop and become players, and some of them will become great players. But there's no the Chelsea fans are upset because they're like they don't feel like they're competing, and you're not really. If you're not buying players to win games of football, you're buying players as a asset. If you're buying players as an asset, I don't think it ever works. It
not
has
to
to
win
be,
stuff.
No, because you're buying. We're going to buy this player. Sorry, Coley. We're going to buy this player at 20 million. And in 4 years' time, he's going to be worth 60 million.
Yeah.
And the overall valuation, as long as we keep balance the book, the overall valuations will go up. And then we'll sell the club after 5 to 7 years and make a profit. Like you're running it like a business, but as owners of a football club, do you have a responsibility? It's not like you're it's another business. It's a community thing. It's a community asset. You're never the owner. You're the custodian. And the fans fans know when they're being lied to, effectively duped. Do you know what I mean? Because if he comes out and goes, right, we're coming in, we like this, we're going to buy players, we're going to try and win, we're going to sort of try and win things, but we want to balance the books, and if it happens, it happens. Fans won't like it, but at least it's honest. But Chelsea are not trying to compete with Manchester City and Arsenal because you can't. It doesn't make no sense, the signings without the experience. How can you compete? Like them two teams yesterday, we watched Bridgie. They're streets ahead of Chelsea at the moment.
Oh, miles ahead. Chelsea all over the shop.
Yeah.
I think. Like when you see like some of the goals they conceded.
Yeah.
It's like...
Is that a Liam Rosenior thing?
Schoolboy errors, mate.
No,
so easy.
So we're not gonna.
No, it's not a Liam thing, right? Because we're saying like Liam's come into the job, right? As a young manager, and it's a great opportunity for him.
He's going to,
and he's trying to work within the parameters of what he's got, right? And he's but Enzo before him, it was Pochettino.
Well, would you rather have Enzo back?
I don't think it's a coach problem. I don't think it's a coach problem. I think if you go and if look, put it this way, if we had 1.5 billion,
it's mixed with a coach problem though. It's all mixed because he makes mistakes.
If you had 1.5 billion,
if I had 1.5 million, I've done a better job.
Yeah,
I think so.
It seems like a shambles. Yeah, I do.
Do you think you would?
I think I would have.
Like,
it's easy to say.
It sounds arrogant, but I do
think. You look how much how many players they brought as well.
Yeah, but better job to win stuff or better job to...
The team will be in a better place.
Recruitment, mate.
The team will be in a better place. The club will be in a better place.
And yes,
at the very least.
So what you're saying, they need to buy some experience, bottom line.
Well, I've been saying that for 3 years.
Bottom line, and to add to what they've got already, because they do have some great young talent, but they need that talent needs nurturing.
Yeah.
And just a bit of experience. And look, them boys are getting older now as well, by the way, but they're still not won anything.
Yeah. They're frustrated.
Yeah.
They're frustrated. And you get into that position now where the best players are going to start going... If you're Cole Palmer...
Yeah.
And you're thinking, I could go and play anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
Like, what? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, Beto looks unbelievable as well.
Oh, no.
He looks unbelievable.
Yeah.
I usually just call him, like, I called him Bambi on Ice because usually he's like really leggy in it.
Yeah.
He looked great against them,
mate. And I couldn't believe it. I was thinking, this is not the same player.
Yeah.
Made him look like Primar 9.
Mate,
I'm not. Sorry, Beto. Yeah, but you're a good player.
Yeah.
But Primar 9, you are not. Yeah. So don't believe the hype. All right. Chelsea done that to you.
He looked like him for a little bit. Do you know Sanchez when he's dithering around on the ball?
Yeah.
And he almost nicks it off him.
Yeah. See, it's little things like that. That's why Sanchez, you're only as good as your back line's only as good as your goalkeeper.
Yeah.
Because your goalkeeper has to be able to dominate and talk and communicate. And I think it gets overlooked having a good quality goalkeeper nowadays.
Yeah.
That can play out from the back, but can command.
But if they're all playing out from the back, they're all doing it, so you have to be good as a goalie.
Yeah, but then they're doing too much now. They're doing too much. Like Sanchez is doing way too much trying to play out the back. You know what I mean? And he's not good at it.
This protest is going to be interesting. And this is me.
Are you going to be there? He's going to be front line.
No, I might be. My son wants to go, right?
He wants to go.
Because listen, my place comes from a place of love, right? Because I love the club, and Chelsea support as a kid and all that, right? And so my son is heartbroken. Like he's a proper fan. Like he's on the YouTube. He's like, when we travel to football, he's putting on the podcast, Chelsea podcast. He knows. Like if I'm covering the game, he's my analyst. I'm like, Harry, like, what do you think of this?
Yes,
listen, he can't do this, he can't do that, right? But he's proper hurting, right? Yeah. And when he found about this protest, he went, Dad, I'm going. I went, really?
Really?
Mate, you're 13.
You stayed at
home. I
home.
can't send him to a protest by myself.
I've got to be there.
But he's like, and when he found out the French might be bringing the flares over and all that, he's got a little bit
back on it as well.
Yeah, he wants
a bit of.
I'll get him a Stone Island jacket and get him front centre. It'll be fine.
Yeah, wicked.
Anyway,
so Sanchez had a shocker for Chelsea, but at the other end of the pitch, Pickford.
Yeah.
Made some great saves, didn't he?
I like Pickford.
He's good
He's
player.
playing well.
Good player.
He flaps at one the other day against Arsenal, but all in all, he's done.
Yeah, that was one mistake in.
Yeah, all in all, he's done well.
He's done well.
What do you make?
They look good, Everton.
That's what I'm saying.
What do you reckon? What do you reckon?
Old Everton.
Champions League.
Well, do you know what, Coley? Like you're looking at it. I don't know how low the.
I'd say they could go above Chelsea, the way
things are going.
Like 46. They're on 46 points.
Could do.
They're on 46 points. Champions League spot obviously is 54, but that's a late.
You don't want them to. But
Aston Villa's got to be in real free fall.
Yeah.
But I reckon they can get a European place. Europa League.
I reckon struggle to catch Villa.
Europa League,
even though they've been poor, but
you've got to give Moyes some massive props in you. The Moyes-ire.
Mate.
The Moyes-ire just. Do you know what I mean? Like what he like.
Listen, we know what Moyes produces.
Yeah.
We know what he done for West Ham, and he's one of those ones where he keeps a sturdy ship. Doesn't sink. It's unsinkable. Yeah. So he's just one of those ones. Then he's just got to build on what he's got.
Yeah.
And if he gets the players, look, talk about Beto for instance. Yeah. He's starting to get something out of him.
Yeah.
And I thought he was a lost cause, honestly.
Yeah.
And he's got, so it just shows you how good of a manager he is as well. Yeah. His way might not be for everybody, and it might not look clean on the eye, but he gets the job done.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And look, I've obviously sat down, had coffee, had a beer with him. He's a good man, I know he comes across a little bit. No, he does come across nice on the TV, but he's even better in person having a coffee with him.
He's a good guy, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a good guy.
He's
top, clean fella, man.
Yeah,
and he's got good banter as well.
Yeah, we loved it because me and Coley done the whole campaign. Conference League and the Europa League. So we interviewing him all the time, and that just felt like, a man at the peak of his powers. Like he had the control of that club. West Ham's a hard club to manage, by the way, because the expectations, the fans are great,
and you got to manage down, and you got to manage up.
They have a structure of how they do things. So, and we've seen good managers come into West Ham and fail. But when you go, when you go and meet him, Bridgie, and you walk into a club straight away, he's in control. So when I went to see Graham Potter at West Ham, interviewed him. Again, nice geezer.
Guy.
But I didn't feel like he was the boss in the building.
No.
Whenever you go in, wherever I met Moisey at West Ham, he give you that sort of vibe.
Yeah,
I'm in charge.
There's an aura about him, yeah.
And he's, mate, if he gets Everton in the Champions League,
that is. It's a bit far off. I think it's a bit far off, but if they can pip it, you never know. If they just need a run of games, and then they're up there. And look, I think if anyone can do it, someone like him can.
The Moisey, mate, he'll never ever have to
they
buy
got
a chance.
They got a chance.
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
A slim chance, but
Yeah.
they got a chance.
Like Coley, you talked about him getting a tune out of Beto.
Yeah.
And another player he's getting a tune out of because he's just been named in the England squad.
Yeah, I see that.
Jimmy Garner. Baller. Can play.
Yeah.
Mate, that's meteoric from him.
That's unbelievable. And to get recognised
at
the world stage, that is for your country, that's credit to him.
Do you remember your first time training with England? When do you remember like going there and what level?
I remember, I remember my first game. So I don't remember every training session. I remember the first game was Holland. I remember first going. Yeah.
Do you remember the nerves?
I was well nervous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
new crowd. You know, I was always one of them people that once you get settled into a club, you're fine. Then moving clubs, I was always nervous. But like getting called up to England, you know, the players that you're playing with. There's some big personalities there. Just quiet. I was just quiet, nervous. Yeah.
What type
I was
of
alright once football starts.
What type of character do you reckon Jimmy is? Like, do you think he's going in there thinking, "Cool, blimey"? But he's got Pickford in there.
Yeah.
So
I look at that. It's always nice when you got some. Because you was at Southampton, right?
Yeah.
When you first got in,
so I wouldn't have had no one
so
else
you would have just known the lads from the 21s, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, that's hard.
It is hard.
That's hard. I went and trained with England when I was a.
You were training from when Glenn was there, or
no? Just after Keegan.
Keegan, that was it. Yeah.
He had me in, and I was 17. So 17.
17 training.
Like, I got literally dropped off at Burnham Beaches by my mum and dad because I couldn't drive. Like, and I've walked in by myself. Don't know. You think to yourself like. I just walked into the hotel by yourself.
And just like, just rocked up.
Hello, I'm here. Like there was, do you know what I mean? Nowadays there'll be someone welcoming you. There'll be a message coming in. You'll have like I don't know.
So at 17, were you just going to train with them, and that was?
Yeah, I was.
Did it a few times.
I did it twice, I think. So they had me in a squad to train, and because I was playing first team at West Ham, but obviously I wasn't getting picked for the England team. But I loved it, man. Keegan would come out.
So it wasn't like you were named in. Were you like named in?
No,
you just went along to train.
I went along to.
And that was coming from Keegan.
Yeah, it was brilliant.
That's
mad.
Yeah,
that's lovely.
Yeah, it was good.
So you was unofficially there.
Did I tell you about my first ever? I don't know if I told you this. Right, this is right. So I've walked in, and they've gone right. Hello. Trained. After training, do you play golf? I said yeah. I'd never played golf before in my life, but I thought, how hard can it be?
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, right, so we met on the coach and all the England players went to play golf.
That's the typical you know.
Shearer, Sheringham, Ince, Adams, all of them boys.
Golfers as well.
Yeah, love it.
And I've never even held a club, right? Yeah. So we've got to this guy, and then what
was he holding it like a cricket bat?
Right, so, yeah, but then it's like, it's a proper start, like you get called onto the team.
Yeah.
So I'm just standing there, right? And they're thinking, and I'm still telling them I can play.
Mate, I can imagine how bad you were because you're bad now.
Yeah. Why? That's a low blow. That's a low blow. There's no need for that.
I swear I've beaten you before. Okay. Right.
Yeah, you did.
I was hungover.
In Portugal?
Yeah. I had 3 hours kick because you were waking me up at 3 in the morning, mate.
What are you blaming me for?
You're the one who was waking me up at 3 in the morning.
That had nothing to do with it. You beat him fair and square.
You didn't even added up the scores, mate. You didn't even add up the scores, mate.
It's all right, Keith. Sometimes you lose, mate. Sometimes you lose.
Anyway, I've gone up to hit this ball, like, and I've hit 4 air shots, and I'm like, they're just giggling, right? Anyway, ended up, I picked my clubs up after that, and I just carried their clubs around. But it was just great to be playing golf.
Carried their clubs.
I just carried their clubs around. Shearer and for years later, every time Shearer would see him, like, because he retired after that, so I didn't actually play with him. But he was just like, well, how bad were you at golf? You got any better? Not really.
You definitely ain't got better.
So talking about England, Jimmy Garner's going to be on top of the world, and always lovely to see new players. You know, because but one player in particular, another fullback, Bridgie, Real Madrid's Trent Alexander-Arnold did not make a 35-man squad. What do you make of that?
He gives you something going forward, but I think, like, as a right back defensively, I think you've got to play a certain way for him to fit in the team.
Right. Okay. But he's playing for Real Madrid.
I know he's playing for Real Madrid, but do you know there's always been a thing around Trent, isn't there? There's always been a... And I think
you can't defend.
Yeah.
Defend, and you got to do... Yeah. I think...
Do you know what I mean? He's would you say he was never always going to be in starting, was he?
Nah. Well, Reece James is probably definitely ahead of him.
Reece, yeah. But,
in this squad, Tuchel wants to learn, right? Trent is world class at what he does. He's a quarterback.
Oh, he's unbelievable.
He's a quarterback. We know he's good at it.
He's an unbelievable player, but it's going to take a certain manager that's going to...
Is he going to make the final cut?
No.
He has to work with.
No.
You don't think? You think he's picking this squad?
I think if he's left him out of this 35-man squad...
he ain't going.
He ain't going to the World Cup. Yeah, of course.
Because
he would have come out, a player of that quality.
I think he throws a wild card or he adds to the squad that he's thinking, I'm not sure about, I'm putting you in there. I think it's not. This ain't going to be his final decision on who's going to pick out of that 35-man squad.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. I don't think it. I think there's going to be someone that comes in, someone that might have a late run on form. That Welbeck, for instance.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Welbeck, Solanke, Calvert-Lewin. They might have a stink at the end of the drop a clanger. Welbeck on form gets in last minute.
Yeah.
And he's played for England before, so he's not. Nah, Ivan Toney.
Ivan Toney scored more goals than Ronaldo, Benzema, and Mane in the Saudi league. They're all going to.
How old's Ivan Toney? He's 30 now.
Yeah, mate. But so that's for me. That's like.
But Benzema and that are 40.
That's true.
So you should be scoring that sort of goal. Yeah, when you go over there at 30, you're kind of fresh.
Yeah.
Not 40, bro. I mean, so listen. We take that with a rough and a bit, but I'm saying. I would take. I'm not taking nothing away from Ivan Toney.
Yeah.
And I know that he's playing in the Saudi league, but you got to be playing in a great league, that's around Europe, because that's how you sharpen your tools to get into the England squad. Just to get into the England squad. That's all I'm saying.
Into the squad.
Into the England squad. Yeah. So as a striker, you need to be playing.
Who would you take as the strikers
in a competitive league, as competitive as the Premier League, or just off of it? I think anyway.
Yeah.
Who would you take?
Who would I take as a striker? Well, obviously you've got Harry Kane.
Yeah.
You'd have Jared Bowen who can play there, Rashford who could play there, but they'll go as wide men as well.
Rashford.
And I'll take one more. And I think I'd probably, if I was Thomas Tuchel, I'd hold my cards close to my chest. I thought I'd have got Tony in, and I'd go. Do you know what? I'm just going to go. There's three things to consider. So there's two things to consider, right? Of form, right? Because. Someone like Watkins is out of form. Solanke,
he might get injured.
He might,
he's a good player, but
form, what they're going to be like playing second string. That's important because no one's playing ahead of Harry Kane. So you need to know that this kid, he might not play a minute, and you might need him in the quarterfinals to come on and change the game. So you got to think of them type of things. So then you take into consideration Danny Welbeck. I think Danny Welbeck at his age, it'll be like. Revitalising for him. Like he's not played for England for so long, mate. It would be joyful for him to do it, and I think he'd be a good character around. So, and I think he's more like.
And he's like the uncle. He'll be the uncle in the squad. That calming presence. He's that calming guy. He's been there, done it. He's not won anything just yet, but he's like this could be his tournament. And I'm big in. I want him to get it. I want him to get in. That's why I say there might be some last minute adjustments to someone like that. But also. So we're talking about Harry Kane, right? Harry Kane's style, he likes to drop deep, and you got to give him the room to do that. Now, when he drops deep, who's running that way?
We got
the wingers. So who would you play? Who do you think suited? It's not who's the best player on the flanks. It's who's suited to play with a Harry Kane. That is the way I'm looking at it. And I'm going to throw this up. Yeah, so I'm going Anthony Gordon on the left. Yeah. and I'm going Noni Madueke on the right because they like to run bomb on forwards, running behind the defence. I know everyone's going to say Saka, but Saka likes to come in and connect. It's a different type of football.
You think Noni's more powerful, Bridgie?
Going that way. Yeah. He likes to go on. He likes to go on the. He could go on the right. He could go on the inside.
Saka was at fault for one of the goals yesterday. Really, like picking up.
Yeah, he was sloppy there, very sloppy. But I'm not. That's not what I'm looking at.
Talking about Saka.
I'm looking at styles, what's going to complement Harry Kane. Harry Kane's the most important. He's the crown. Yeah. He's the jewel on the crown. Yeah. So now he needs to be able to express himself, but he needs runners going that way. So you got Elise for Bayern, and who's the other fellow on the other side of him?
For Bayern,
they run and they go that way. They go that way. You know what I mean? So it complements the whole team. So I'm thinking Tuchel's probably looking at this and thinking, well, I need the best man for the job. This is a major tournament. It's saying about names.
Do you know what the problem is there with that? You're right. I think you're right, and I think that's what Tom Tuchel will do. The problem is with that, when Harry Kane gets injured, there's no one like... If he gets,
please restructure.
If Harry gets injured, because we all don't want him to, there's no one like him. There's no like for like. You know what I mean? And do you know what I would do? I'd consider, if I'm going to go Madueke and Gordon or Bowen and Saka, like pace on the wing.
So even Bowen as well can do that running behind.
So pace, right? Then I would even consider, if Harry Kane got injured, playing a Cole Palmer as a false nine. You know, just playing high and just dropping off in the pocket.
Just having movement, everyone moving.
And imagine, and you'll have Palmer and Bellingham going double.
Yeah, because Bellingham can do it too. Yeah,
because if say for worst case,
isn't that complicated though?
No, but the thing is, right? Your whole system's about your whole system. Go on, Bridgie.
Well, I don't say it's complicated. It's you get used to like moving in and out of spaces and everyone. And you cover for each other. I think if you're going to play football like that, you know that we've got these positions, but you're allowed to
as long as they get
around.
Lots of practice and training. So this is a perfect opportunity in this camp to get those movements nailed down.
Do you know what Harry Kane's so good? Everyone in the movements when he drops, because he's not quick. He can't run, right? He just drops off into the pockets, always at the right time. But if there are any kids out there watching him, just watch him. Sometimes he's walking into positions. You know what I mean? There's none of this fast movement, and he's like a predator.
We were saying it yesterday.
What type of predator?
We were watching Haaland, weren't we, yesterday? How much walking around they do?
Cole Palmer can do that. He can do that.
But they have to come alive. They come alive when it matters.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They got a burst and then they just go.
There's massive news from AFCON. They've overturned the final result, which is incredible. You know, it got me thinking.
I wouldn't even accept the award if there's a charity one, isn't it?
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's weird,
like
isn't it?
Charity medal.
Yeah, I don't get. How do you even feel about it? Because it happened.
No, it wouldn't feel right.
It wouldn't feel right.
Like, do you know what that is, right? If you go, it's happened. It's already happened. If you're the team that lost the final. What, you're going to say you won it? No. My soul told me I lost that final.
My soul told me. Yeah,
you know what I mean?
True.
So there's nothing you can do. I'm just like, but it got me thinking. Is there any games in your career that you can think of where if you could change the result?
I've probably got a couple, but there's got to be a reason for it, isn't there? I guess.
Like what one sticks out, and then we'll work it out.
Two. There's a Spurs Chelsea final.
Right, okay.
And we lost 2-1, but I gave a penalty away. Also just said, no, it was ball to hand rather than hand to ball.
It's a good reason.
And then Tottenham might not have had another trophy.
Yeah.
And the other one was the one we threw away at Chelsea, semi-finals against Monaco.
Yeah.
Just threw it away. And there was one then, I thought, when the guy came up at the back post and he had his hand on the post and it kind of looked like it hit his hand.
Who was it? The fullback,
wasn't it? He was a fullback, so he was behind me.
Yeah, it was, I think I might have been me trying to pick him up.
I thought it was me. Maybe it's both of us.
I think it was both of us, mate. Mate, do you know, it's the worst question you can ask for.
Already, I've got so many negative things I remember. I've got
loads.
Which one?
That game.
Which one?
One game.
One game.
I'll have to go to Tottenham one because they won that trophy, so hopefully we'd have won it.
That's fair enough.
Yeah,
I've got about 100 games in my.
But you lot got finals. You lot got finals.
Do you know
I only had one final. It was the playoff final, really.
I've got game for a reason, and like I don't know if this is an asterisk I want to put on it, right? Because when I done my knee injury against Southend, right, if I can not play that game, you weren't there, right, Bridget? I think it was after you'd left, but the game was supposed to be on, then it was off. There was fog, and it was like I went and done my knee, and I was never the same player again. And there's nothing worse than like you've had bad injuries, you know, like we all have, right? When your body can't do the things that you want it to do,
like
it's depressing. It's depressing.
Like walking to a pub last night.
Depressing, mate. I was so depressed. I was like, I'll fall off a cliff here.
Do you know what I mean? So like, I think the result. We won the game. Like we won the game 4-1, but I got this injury, and it sort of changed my career, changed my life. Listen, not crying or anything, but it was that I'd like to have had another 5 or 6 years at the top where I could play football properly. Because I love playing, and I just couldn't.
Yeah,
I was always.
Couldn't do
I was
what
the
you wanted
handbrake
to do.
was always on.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean? So that's that one for me. Yeah. Right, lads. I thought we'd done really well to get through that.
Oh yeah, I thought it was going to be a struggle last night and this morning.
Yeah, you was proper panicking, mate.
Yeah.
You've been the best one.
No.
More nonsense than usual.
I haven't even told you of when we was giving him the pep talk when he was against the wall like this.
Yeah.
Colton, I just don't think I could do it.
I've
got nothing left.
I said,
man sounded like Ian Mill.
It was about 10.
I've got nothing left.
I remember that. It's not nice. It's a horrible feeling.
It was a broken
I
man.
was literally like, can we please just do a singing tomorrow? But I made it, and I was first in.
Hey, do you know
Yes,
what?
you was.
And I was
You
first
smashed it,
in.
mate.
We're an example for people listening. If you have a heavy night,
Yeah.
and
Just
you're
turn
like,
up.
don't just
Turn up.
go to work. Just go to work.
Yeah.
Grind it out. Go to work. Go to school. No, actually, don't have an heavy night.
Go to school. What do you mean?
University. Whatever you're doing, you can do. You get through. We've got you. Right?
Go to school drunk.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Anyway, before I go, I just want to give a shout because it's England week. And my friend Carl, Chelsea fan, I want to give him a big up. Right, he's not well. He's in hospital, man. But he's doing his thing. He's fighting. A little story, right? So about nice things in life and football, right? So I had someone working in my house about 4 or 5 years ago. Actually, it might have been longer than that. And I've got all my England caps are in a little bag, right? And they were tucked away. So some geezer's gone through my house and chawed a couple of caps, right? But I don't know they're no missing. They're in a bag, right? They're not on display. Right, and so I didn't even know it was gone. So he's obviously gone right through my house. Anyway, I get a phone call from my friend Dave at Chelsea. Big up Dave, and he said somebody in a pub somewhere was showing off about they was in my house and they took one of my caps, right? And a Chelsea fan, Carl, overheard them saying it and said, like, listen, he's one of us.
Get it back.
That's wrong. Bang out of order. So he gave it back.
Top
so
man.
you know what I mean? So
yeah, love it.
One day I would have gone up there and gone, there's 55 rather than 56, but they're all there. So I'm like, so big up Carl, and I hope he's feeling.
Yeah.
Do you know, it's nice when
Yeah,
people
big
do
up
nice
Carl.
Love
things.
it, Carl.
Yeah,
Love it, Carl. Hope you feel better soon.
yeah. Listen, thank you. We got through that, boys.
Yeah.
Done well.
Yeah. What we've got to tell the people what to do.
Make sure you rate, review, like, and subscribe.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Vatican. Vatican City or the Holy See? It gained independence from Italy on the 11th of February in 1929. The sovereign independent state has a population of less than 1,000, yet it is one of the most popular cities for tourists. The Holy See, which is surrounded by Rome, has been the home of the Pope since 1378 and is considered the seat of the Catholic religion. And then, of course, there are the very popular Vatican museums, which is mainly why most people fly in for a visit. There's the Sistine Chapel, which is considered the private chapel of the Pope. This is also where cardinals meet to vote for a new Pope. Its ceiling frescoes feature paintings by the great Michelangelo, and the biblical scenes on the wall are by several artists, including Perugino and Botticelli. The gateway to Vatican City is St. Peter's Square and Basilica. It is built on the site that covers St. Peter's tomb. It is considered one of the largest churches in the world. Michelangelo's famous Pieta is also featured in this church. Italian masses are held here every Sunday. Visitors are allowed, but must follow the strict dress code, no bare knees or shoulders. Another attraction unique to the Vatican is the Swiss Guard. They have been guarding the Vatican City since 1506, and today would still dress in the traditional costume. These guards are Roman Catholic Swiss nationals, between 19 to 30 years old, and are high school graduates. On the Tiber River, there's a Castel Sant'Angelo. It was built as a tomb for Emperor Hadrian in the 2nd century. It was built over the Roman walls and has an underground passageway to the Vatican. During summer, concerts and other special events may be held there. It's a great place also just for strolling and enjoying the view by the river. For great eats, the popular ones are also within the Vatican museums. There are cafeteria-style restaurants, a bar, and pizzeria. You'll also find a courtyard with an Italian-style bar with alcoholic beverages. Meanwhile, there are more must-try treats outside the walls of the Vatican. You'll find high-end restaurants that serve sushi, fresh fish, and more. Places that serve quick bites, like cheese and cold cuts, can also be found here. There are also Sicilian restaurants, or Rome-based ones, each with impressive menus to choose from. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
and an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
What if a drone that costs around $30,000 could force a country to spend millions just to shoot one down? That's Iran's battlefield advantage. It's called the Shahed 136, a one-way attack drone, sometimes called a kamikaze drone, designed to fly into its target and explode on impact. Each drone costs around $30,000 to $50,000 to make. It carries roughly 50 kilograms of explosives and can travel up to 2,000 kilometers. It's not especially fast, it's not especially sophisticated, but it's cheap. And that's the point. Iran's strategy isn't perfect precision, it's saturation, launching dozens, sometimes hundreds at once, to overwhelm air defenses. Even if most are intercepted, each one forces defenders to use missiles that can cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars per shot. Over time, that cost imbalance becomes a weapon in itself. During recent escalations, UAE authorities to this day say they have detected 941 Iranian drones, intercepting 876 of them, while 65 fell within the UAE. Israel has also faced waves of these drones as part of broader attacks. Even when interception rates are high, it only takes a handful to cause serious damage. But this isn't new. Russia has launched more than 60,000 of these Iranian drones against Ukrainian territory, targeting cities and energy infrastructure. So the question is the Middle East ready to intercept a similar wave? The UAE Defense Ministry recently stated that the region has strategic reserves of air defense systems capable of countering aerial threats for a prolonged period. The spokesperson also added that the UAE will not accept any infringement on its sovereignty or the safety of its territory.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
If you want a different tourist experience, take the city tourist bus. These, especially Medina and Mecca, give me a nice price. What do you think? Pretty.
Honestly, the spice smell on the liver is wonderful.
Welcome from Yathrib.
To the land of the companions, city of migration, Medina al-Manawara. Nostalgia brought me, and now I am guest of its kind people. In the Mosque of the Messenger, there is peace of mind. This mosque equals 1,000 prayers. People here come to pray, worship, do night prayers in the prophetic mosque in Medina. Al-Baqi Cemetery, where 10,000 companions are buried, mothers of the believers. The Prophet visited it regularly and prayed for its people with mercy and forgiveness.
One of the most important customs after women and children finish Umrah and pray. In the prophetic mosque, they must wear their finest clothes. Clothes must be embroidered like these abayas. Everything brand new. They walk in the squares and distribute sweets or take gifts for their family. Give me a really nice price. These especially Medina and Mecca. If you want a different tourist experience, all you have is the Medina tourist bus, like London and Dubai tourist buses. Open top, takes you through more than 12 areas. As for the information it provides, it is in 16 languages from around the world. Most sites, as you see, most are Islamic, related to history, the biography of the Prophet and battles, and besides that there are various tourist areas. The bus moves every half hour, meaning when you arrive at any site the bus stops 5 minutes. If you want to get off at the site and learn more about it, we'll pass again after half an hour. Happy tour. Don't forget to check the map.
Do you know Harlem? The nice things I loved in Medina. Every place we went had a nice touch of development.
I really like that this impression reached you. Voila. Now, in Saudi Arabia, there is a very important project called Quality of Life. Its goal is that every neighborhood has a complete cultural and social community. For every family, walking paths for sports, cultural touch, especially since most of these places are historical. We are now in the middle of Al Ainia Market. Imagine they restored a complete art promenade every Friday, for example. They gather in this square, talking about their hobbies.
I heard the story from 2 friends before coming, but no exaggeration. When I came, I felt the same feeling. As we walk from place to place, I feel comfortable, and it steals my heart.
This liver is the breakfast of the hardworking, found everywhere in Saudi Arabia. Not only in Medina, this is authentic.
I joined them. I was there, smelled the spices, onion and tomato. We put everything on it.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.